Here we are. It's been months and months in the making, and we're finally here. It's great, isn't it?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brandon. Happy birthday to you.
Did you have a good one, Dan?
Well, it's still going. Thank you very much. This is part of the festivities. It's I don't think anyone's 32nd birthday is anything to usually write home about. Is it my 30 or my 33? I genuinely lost count. Like when you stop caring, like you lose count. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. This is it. I'm drinking the strongest pink gin and tonic there is.
Chin.
Literally, and I've got suppliers. I'm going for the big boy tonight.
Nice.
Wow. Size doesn't matter because I've got some mega marshmallows.
God.
So we're going to see who's finished their thing first by the end of the show. So has Charlie finished his dairy milk, or has Ben finished all his marshmallows by the end of the show?
Why not? Let's do it. Why not?
In the comments, let us know who you think is going to finish first.
Andy's bought a banana.
Jesus, look at the size of that thing.
You know, usually wouldn't be sinister in the day, but as it's 11 p.m. at night, that's quite sinister to whack out a banana.
Now, I think for those that it is after dark, and basically the whole concept of after dark, this has been a brainchild of us since we kind of started this, and months in the making. It's finally come, and the whole thought process if this is that on the Thursday we talk about comics, we have special guests on, and we're kind of touching on Thought Bubble now, whereas After Dark is the stuff that we can't touch or we run out of time to do. So we've got loads of stuff up for you tonight. We've got comics, we've got toys, we've got wrestling talk, we've got reviews, we've got special guests, we've got loads. There's loads on, and we've also got a special guest already now, and it is Diablo. There he is. He's right here. He's made a special appearance. Look at him.
Insert fire effects.
He is on that one tonight. But I think it wouldn't be able to happen if it wasn't for the people in the chat. So first of all, obviously we've got Hydra Collectibles. Massive happy birthday to Mr. Ben Crampton.
Keep them coming.
We've got Phil from Comics Talk Weekly. Sweet, I found some good seats. Yes, you did indeed. Yes. Perpetual, always take your seats, gentlemen. We will be with you shortly. Phil's got his beverage ready. Optimist is he still sitting in his car in Starbucks lurking? Who knows? We will find out. We've got Only Pops and Sodas. Now, Only Pops and Sodas, massive shout out to him because he went to Leicester Square for the premiere of Suicide Squad. I don't think he went there to attend it. I think he just went there. He does some fantastic photography over on his Instagram. So if you do get the chance, head over to Only Pops and Sodas. He took a picture of two pops by Starro, and none other than John Cena liked the picture and retweeted it.
Nice.
How incredible is that? That was wicked. Cool. And honestly, he does some amazing stuff. So if you haven't checked him out, you like your Funko Pops, head over there. Privilege, got you on the big screen this eve whilst I sort through some toy boxes I dug out of storage. I thought he was going to say whilst I sort myself out, and I was going to say, right, I know it's after dark, but I'm not sure we're going for that.
60 inches of Killer Comics right in his face.
Oh my God.
Good. God almighty. I don't know, guys, whether I'll have the stamina for 4 hours. So
I don't know. But big shout out to Scott Shelf. Obviously, he had his Comic Airways this evening from 8:30. That was a good watch. Hey everyone, I won't be able to stay as long as I've got a wedding to go to tomorrow. I just wanted to say hi and hope all goes well. I'll catch the rewind.
Congratulations, Scott.
Scott getting married.
I didn't even know he was getting married.
He's married.
Is he married?
Is he married?
No.
I'm so confused.
No.
The kid's like 12. He's not married yet, is he?
Jackie Chan, who am I? Great film.
Only Pops, he's got his Copperberg ready at the hand.
Good choice. What flavour Copperberg is the question?
That is the question. Padawan Collector, howdy all. Triple G. Now, massive, huge.
G, mate.
This
guy deserves an absolute shout out. He's just sensational. And if you get the chance, head over to Triple G Comics on Instagram, on YouTube. Check out the first video that kind of all threw us and put us into a state of shock and surprise was the Return of the Mac video. Still wondering how we roped his wife in to take part in that. And then if you think that was insane and crazy, check out the promo that he done for the show tonight, because we're going to get him on the show later, but it was incredible. It was amazing. It deserves
Thank you so much.
every plaudits that he gets, and it really did touch us, because for us to have an impact like that, for someone to take on their own back and do a promo for our show, means the absolute world. So massive thanks for that, dude. It was great.
Send it to us and we'll play it during the show.
Yeah, that'd be wicked. Are there any Twizzlers in the UK? There are a few Twizzlers in the UK.
I've been called worse.
Turkey
called
Twizzlers. Do you remember Turkey Twizzlers at school?
Oh yeah.
Before
don't
Jamie
taste the
Oliver
same.
ruined food forever.
They don't taste the same. They really
Bastard.
don't. Dave collects, yeah. Oh hell yeah, catching the live show. Yes, you are, dude. Feels Nerdiverse. I hope you're feeling better, mate. Great show earlier. Happy birthday, Ben. Oh, here we go. We're gonna have to get through these now. Yes, happy birthday, Ben.
Now, come on, read every
Is it
single
Ben's
one that
birthday?
says happy birthday.
Happy
Read them out
birthday.
aloud.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah.
birthday, man.
Oh, Andy
Any more?
going dark. I like it.
Put it down. He's not saying happy birthday. Not
Happy
interested.
birthday to you. Happy birthday
Okay,
to you. Happy
good.
birthday,
Yeah.
dear Ben. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday,
Lovely.
Ben.
Thanks,
We've
Scott.
got
Yeah.
Wakey
More.
Box, Evening Sirs, Only Pops and Sodas. Happy birthday.
Good.
We've got the
Thank you.
Poptimist. There we go.
Any more for any more?
What
And
Oh,
good
not
night.
quite
Thanks,
missed.
guys.
Happy
That's been
birthday.
After
Thanks.
Dark.
I'm just looking for.
Cheers.
Where is it? Oh, look, Only Pops and Sodas. No worries, Liam. Credit where credit is due, and that was a sensational shot. And I really hope John Cena starts following you, because that was wicked.
Yeah, mate, that was quality.
Wakey Box, me and Kurt's watching today, lads. She will be asleep so soon. So head. Oh, okay.
So head.
Oh, okay.
This escalated
Wow.
very
This is-
quickly.
that
Wakey Box is
escalated.
getting from head.
That escalated.
It's after
pretty
dark,
quick.
guys.
It
It's
did.
hashtag Killer Comics After
Triple
Dark.
G is blushing. I'm not sure if he's getting ready for a new video.
Well, the fact
There
that
we
the
go.
comment before was about head and then he's blushing.
Well, I know that was insane, really, wasn't it?
Disgusting.
I reckon we should we get into it? Yeah, let's do
Let's
it.
do
Get into it.
Tom,
I'm here.
this is all credit to you, sir. This is Tom.
Bit of a shame it went all pixelated. I have to sort that out.
Oh, that's all right. So obviously this is After Dark. We're still going to touch on things that we haven't done already. There was a bit of Scott will understand this because he had a bit on his show earlier. There was a bit of an issue earlier, and now the slides that we're using have shrunken quite significantly. That normally happens to me after I've had a drink or two. So we can
So
only
happens to me
expect
after
that.
dark, everything shrinks.
But but
Yeah,
it
you know what
is.
doesn't shrink, Tom? Your biceps. So shut up.
Look at the size of it.
Oh,
Maybe we should have
Those
a.
guys.
Have a
Can you make him big just to let everyone let
Just
that
for the
soak in?
girl.
Yeah.
He's making me big.
there we go. If anyone in the chat wants to guess the circumference of Tom's biceps, then
Glad you said
maybe
biceps.
I'm glad I
me
said
too.
biceps as well. But yeah, if anyone wants to guess, why not? Crack on, have a little guess.
Tree trunks.
Why not? But After Dark Live, we will be first doing the comic of the month review. So obviously we do a Thursday show every single week, and July and the end of June was pretty decent for comics. So up first, it is Shadecraft number 4, Ben.
Yes, indeed. Full transparency, ladies and gentlemen. I made a lot of notes, a lot of preparation for tonight, and I threw them away accidentally. So I made them with the notes for Thursday's show, and I think when I threw away Thursday night's notes, I threw away these notes as well. So I'm going to read from the screen. I have no shame. It will still be informative and it will still be entertaining. So stay tuned. Zadie discovers the truth about Shadecraft and what happened to her brother Ricky a year ago.
Well, he
Can
actually
Zadie
is.
pull off a desperate gambit to get her brother back? And does he even want to come back? Shadecraft issue 4, ladies and gentlemen, written by, off the top of my head, Lee Garbett on art, and Joe Henderson is the writer. No, this guy's we gushed heavily about it. Like literally, we all had to get our umbrellas out. There was that much gushing going on Thursday with issue 5, which basically rounded off the first arc for Shadecraft. Issue 4 for me, I have picked as the killer comic of the month because the story is incredible. I felt like it just went up and up and up and up and up. as it went on. In issue 4, something happens, spoiler warning, with Zadie's family that really kind of takes it in a whole new direction and adds like a whole new layer. It really thickens up the it really thickens up that plot and that kind of world building of the the mythos that they're trying to create around Shadecraft and the well, we now know various people that can do Shadecraft shit. So I loved this issue because I just felt like it took it in a whole new direction. It gave it a whole new layer, and really, I felt like the seeds were being placed in this issue for the next arc. So issue 5 kind of rounds it off nicely, but because of what happens in issue 4 and because of what Sadie realizes and stumbles upon in issue 4, there's a whole nother kind of layer now for the second arc, and potentially, dare I say, even an opportunity to go Something Is Killing the Children style and do like prequels. You know what, guys, right? When you troll me, okay, when I'm trying to talk, I can't defend myself. I don't have ample opportunity to read the comment and bite back, okay? And it stumbles and throws me off. So
don't do it.
Fuck you. But Shadecraft issue 4 is my pick for those, all of the reasons above. I can't unsee a panda now.
Nor can we. Nor can we.
I'm just going to chomp some like bamboo halfway through the show. Just chow down.
Please do.
Have you heard it? Can humans eat bamboo?
You can.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
you get bamboo shoots, don't you, in like your Chinese and stuff?
I mean,
Very teeny weeny things, yeah.
Humans eat humans, so I don't think that bamboo's going to be.
Well, in Croydon, maybe, Charlie, but not across most of the country.
Okay. Right.
So, Shadecraft issue 4 is my comic pick of the month. Take it or leave it, baby.
Why not? Who's next?
Me!
Oh,
So, my comic book pick of the month would have either been the same as Charlie or the same as Ben, because actually I think this month has been really good for some books. But I picked Noctera issue 5, which is written by Scott Snyder and the art's done by Tony S. Daniels. And this is the penultimate issue to the 6-part miniseries, where you get to see some amazing things go on in this book. It's a lot lighter than all the other books. Like, it's not as much of a thrill ride as the others. This is kind of like a bit of a slower paced one. You get a bit more character building between the main character and her brother, which is pretty cool. But the ending, yes, mate. Definitely excited for issue 6. So yeah, I really like this one. Yeah, definitely go and get this one, guys, if you haven't read it. I might wait for the trade though to go and get the whole lot all together. What did you guys think of this one?
I loved
know-
it. I thought it was excellent.
I mean, thank you for asking for our opinions, Tom, because I didn't do that, did I?
No.
No.
I didn't want to say Ben. I didn't want to say,
But you know what?
It's because I don't care.
it's true.
But you know, with issue number one, I read it, and it was only thanks to you, Andy, I think it was, that I kind of jumped on this, because I read issue number 1 and I was like, I can't really get into this. It's going to is it going to be something I want to read? And then you get into issue 2. Issue 2 kind of picked up. Issue 3 dragged a bit, and then issue 4 and 5, I was like, this is Scott Snyder's on this. I mean, he's on to something here.
It's surprisingly good for me though, because I think when I heard about the premise of it and I seen that it was Scott Snyder that was writing it, I kind of didn't know what to expect, and I kind of had sort of thought, I'll get issue 1, then I'll see what it's like. But issue 1 was probably one of the best first issues that I've read this year, and I'm really interested to see what he's going to do with his deal with is it Amazon? I think he's got a deal with, or he's going to deal with someone.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be really
Amazon.
interesting. So. Yeah. Comicsology.
What, is it like Jeffrey Bezos?
He's got the Comicsology thing that's going on. I think it drops in a couple of. He's just started a new website, isn't
Fuck that guy.
Did you really?
Did you? Would you?
Oh, wow.
Was that I would or what?
Okay, Ben. Aye, fuck that
He's
guy.
the one with the dick shit. If anyone's going to be doing that, it's him. No, guys, I didn't get into this. This is one of the ones, and I know we spoke about it. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I really struggled to kind of get into that first issue, and I've dipped in and out a bit, but I've unfortunately for me, I'm not on board with this.
I think, Ben, honestly, mate, I think once it's issue 6 comes out, read them all together. Because I think that's what the problem is that it's a little bit disjointed, and I think it would prefer a binge. However, saying that, if I'd have had my choice, I'd have gone with Shadecraft this month. But because you picked it before me, I ended up with this one. But this was on my list.
Got to be quick off the mark, Tom. Otherwise, this is what happens. You end up with Nocterra issue 5.
When you're out and about saving lives, mate, you can't be quick off the mark with other stuff.
Oh, God. How many times is he going to drop the fireman card tonight, guys?
Every opportunity.
Look, my administration work is very important. Thank you.
I love the way you said that, Ben, with your cosplay face.
I love the eyes. The eyes are the best bit. Like, it really
I'm working from home. I could really go to town on the tattoos. So,
But like as Phil just said, I didn't grab this because Snyder's Undiscovered Country was pants and put me off. This is something totally different. I'd say this is the light at the end of the tunnel for Scott Snyder, to be fair. No pun intended.
I also think
I like what you've done there.
I think Schneider was slightly stifled doing Batman. Because of DC stifling pretty much any creativity from any of their writers. Because if you look at James Tynion, his stuff is incredible, but his Batman stuff's a little bit weak compared to everything else. So I think that's the problem with DC is they stifle creativity. I mean, I love DC and I love Marvel, but I do think they kind of stifle their writers and artists a tad. Whereas I think this one, particularly with Snyder, he's had a chance to kind of expand and do something different that you've never heard of or never thought of. And it might be shit, but he actually does really well with this, I think.
I mean, you guys getting this signed at Thought Bubble because he's going to be a guest, isn't he?
Yeah.
Issue 1, yeah.
I'll definitely get issue number 1 signed.
Nice.
Yeah. I probably will. I can't. There'll be a line like you wouldn't imagine to get near Scott Snyder. But Scott, if you're listening and you want to come on the show, that would be fantastic. Thanks.
That'd be great. I mean, one question for this: do you think the main character? Do you think she could ever come near Erica Slaughter? Do you think she's ever because there's quite strong female characters at the moment. There's quite a few.
No.
Do you ever think these could? No.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I still think that there's a chance that Erica Slaughter will meet up with the main character in Basilisk. Because you've got it's person with a mask on, and then you've got a person with a mask on, and I think they'll maybe tie those two characters in somewhere.
Did you bring your tinfoil hat for tonight again? You and your bloody conspiracies.
But I guarantee you're all going, maybe.
I literally
it's one of those things that it's such a shot in the dark that if you're right, that everyone will. I mean, you'll live up to the name Oracle, but if you're wrong, you just look mad.
My other name.
Didn't want to say that, but yeah.
So that was Nocterra number 5. That came out on July the 7th. If you ain't got it yet, it's the end of the current arc. So you might as well just wait for the trade paperback because the likelihood of getting issue number 1 and 2 is probably on eBay flipping for stupid money. So you're better off reading it as a trade paperback. And it's probably the better option, to be fair, because it does quite flip and flap towards backwards and forwards as we hate. But yeah, that's Nocterra number 5. That was Tom's pick of
the month. Flip and flap.
Yeah,
sounds like a new
not even
section
12 o'clock yet, and he's already struggling for vocabulary.
Hold on. You came out of a word thickening or thickened.
I feel like flop and flap should definitely be a new section for this show where we talk about stuff going up and down in price.
Flipping books and stuff. Nice, yeah.
Why not?
Flip and flap.
Yeah.
Flip and flap.
Yeah, I have Nocterra number 1 signed, Scott Snyder with COA.
Nice.
True, I should have said mainstream.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was just replying back to Mark, who said Nice House on the Lake is not stifled. Well, it isn't. But what I should have said is the mainstream characters like Batman, Superman, if any creators get on that, it does stifle their creativity.
Yeah, like black label and stuff. It tends to feel loose and it feels like the creators can do what they want. And Nice House on the Lake is similar to black label, isn't it?
Well,
or is it even black label?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, but it's like the Batman White Knight. That is by far one of the best Batman written books, in my opinion, for a long time. And that's because it isn't mainstream DC. It's kind of like an off branch.
Is Andy, is Mark Oldroyd, is that the guy that reached out to you?
I was literally going to say, Mark, it's good to see you in the chat. Thanks for watching. Mark commented on one of our last videos. I think it was Thursday's show. And he really enjoyed the section about Thought Bubble, and he's went and bought a ticket. So hopefully we'll see you there. We'll see you there for a pint.
Definitely.
Does that make us influencers? Can I start selling shampoo on my Instagram now?
Please do. I'd like to see you try and sell shampoo.
Well, I still have hair on my body, just not.
That's the new segment.
Ooh, where's hair? Where's Ben's hair? That should be a segment as well.
Well,
moving on. Next.
Moving on. We've got
Don't leave me and Ben together.
Ha issue number 6. Now, this is obviously by W. Maxwell print and art by Martin Morazzo. This was my last pick 2 weeks ago. This comic's been amazing. I mean, even for me, issue number 4, was it issue number 4 or issue number 3 where it was the mime?
3.
Number 3. That was my least favourite one, and I kind of was very vocal about that. But then I read it again, and I've read all of them again, and I can kind of see where you're coming from. Number 3 was great. But this one, for me, had it all. It was the tie into Ice Cream Man. There was Easter eggs galore. It was on the flip side of the Joker. We had Joaquin Phoenix giving him the gun instead of receiving it. We went through that on the Thursday show. If you haven't seen that yet and you want to know like an in-depth review of this comic, head over to there now, because we kind of go all guns blazing at it for Easter eggs and how it all ties into Ice Cream Man and how W. Maxwell Prince has absolutely killed it with this. I thought this was great. And again, it touches on mental health. It touches on all the issues that we all experience throughout life, if we don't feel like we can talk to anyone. This, for me, this comic needs to continue. I really hope it does.
When the trade comes out for this, I cannot wait, because reading these comics individually was an absolute treat. And go catch the Killer Comic shows where we reviewed. I think we reviewed pretty much every single issue, which I think is a first for a comic. But I think the beauty of this series will be when it comes out as a trade paperback, because you can sit back and enjoy each of the issues, and it will tell that full story. And it'll definitely be one of those ones that you can go back to and read it over and over again. This is probably going to be my pick of the year, unless something really good comes up for the next few months.
Question, guys, because I mentioned it when we reviewed this book specifically, that I started to feel a little bit fatigued by a story that I felt was already kind of told a couple of times in the previous issues. Would you want to see this continue, or do you want to see it as the 6 issues and that's it, close the book?
No, I think leave it as it is, because I think it ended really well. I think each individual story is amazing, and this ties it off nicely, and I think leave it where it is. Personally.
Leave it.
I would say leave this, but I think there's almost a bit of a universe that W. Maxwell Prince is creating here.
Definitely.
So you've got Ice Cream Man, haha, and I would like to. Do you remember? I think it was issue 2 with the female clown.
Yes.
I think that was the most powerful character that
I agree.
We get introduced to, and I would love to see a 5 or 6 issue arc just of stories about her, because I think that would be absolutely brilliant. So if you're listening, Maxwell Prince.
Yeah, see, I'm quite torn. I want to see it continue, but then I kind of want to see it end. Like you can get too much of a good thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I think the trade paperback of this is going to fly off the shelf. The
Princeverse.
Yeah.
The Maxwell verse. Yeah. It needs work. We'll workshop that.
We'll work on it from
Maxwell.
Just touching back to people in the chat, obviously, Mark Oldroyd, see you at Thought Bubble. Wakey Box. Used there for the weekend, thinking of heading to Thought Bubble on Saturday.
Do it.
Do it.
Go for it. Triple G, just bought the full set and read issue 1 today. Really enjoyed it. Great stuff. Yes, he's booked a 2-day ticket off the back of our video, so that is great.
That's awesome.
Mark,
awesome.
you can get discount if you go in cosplay, and I think you would suit Jurassic Park Dr. Hammond very well.
Let's have a
I'm
look.
going to throw
closer
that
look.
out there. Look at
There we go,
that.
look at
It's
that.
Dr. Hammond.
It is
Yeah,
Dr.
it
Hammond.
is.
You get your discount.
There we go.
I'll enjoy that as well. Yeah.
Here we go.
I thought you were going to say I'll dress up as a T-Rex, but
Phil's Nerdiverse. Andy, after
worse.
Thursday's show, I priced flights again. Couldn't find direct. It was taking me to Belfast, to Amsterdam, to Leeds, Bradford. Nightmare.
Leeds is fine. Leeds is fine, Phil, because I can pick you up on the way. I
There we
don't
go.
drive, but I will get off the train and
Pick you
carry
up.
you back onto the train.
But he has
and
to.
then
He has to go
we'll
to Amsterdam
Harrogate.
first, which isn't a bad thing.
Exactly. If you're going to stop off anywhere and release some demons.
This is a new one. Can I dress as Andy? Yes, you can.
oh
Yes, you can dress
mate,
as that.
I'll tell you what. If
Minimal
anyone can people please come to Thought Bubble cosplaying as us? That'd be amazing.
That'd be awesome.
I'm not
That'd
sure
be
I
awesome.
want to see
And
anyone.
Triple G got the weekend ticket as well.
I'm definitely going as Ben now. That's happened. That's been out there.
Yeah, and you're going to pad yourself out with a pillow. Very good. Yeah.
Oh, come
I
on!
was thinking
gonna
I was
go
going to
as
go as
that
you
guy.
when you were on what's that show that you were on?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, the ITV show. I'm going to go
Yeah,
as that
the
guy that was
ITV
on.
show.
I'm
What
gonna go
was
as
the
that
called,
guy.
host?
Andy, what was that comic that you was in your indie pick that looked like me?
Lucky Devil.
Scumbag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh,
I'm going to go as that. That'd be great.
Haha.
I'm going as Tom in an undersized T-shirt with my helmet out.
Yes, mate. Yes, Darren.
Yes, I'd love to see that. I would love to see Darren in an undersized T-shirt with his helmet out.
Just get that helmet polished before you leave the house.
Yeah.
That's all.
Make sure it's yellow.
And Dick Bain.
Was Ben on X Factor? Ooh, now we've got to guess
Oh.
what show Ben was on.
Yeah, let's all have a guess in the chat what show Ben was on.
Triple G
right.
thinks it was the show called Helmet Out. No, I don't think it was that one. No. Anyway, right, that was
Guys,
Image.
we're only 27 minutes into this show, and it's went right. It's
And the
went right into the
bar is
gutter.
already under my feet.
We've got it. So this is Image. This is Ha issue number 6, and then we have Andy. Over to you, dude.
I'm going to be honest, guys. I found it quite difficult to pick a book that was kind of my highlight over the last month, and largely because you guys picked all the good ones. So I was trying to think of one which I wasn't expecting to be good, and one that actually I'd taken off my pull list. So I'd stopped at issue number 6, so I got to the end of the Arca crossover, and I'd heard that Chip Zdarsky was going to be writing this issue. I'd seen some of the covers and I thought, yeah, that looks cool, but I was just thinking, what can he do that's going to be different from what Cates has done? And my God, was I wrong. This issue was fantastic, absolutely brilliant, and I really shouldn't have doubted Chip Zdarsky, to be honest with you. He's doing some fantastic stuff, including Stillwater, which myself and Charlie and Ben are huge fans of, and Tom is getting to it as well. I think you're liking it as well, Tom.
I have read it.
Do you know what I said?
You haven't read it.
I said that because I said it last Thursday and it really annoyed you, so I thought I'd say it again. Love you, Tom.
I don't read. See it. Like,
but no, guys, this was this was absolutely fantastic. It was effectively Chip Zdarsky writing a story about himself, and that was it in a nutshell. It was completely different from everything that Donny Cates had done. If Chip Zdarsky was continuing to write this, I'd probably put it back on my pull list. But this is it. I think it's a one and done from Chip as far as I'm concerned. But what did you guys think, Ben? Were you into this?
Look, oh gosh, I'm distracted by that suggestion about Tom as a Vinnie Jones Juggernaut.
oh God.
The Chip Zdarsky, in Chip we trust. This man can do no wrong in my mind. He is absolutely destroying, in the best way, his Daredevil run at the moment. I'm really, really enjoying that. If you haven't read this week's issue, pick it up. It's really cool, especially if you're a Bullseye fan. Anyway, this book was brilliantly weird, surreal. Like, it's probably the most meta comic book that I've ever read. It it was great. It served as a cool kind of trailer for some work that you might not have experienced before in Sex Criminals, and what's the one at the end where the cameo is from the police officers or whatever. What's that from? Do you remember that final panel and there's the two detectives and it's from a book?
Powers.
Good. Killer Comics Show, full of knowledge off the bat. No,
I think it's Powers.
Okay, let's commit. Should we just commit? And if we're wrong, someone can call us out.
We're going to go with Fear Case.
It wasn't Fear Case. It wasn't Fear Case. I know what it's not, and it wasn't Fear Case. It's Powers, I think. Let's commit. Anyway, it served as a good trailer for like Powers and Sex Criminals, some of that kind of more obscure work that you might not have seen. It really kind of expanded. It really thickened the crossover kind of universe and what is going on as a wider picture, rather than just like Ellie's story and what's been going on the main title. So I absolutely love this. To be honest, Andy, this probably might have been one of my choices if it wasn't for Shadecraft. So
we
agree, which is
absolutely nice. It was interesting actually when we sent Charlie the books that we liked, and it was literally we all had the same interest and the same likes in these books. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
And they was all Image books. Every single one was Image books.
Are you sure, or have you just forgot to change the?
No, I was just about. No, honestly, that was all Image books. Which, as I was going through it, I was like, wow, even the Marvel guy, even the DC guy picked Image. Like it just shows, doesn't it? Like this show is so diverse, clearly.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go.
It says 4 white straight guys. Yeah, really diverse.
I'm just going to go back and touch on the suggestions from the show that Ben was on. So was Ben on the X Factor? We have No Lighty, No Likey. We've got Fun House. We have, what else have we got? Ninja Warrior.
Oh, that one I wish was true.
We've got Britain's Got Talent. We have Jim Davidson's Generation Game. We've got Undateables.
Brilliant.
We've got The Cube. We have Nate. This one was funny. Naked Attraction.
Which was then followed by Embarrassing Bodies. So.
It was actually followed by Crystal Maze, then Embarrassing Bodies, and then Jim Will Fix It.
Guys, it's his birthday. Come on, go easy.
I know.
So Ben, are you willing to tell us what show you was on?
Well, you know what? It's been half an hour. I'm getting bullied. You can enjoy the last 3.5 hours without the most entertaining guy here. You all. No, well, long story short, I was on Take Me Out, met my wife. She turned her light off. It took me 4 years to grind her down and get her to change her mind. And here I am.
Job done.
Married with a baby.
Now you're here with us, bunch of... yeah.
I know, with 4 men talking on the internet at past 11 o'clock at night.
Here we are, in a line, like a bunch of jackasses.
But so those were our 4 comics of the month, and I'm over the moon with them comics out a bit because every single one of them could have been either one of our choices. Do you know what I mean? We was like umming and ahhing backwards and forwards about who was going to pick what, and then all the end we picked the bloody 4 comics that we've all read and we've all enjoyed anyway. So that was great. So that was awesome. And then next up we have October previews. Now, last time,
can I just have a round of applause for finishing our first segment of the first show of Killer Comics After Dark?
Even though the slides are absolutely shocking and they look like they look
the
so
slides
tiny,
are quality, mate.
Yeah, but they look tiny.
I like the glitch effect that you put on the side.
I really like the green line. I think it really works.
It's like a neon green, like a club sign.
Andy, you've also got the power. Can you kick these 2 out?
I'm enjoying myself too much. I can.
Right, okay, right, that's fair enough.
Keep it going, boys.
But yeah, so we've got the October previews. Now, last time this happened, it was on Not Quite Mint show, and I think that one only finished yesterday.
It's still going, isn't it? We're still doing it now for a week.
However,
it might have been the longest show in the world, but we were delighted with the one reaction from Ben when he was like,
"Yes."
The
best part of the whole week.
The Clown Hunter book that I didn't even know about. It was all worth it for that.
Absolutely.
What a moment.
The whole 2.5 hours to that point was totally worth it.
But in fairness, we really never thought it through, because we said, right, okay, we'll do a show and we'll look at previews, and then we'll look at the DC Connect, and then we'll look at the Marvel book, forgetting that previews books is like 500, maybe 600 pages long. So the fact that we got it in within 2.5 hours was...
but I was dying. I'd literally gone 50 Shades of Pink and was like, I have to duck out. And I ducked out and then...
Go on.
Go on.
I was going to say, believe it or not, it's one of our highestly viewed videos over on Not Quite Mint.
Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this community?
And people have watched pretty much all of it. But you know, when you look at the things, it tells you how long people stuck around for. It's one of the only videos people have managed to watch till the end.
What?
Wow.
I know, mate. And we've done videos like 10 minutes long, 15 minutes long, 20 minutes long, 40 minutes long, 2.5 hours. We'll sit there for 2.5 hours.
They were with Rich.
Oh, you didn't.
Hi, Rich. I've missed
He
you.
went there.
Hope
He
you're
went
well.
there. But anyway, so we've shortened it down. We've gone for 3 books.
Awful.
We've gone for 3 books each out of the October previews.
Only
which,
one glass of wine in as well.
If,
Pinkies up.
if I'm being correct, they are available over on Not Quite Mint at the moment.
They are, mate. All October previews and all of September, October, August, all of those pre-orders are available on notquitemint.com. If you head over there now, you can get 5 books and you get your 5th one automatically half price. And also, we're running a little kind of cheeky discount. You get 7% off if you do After Dark, all capitals in the code, on top of the 5 books.
Jesus, look at that. That is
Spoiling you rotten.
But only running during this show.
Ooh, so you have until...
And don't close the video, like open up a second
keep the
tab,
video open.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Quick, stop it, quick. I don't want to stop it.
Yeah.
keep
16
going.
people have left the chat.
Bing, 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 bing. There we go. So October previews, 3 comics
That's
each.
giving me flashbacks, that child.
Who's first? So Tom, it's you. It's you first.
Yeah, so this is this is going to be, it's the hottest selling book this year so far. Is the House of Slaughter issue 1. It's kind of like a preview like a prelude to Something's Killing the Children. It's written by James Tynion, and it is based around how the House of Slaughter started, all the secrets of how it all started, not just the House of Slaughter, like the whole thing, you know, what the monsters are, where they came from, all of that. So it's going to be a hot book. It's full of first appearances, and it is obviously a tie-in straight into Something's Killing the Children. So it is worth picking up. I don't have that many left of these that I've ordered because I've only ordered a small amount. So if you want to get them from me, I'd get them now if you can. So like head over there now and get them.
Can you remind me, Tom, when this finishes at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Don't worry, I've got one saved for you guys.
I'll be drunk as well, so I'll probably order 10.
Yeah, do it.
I'm looking forward to reading this. Like, it has been massive. Like, there's been so much. Oh, hold on, where have we gone?
Go back to
it.
Trigger happy.
I did get triggered.
I absolutely love the cover as well. I love purple. Purple's my favourite colour, and I just think it works really well with the oranges there, and just the whole composition of that cover is really nice.
Have you seen the red one? So
no.
You've got this one, which is the normal cover. Then you've got the cover which is of this lad, but he's on some steps. Then the next one is the foil cover of this, which is a purple foil cover. But 1 in 10 of those purple foil covers is blood red, and it's absolutely incredible. And then you've got what's her name, Andy? How do you say it?
Jenny Frisson.
Sorry, say again.
Jenny Frisson.
Yeah, she's got a couple of covers, which is the 1 in 100 and the 1 in 200, which are incredible. I think that's my favorite cover this year so far.
Claims.
It was. Look, it was like we're gonna be reviewing Somebody's Killing the Children number 18 next week on next week's show, and it's just it's such an amazing comic. This can only
really is.
This can only just continue how much it's incredible. Are we going to be taking our issues to Thought Bubble for this?
I'll be taking mine.
100%. Yeah.
100%. Absolutely.
I've got a
100%.
nice sketch variant. You know, the blank cover one they did. Can't remember. It was like 14 or something. It was one of the random ones, but nice blank, cover with the blood dripping and stuff. So that could be quite cool. Get a little sketch or something.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 2 covers of the foil issue #1, so I'm definitely taking both of them.
Oh mate, I need to sort out mine because I ordered mine from Comic Biz and paid for it, and it still hasn't arrived.
Those guys are usually very good.
I know, mate. Yeah, it's really frustrating.
No.
I'll be
Anyway.
going for the Jenny Frisson one, 100%.
Sorry, Andy.
It's the Jenny Frisson one.
I just love the way you say it.
Hi guys, Scottish guy here. Stop it.
Tom, there's a question for you. Are you getting any free Comic Book Day comics on the site?
Well, that would be telling. That would be telling, really, wouldn't it? But yes, I am,
Right.
and I'm not going to charge ridiculous prices for them because
Cool.
I think that's really unfair considering the fact that they're not free for us, but they're supposed to be free comics for you. So I think me charging you £10 for a book that's not cost me much more than 2 is ridiculous.
No.
I think it's awful. I really don't agree with that kind of thing.
Cool. So, Tom, next up, you've got Gunslinger.
Yeah, so this is the first solo series of the Gunslinger Spawn. Todd McFarlane's obviously expanding the Spawn universe. You've got Spawn universe, kind of give us You've got King Spawn coming out. You've got Gunslinger Spawn coming out. There's going to be a She Spawn comic coming out. This is the first issue of Gunslinger Spawn. And I think this is going to be. It was a gem pick, I believe, of October from previews. So it's picking up for that. I will definitely get it because I'm a massive Spawn fan. But yeah, I like the idea of this one. So it's basically just following him and his history and how he got to where he is. A little bit of his backstory of before he became a Spawn. I think that's going to be in there as well. But the one thing I would say to watch out for, what I read, they were talking to Todd about it, is that this is going to have that kind of jumping back and forth. Mm-hmm. So you'll get him now helping Spawn or whatever he is with his kind of in our world, and then go back to when he was a human back in the day when he was a gunslinger, and it's going to be to and from him, which we've discussed before as a team is a little bit disjointed when you're reading a book. But if you're into that kind of thing, pick it up because I am.
Well, and then that's awesome. And I know there's someone that absolutely loves this comic, and we will talk to that, and we'll chat on that in a minute. But Tom, just before we do, this was your final one, wasn't it?
Yeah, so this one I'm picking up, or I'm going to suggest you guys pick up purely for a cover buy and for a future investment, is because this is the first appearance of Miles Morales' symbiote combination of Carnage and Venom. It's not a new symbiote. It's just those two combined together, bonded with Miles Morales. It's the first time it's happened.
What's he called? What's the symbiote called?
Varnish.
Varnish.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to call it, mate. But this is the first cover appearance of it. It's probably going to make its first appearance in issue 1. But this is its first cover appearance, and that's all I know so far. I haven't got much detail on that. But yeah,
he almost looks like Spawn in that cover, doesn't he?
Really badass, mate. And I think what I've read, people speculating that it's not going to have the kind of normal spider helmet situation with the eyes. I think there's going to be more of something elaborate, if that makes sense.
Oh, do that again.
Something a bit more elaborate.
Good God. My only issue with the problem is I just feel like Miles keeps getting the stories that Peter has already had. We've got Miles the Clone Saga now, and Miles is going to get a symbiote, and I kind of want to see new stories for Miles.
I couldn't agree more, mate.
Well, do you know what? While we're talking about Spawn, I think I might as well just play this thing.
Hey,
John Boy,
He's here. John Boy, what's happening, dude? How you doing?
Good, yeah. Mind blown. Yeah, someone was talking about Spawn, and I heard it through the interwebs. I was like, oh, I got to get on this. So
And you just have to jump on. How have you been, man? Thank you for jumping on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. How are you guys doing, man? It's
good to see you again. I feel like it's been too long, John.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man. Lots of interesting things going on, and I guess you guys were talking about Spawn and Dark Ages, and I'm definitely.
I'll tell you what, John, the last time you came on, you gave us such an emotional roller coaster of positivity. From then, I've just gone on I've got to do everything the John Boy Myers way.
I think this kind of just shook up the chat because Geek Driven was just like, wow. I don't think that's because us four are on it, John. I think it's because you are, dude.
Yeah, we didn't get a wow.
We didn't get a wow, Tom.
I'll give you guys a wow. You guys are.
Yes.
I applied temporary tattoos for 2 bloody hours and I didn't get a wow.
That's pretty dope. I was like, what? That is pretty crazy.
Well, thank you very much. Sir.
Very nice. Yeah.
What a great surprise.
Yeah.
Special guest appearance. Now, John Boy Mayers is a honorary Easy Killer Comics show crew member. He is.
Thank you guys.
He's one of the greatest guests I think we've had on the show, and I think we all take our hats off to you. Like 100%. But you've been quite busy, haven't you? Really?
Yeah. So I've been doing tons and tons of covers. Working on Princess Dragon Killer still.
Yep.
I'll keep you in the loop as those things start coming to fruition. I think. You guys are talking about House of Slaughter, things like that. Like I'm starting it next week, a House of Slaughter cover. I think it's a retailer exclusive.
Oh wow. Yes.
Wow.
I think I just finished up, I don't know if I can announce this, but I did something for Frankie, which is something about Miles Morales, which I'm sure they'll do an announcement in the next couple weeks on. And then I just did an Aquaman Green Lantern cover, Green Arrow Aquaman. There's a.
Oh yeah. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a cover for issue 3, and then I'm working on. What else am I doing?
Just keep dropping those exclusives, John Boy. Like just keep dropping them.
I'm working on a Turtles.
Mate.
Yeah.
Look at Ben's face.
This show just took off.
That Boba Fett thing, I think, is coming out. And then, of course, the Extreme Carnage thing with Agent Venom. I think you guys have already seen that, though.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, that one's wicked.
Yes, indeed.
That was.
So you're not busy at all, John Boy? You're not up to much then? You've not got much to do? You're not busy?
It's
not
always
very busy then, John.
No, it's always covers. Like it's hard to turn down covers when people are like, "Hey, do you want to do this?" I'm like, well, what is it? And they're like, "Oh, it's this." I'm like, "Yeah, I can squeeze that in. Why not?" Because I'm not a big Green Arrow fan, but I love Aquaman. So I was like, "Yeah, cool." They're like, "Well, it's a new 52 version." And I'm like, "Yeah." All right,
What kind of look have you gone for Aquaman? Is it Jason Momoa kind of leaning towards that end of things, or more the kind of classical side?
New 52 versions. So this is him with the mutton chops, and then the kind of fancy gold belt kind of thing.
Love a fancy belt.
Yeah, so it's very manly. It's kind of weird because Green Arrow in the new 52 also has kind of mutton chops in the scruff. So Aquaman, so they kind of look like brothers in this. I'm just like, oh, that's weird. I'm like, all right.
My brother from an aquatic mother.
That's right. But, I think the most recent one is the War of the Bounty Hunters #3, which is a Boba Fett cover, which you guys can order through Comics Elite.
Talk about a perfect segue. There we go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
There it
That's
is.
beautiful cover, man.
So cool.
I love Boba Fett. I think every kid liked Boba Fett right when we saw him. We're like, oh. Yeah. So.
That is,
I love
incredible.
I love the embers in this. Like it really kind of gives it a feel of like motion and sets the atmosphere up. Really cool.
I wanted to do originally this stuff with the retail that they wanted him to square off against Darth Vader, but I think Tyler Kirkman already has Darth Vader in his cover, so they were like, hey, we can't have multiple covers with Darth Vader. It's like, oh. It's like, can I do it where he's crawling out of the Sarlacc pit? And they're like, no. I'm like,
that would be so cool as well.
That's kind of canon and kind of not. Because did they really talk about how he escaped?
No, I don't think that.
No.
We've never explicitly seen it. Like I think in the books it was explored, but those books aren't canon now. So I don't think we've seen it explicitly shown or talked about. But then who knows, Book of Boba Fett, we might actually see a flashback or something.
Yeah. It would make sense. But like I said, if you guys love this cover, I think it's almost sold out everywhere. But I think Comics Elite still has copies. It'd be your best place to check it out. And there you go. So,
but I mean, we spoke. I think it was a couple of days ago, and I was just like in awe how incredible this is, and I was so surprised how quickly you turned this around. Do you want to tell everyone how quickly?
I think it's a couple of days. It's like maybe 4 or 5 days. Usually, you have a conversation. Like Marvel's like, "Hey, you want to do this?" And you kind of throw out some ideas, like, "Hey, Command Darth Vader in it. They're like, no. I was like, Starlight Pit. I was like, no. I was like, well, they're like, look, just come up with something cool. And I'm just like, I want to do something more action oriented, and I have the layouts somewhere. I guess I should have. Next time we do this, I can send you the layouts. Like, hey, this is the layouts. This is what didn't get approved, and this is what they went with. So,
John Boy, could you do a print to go side by side with this and like have?
Yeah, actually, on my site, I do prints of it, and it's a double-sided print, and on the other side is the black armor version of it. So it's like
very cool.
Yeah, so
very cool.
When I get some stuff in, I'll send you some. I'll send you guys some swag. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of you guys.
You don't have to do that. But it is my birthday, so if you want to include.
Oh well, happy birthday! Well, there you go. So of course, we'll all be sending them to one person. So. Then you got to
talking about that. Thank you so much for sending us these.
Oh yeah,
of course. Yeah,
John, these were just awesome. It was such a surprise getting them. So massive shout out again to Melanie for sorting it out, because it was just great. It was wicked. It was so good to receive them. So thank you for that.
Melanie's the one who handles all that. So I'm glad it made it through. And we have some comments. Oh yes, Venom 25 cover. Yes, thank you very much. Because Carnage is coming out as well. So. I guess that's the. Have you guys seen the Let There Be Carnage trailer? Have you guys not seen that?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
No, you're like.
I have.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great. I think.
I like Woody Harrelson, so like.
Yeah, true.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I worry about the tone of it, like the opening kind of sequence of that trailer with like Venom making him breakfast and singing to him and things. Like, I really hope that there's a tonal change when Venom arrives, and I think the trailer kind of does that anyway. Like, I think it kind of changes the moment we see Woody transform and stuff. So we'll see. But I mean, Carnage needs to be horrific. Like, Venom in this film is already like a mass murderer, like chewing people's heads off and stuff. So
yeah, he's like that cool dude who like takes care of all the like human trash kind of deal. Like,
it's like a cool murderer. Serial killer.
I blame Deadpool.
A really nice serial killer.
Deadpool made everybody say we have to put humor into our R-rated movies or whatever. It's kind of like,
that's so cool. John Boy, when you were last on the show, you were talking about your own book that you were doing.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about that and how things are going with it?
Oh, Princess Drag Killer is still moving along. I'm still working on pages. Just moving along on it. Like. I have so much stuff I want to share, but like, look, until the launch goes out, before we're ready to launch, we'll start front loading everything, and I want to put you guys on the forefront of all of that. So I'm like, hey, here's the PDF, check it out, read it, let me know what you guys think, give me some feedback.
Wicked.
Love it, hate it, and you're like, hey, this is the worst thing ever, and I'm just like, oh. It's like, we're on the show, just pretend like you really love it, and then you can tell me.
We'll sign that NDA.
Right. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
But because we will be having you on the show again.
Yeah.
Like, you might as well just become a regular. You might as well just literally we send you the link.
If you guys ever wanted this, where we just do like every 2 months, I come on and I could do the whole block. That'd be great, because I know I kind of have to like ninja smoke out of here in like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
But because it's my turn to cook. So
okay.
What you cooking? What you making?
I'm making fish tacos, and then tomorrow I'm making barbecue ribs. So yeah, but like this is my whole week to cook. So I was like, oh, all right. My wife's like, oh, well, you can't be on there the whole time. I was like, why? She's like, it's your time to cook. I was like,
so John Boy is a man of many talents. He can cook.
Yeah, can I just clarify? So John Boy, you draw incredibly. You cook, and look at that jawline, ladies and gentlemen. Like, you've got it all. You have it all.
Not really. I'm
He's also extremely inspirational. Does amazing art covers.
Yes. When John Boy came on the show last time, I was motivated for at least 24 hours after the show.
I'm still motivated.
Drop something, right? Like, honestly, like, so you guys got this really great platform, and I know retailer covers are the big thing these days. Like, all you need is a diamond account, and you can do your own retailer covers, like through whatever artist, and promote that, order it through the sites. Like, as actually, you don't even have to have. So the way it works for anybody who wants to do this, just make sure you pick a good book. But you can always start with indies. Indies are always a lot cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't even need the money up front to do it. You need maybe a small amount, but then you do pre-orders. And from your pre-orders, you just take that money and you pay for the book. And then you just like, and then everything else you get after that, after the costs are, and it's like, hey, high five. We paid the talent. Everybody's good. And all this is profit for us. And you guys have something that has on the back, you can have all your information on it, like, you know, the Geeky Comic Guys, check us out. Here's our web stuff. It's like a big advertisement for you guys. You can have your pictures on it. You can do whatever you want.
So John Boy,
we want people to buy it, John Boy.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Not
hey, man,
our pictures on it.
You know what? The good thing about it is like this is just another extension of you guys' brand, but you guys can start making it something where not only you guys talking about comics, but then you have your own product. Because like there's a guy, buddy of mine, Comic Tom, does the same thing where he has a show, but then he also pumps it with product. That way, it's kind of like you're also, because I mean, this is not March of Dimes. You guys, it would be nice that the show is generating some income in some form or fashion too, because you never know if this grows into a thing for you guys where you just do your own retailer of comics on top of your show. It might grow enough to have a big enough audience, right? But we just do this full time because from this we get paid and it's great. And
so John Boy, will you commit to doing our first exclusive?
I'll do whatever you guys do. Just let me know.
Oh, legend!
Look at that! Look, this
Amazing.
is you are the absolute man. And
Also,
you are.
full disclosure, we taught Comic Tom everything he knows.
Did you really? Yeah, Tom's a good dude. So, like, he's got it figured out pretty good, though. And I think you guys do, too. I think if you guys just decided to throw product on top of what you're doing, I think it's just another extension of you guys as a brand, because as fans, you guys could talk about what books are hot and things like that. Like, well, hey, let's think about, like, how do we do our own book to do this, to do that? I think the only thing about it is just fulfillment is where you want to make sure you have your stuff figured out. Because my first book I ever did, I kind of took a bath on it because I didn't understand shipping. Because international shipping is kind of like, we have a really good, you need to pre-weigh everything, your material, your boxes, things that you need. But if you guys are thinking about it, just reach out to me and let me know. We can set up a Skype chat or even a Steam chat, private Steam chat, and I can walk you guys through it. Like, anybody can do this, though. Like, hey,
awesome.
All of you guys who are fans, anybody can do this. You just want to make sure the stuff that you guys are putting out is quality, has some fan service to it, and bring something new to it. Because, like, the worst thing you want to do is, like, I'm not a big fan of homage covers. Because for me, I'm just kind of like, you're kind of ripping off another artist.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time,
But I think if it's for a facsimile book or something like that, like if it's for a reprint of like Hulk 181, it makes sense to do a modern take on it. Like, those things totally make sense. But I think if you're like, I think I have a huge problem when it's just like, like Spider-Man 300, you're just like milking that cow all over again. Like, that's my old man rant. That's my thing. That doesn't have to be anybody else's thing.
we need more hair to be Comic Tom.
Are you saying you don't want another Patrick Gleason web variant?
No, but the thing about it is like, but that's Pat's thing, which is great, because then he does these things that are amazing. But you're going to see a lot of people ripping off Pat, which I think is kind of like
that's what I mean.
Move.
Yeah.
When you say dick move, is that is kind of
that's right. Yeah.
Because like, hey man, that's Pat's thing. Like, let Pat do that thing. Make up your own thing. Like, you don't do the same gag. Do the next gag. Right? In Ocean's 13, right? You don't do the same gag. You do the next one. You know.
Yeah.
Let that guy do his own thing. So.
I've got a question, John. Wakey Boxer says, does your website ship internationally?
So we do. The only bad part is the software we use gives you a flat rate, because we're set up on a flat rate system. So flat rate system is like, I want to say it's like $30 US, $30 or $40 US to ship overseas. So the better thing to do is Wakey Box. Is it Wakey Box? Wakey. Sorry.
Wakey Box.
Wakey.
Sorry.
How quick you say it.
Wakey Box. If you're interested, just email us at the site. It's johnboy@johnboymyers.com. Go to my agent, Melanie. Melanie will square you away. So if there's something you want, we can actually individually weigh it and just send you a PayPal invoice that way. It's a little easier, a little more flexible, because if we ship to a standard system, it's either you're doing a flat system or you're not doing a flat system. And if we don't do a flat rate system, then we have to weigh every individual box, put it into the program, then weigh every individual comic, and then you add it on. It's a lot more work for Melanie and her team, and she's like, she doesn't want to do that, which I don't blame her.
And the Poptimist has
Organising a
just said,
website is horrible.
the Poptimist just said, I've just ordered the trade Virgin Bobber cover. So look at the effect you're having. That you've already made two
there you
orders, and you've been on the show 15 minutes. Look at that.
Oh, somebody's asked me, is that a Namor figure behind you? Which? Oh, you mean the guy in shorts here?
The naked man, yeah.
I was going to ask you about your Action Man, actually.
Did you forget you had that out,
This is
John
not a
Boy?
naked man, by the way. This is the guy. These are underwear. It's, these are Phison here. It's Phison figures, and this is my Chris Evans Captain America Phison figure. So you can buy these on Amazon anywhere, but I use these as drawing reference because the really good thing about it is you can pose these any way you want, and the way it's centered is some of the rubberized skin over it compresses like human flesh. So when I'm working, if I need a pose or something, I can just kind of pose and use it as pose reference while I'm working. Because sometimes you're like, hey, how do I get that shoulder right? How do I do this right? So
I used to take photographs of myself doing the poses to get the drawings, and it got a bit awkward at uni, like because I did take the picture, then someone would be like, "Why are you drawing yourself? What is wrong with you?"
Touch me right here. No,
Yeah, exactly.
My wife stopped doing that because she goes, it just got too weird. She goes, I'm too busy. I'm not gonna take weird poses of you. She said it feels awkward, so I got this. So it's like, yeah, it's fine.
It's a step up from those little wooden men. Do you remember those little wooden men?
Quivering
They
Articulated
had the
things,
like cup hand. Their hands were like weird little like cup things.
Well, those are originally designed for like fast posing for painting or for lighting. But I think as the technology improves, like these things were, I think this guy at the head was like $30. It was weird, but I bought it on eBay, and then the body I bought on Amazon, and I think Amazon, it was like I want to say $100. It's like maybe $130, but it's I could write it off as a pose reference. So it's like I think. However, there's no one way to work. Sometimes I still do photos, sometimes I don't. So you can work any way you want. I think it's whatever is easier for you guys. Like for me, my art desk is over here, my Cintiq's right here, and while I'm working, I just kind of look at it. I'm like, okay, like this, look at it, draw it. It's like, okay. So,
The next time you're on John Boy, we'll get a John Boy office tour. You can just go take your camera around.
Oh god, you don't want to look at my office. This thing is like boxes everywhere. It looks like a bad episode of Hoarders, if you've ever seen that.
Yeah.
So, like there's this little path to walk through because I have like comic boxes everywhere and then toys all over the damn place. So you don't want to see that. No one wants to see that.
People on YouTube love like room tours and stuff.
Yeah,
like it's really weird. And I filmed one, and I was really happy with it. But when I was editing it, I realised that you could see in the reflection of my detail cabinets that I wasn't wearing any clothes. So I had to
Again.
That's the party version, right?
That's the after dark version. There we go.
Here,
Yeah,
John
so-
Boy.
You get flagged on YouTube because of male nudity. You're like, there's no nudity. And you're like, oh. Everyone's going to call it frame 30, frame blah, blah, blah. You're like, oh.
But talking about like room
Not a
change,
frame big enough.
Andy did his today. Andy did like the whole of his room. He painted
Yeah, I
it. Got
saw
his
those
show.
turtle figures are pretty dope, man.
He got everything done for the show tonight.
Wow.
If he collapses halfway through the show, it's because of the fumes.
It is
It's
probably it.
Well, you'll see the wall just there. It still hasn't dried properly.
Wow.
So
That's commitment, man.
that is stupidity. That's what that is.
I don't think I could do that. Like I have a lot of originals, but I don't hang any of my work up. I buy other people's work, but I don't hang it up either. I just have it in a stack beside my desk. So I'm just like, wow.
He doesn't put anything on his shelves.
Unbelievable.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's cool.
Untapped potential right there. John Boy, I later on in the show will be reviewing a spoiler-free review of the new Suicide Squad movie, as
cool.
per my costume hints.
I did a cover for that. Yeah, right on.
Well, that's my segue. I know you did a cover, and it was really awesome. Have you seen the film yet? And if so, what did you think?
No, but I have HBO Max, so it's coming August 3rd, so I'm going to watch it then. But I have friends who actually went to the theater to go see it. And I think that's a little risky with the Delta variant flying around, but
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not gonna pee on anybody's parade. Like I think it's, hey man, people responsible for their own health. I think that's cool. I'm excited theaters are open again, but Me, I like staying at home and watching movies because like my wife finally let me get Disney Plus. So yeah, so I watch all the Marvel stuff now. So I'm like, all right, I feel like I'm educated. Which Loki, by the way, I loved Loki. I thought it was the best of the three.
Oh yeah.
A lot of character development, and I
Mhm.
think if you take a crappy character like Loki and you make people love that character, that is a win. Like that's all about story. But I'm watching The Mandalorian now, and I just can't get enough of it.
Oh, mate,
Oh,
yeah.
Superb.
Yeah, it's
I'm
incredible.
trying to talk her into like Premier Access, which is $30 a month US. But then we can watch Black Widow and Jungle Cruise and stuff like that. So,
Well,
like,
John, I
It's
could.
like, you know,
I'll send you them. It's fine.
cinema tickets are like $20.
The
Charlie,
pirates now.
please don't advertise your illegal activity on YouTube.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
I'll
He
send you.
said
I can send you the links of where you can watch them. I've got them Disney Plus. I'll send you the code. You can watch them. It's fine.
Oh
You
no,
can
no,
have-
it's
You
all
can
right.
have that on me.
No, I can't do that, man. Because the thing about it is like I'm doing my own creator-owned project, and I know there's people who are probably going to bootleg and pirate that,
Yeah.
but the people who buy it, I'm always appreciative because that goes directly to the creators. If I
Yeah.
get the development deal, I want to take care of my team. And the thing about it is when things come out, I want to make sure I pay my team and take care of my people. So it's like, I don't mind paying $30 because you have to remember as an artist,
Yeah.
and remember, if you guys start this as a business and start monetizing,
Yeah.
anything you buy for the show is a write-off because it's your business. If you do comics, it's a write-off. If you have subscriptions to shows that you guys review and movies and TV, that's
Yeah.
your write-off for your business. You're like, hey man,
That's deductible.
But there's the whole thing about Black Widow at the moment, isn't there? She's kind of Scarlett Johansson is suing Disney because they streamed it and she wasn't getting a cut of the cinema profits and stuff.
Well, so what happens is the moment you put it onto television, people can rip it and sell bootleg copies because that's a really big thing, especially in Asia.
yeah, dicks like Charlie. That's who.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know it's a really big deal, but so that hurts sales. So whatever model she agreed to in her contract,
Mhm.
they can't go against that model. I think the reason why Disney did that is for me because October's coming up, and that's the new quarter, and they're trying to end their old quarter strong, so they can get their numbers up on their streaming and the movie revenue to bolster. Then that makes them look better as a company. So that's probably why they did that. So they'll probably honestly. They're probably going to name call each other for like maybe another month, and then it's going to be where they're going to pay her off, and it's all going to be good, and no one's. That's good.
I mean,
It'll
going
get
back to
settled
Suicide
behind the
Squad, Ben.
scenes, I reckon.
Ben, going back to Suicide Squad, so obviously you went and see it today. I know you went and see it yesterday for your birthday and stuff. John Boy, you did the variant cover for Joker 6. Is it Joker 6, I believe?
Yeah,
Yeah, Suicide Squad. That's
Yeah.
right. Yep.
You've done two different covers. You've done the standard and then you've done the hidden variant as well.
So I don't know if that made it out on set. I have no idea. So
okay.
I did two versions, and they're like, "Hey, can you do this without that?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, cool." Because like, but they're not sure if they want that in there or not. Yeah, cool. So, so I did. So I don't know if it's going to make it out there or not. They said they might. I'm like, all right, cool. Makes it out there, great.
Who was on your cover again? Was it
One with bubblegum, and then he had the electrodes in his head, like, which I thought was pretty dope. But then
cool.
Yeah, but if they use that for a variant, like secret variant, that's even cooler.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Because as soon as I found out it was coming, I contacted Tom and was like, "Can you get this cover? I
Yes.
need this cover." It was awesome. And I mean, that must have been a fun comic cover to do.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because like when you're doing stuff like that, likenesses are kind of a big deal, and likenesses take me forever to do because you want to like, hey, I gotta make it look kind of like Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't. My wife's like, he looks like a pedophile or something. I was like, I don't know what else
To be fair, Peter Capaldi from some angles, I think it kind of captures his essence.
Yeah, I'll say here, yeah.
I try to, right?
Get it?
Sometimes you don't get it right all the time, but so I'm like, okay. But it's kind of funny because like the layouts that I really want to do is a bigger image of Harley with those guys in the back, and it looks so dope. But they're like, no, we want the pull back group shot. And I'm like, oh, all right. I mean, all are great, but I'm like, when you fall in love with a certain layout, you're really kind of like, try to champion that a little bit. Like, hey, we should.
Yeah, definitely.
But like the thing about it though, especially with those types of covers, it goes through a certain committee too, because the movie people actually get to take a look at it too, because it's part of the company. So it's how it goes.
The James Gunn stamp of approval.
Yeah, he liked it. So, but I mean,
yeah.
He's a super nice guy. So even if he hated it, I'm sure he'd say he liked it. So
I hated it.
I loved it. Back of the ass, shit, it's the worst. So.
John Boy, we've just gone over our comic picks of the month. Has there been anything that you've read over the last month that has stood out for you at all?
I think consistently two things that I consistently read are Nice House on the Lake. Great book. Tynan at his best. Personally, I think, and it's early enough in the series where if you want to pick it up, you should pick it up. It's really cheap. Another book is Once in Future, which is going to be wrapping soon.
Yes,
yeah, I love that book. They're a really good job of like bringing in Arthurian legend and marrying it to other public domain works of fiction like Grendel, things like that. And I think it's a really nice. It's the same thing kind of like Neil Gaiman does when he writes his stuff, where he picks from mythology and works it into his stories, which is I think a great thing. So I'm a sucker.
I love that book.
Yeah, it's a great book.
One of my favorite books. I think Bridget's one of my favorite characters. Like she's just a cantankerous old woman. I think it's great.
They need to make a TV show because it'd be fairly low budget because you're like normal people, normal clothes, but then the effects is where you spend the money on. But I'm like, dude, you could totally do it. Like Netflix, like throw money at it. What the hell? So
definitely.
I think those are the two that I'm consistently picking up. Another one I just started reading is Robin, by Josh Williams and Gleb Miklunov or Miklunov.
Yeah, Gleb Miklunov. Yeah.
Really, actually, I really, really liked it. Really enjoyed it. I think the only problem I have is the same problem I had with Snyder's run on Justice League, where like Lex Luthor taking out Vandal Savage. Like, I have a problem with moral characters getting beaten. Because, like, if Vandal Savage has been around since the beginning of time, and Ra's al Ghul probably just as long, you know what I mean? Like, if you're using the 10,000 hour rule, how smart these guys are, what they know, their fighting skills, like, honed over centuries and centuries and centuries. Like, come on, man. They're going to let some punk ass come in and just kind of like beat him. He's not going to be able to beat Roz. Luthor is not going to be able to beat Vandal Savage. Like,
that's why I don't like those characters, though. Like, I really struggle with those, like, immortal characters. I like characters that have, like, a clear vulnerability, a clear kind of weakness.
Here's the thing, though. With those characters, over time, you're not good or evil. You become altruistic, where you see the bigger picture because you've been around so long. So
Dr. Manhattan.
Right. But maybe these guys are letting themselves be beaten because they're trying to level up the people around them. Like the idea of Roz allowing Batman to quote unquote beat him is because maybe he wants to level up Bruce because he sees Bruce as a successor. Makes total sense to me. The way Vandal Savage is trying to challenge the best and brightest to rise up higher and do better is much more unique. But I think a lot of writers don't kind of clue onto that fact where they're like, yeah, like, would these guys actually be able to beat them? It's like, there's no way. Like, honestly, like, there's no way you're going to match somebody. Let's say, Leonardo da Vinci is an immortal and has been drawing since the time he arrived. Like, there's no way anybody's going to be able to match his skill and what he does and the ability that's supposed to inspire everyone else around them. It's something bigger at that point. But,
you trying to tell us something, John? Have you been around since the start of time? Is that why you're so good and so inspirational?
He's not doing variant covers for Marvel and DC.
I would be Oprah rich, and I'd use all that money to do a lot of good. So, I would create.
I'd be the coolest guy ever.
I would create like a Wakanda-like country where it's just high technology, where it's more about challenging people to come up better and brighter, and like because when you take my theory is this: I think if people's basic needs are being met. Food, water, shelter, safety, it allows people to focus their energies on something that is hopefully not greedy, but a little bit more altruistic, where there's a bigger picture to things. And I'm not talking about socialism here, but what I'm talking about is more of a people tend to see only within their own view of what they want, and it's more kind of like if you have a view of like, hey, we're all in this together, like we rise or fall together, we can do these things together, and then it's more of a hey, we're aspiring to do this now as a people instead of this. It's kind of like what Kennedy did with the space race, where he got everybody involved in like public sentiment. There was this big push now, like, hey, we're all behind this. So then it was easier to push through money and stuff like that, and we quote unquote made it to the moon. You know what I mean? But it's that same type of mindset, because I think once I think things are met, people can actually focus their energy not on fighting, but doing different things, you know. But that's I guess that's why comic books exist, because we can write that stuff and make that stuff.
Yeah. So
I've got a question from Triple G. Says, John Boy, you mentioned buying other people's art. What's your favorite piece?
Oh man,
Good question. That was a good question.
I have a lot of Olivier Coipel art, because that guy's work is pretty amazing. And honestly, you can look at the black and white versions in print, but when you look at the actual originals, you actually see all the brush strokes. You get a better sense of like his approach and his nuts and bolts, because you get to see all the little like, I see what he's doing here. And then the other guy is Joe Madureira.
Oh yes,
but both those guys are super expensive to pick up, his work. But I got like a lot of like Dave Johnson stuff. I got some Dan Panosian stuff. I used to have a ton of Jason Pearson and Arthur Adams back in the day, but I had to sell it all like long time ago, like because I was broke and needed money. So like, I guess I've got all this art. I guess I could sell it, I guess, to make some money to pay some bills. So
we've all been there. We've all had that moment in our life where we've had to sell parts of our collection or the whole collection. It's just it's life, isn't it?
Yeah. So a really cool story is I met Mike Mignola when he first launched Hellboy, and this is when I was a little punk kid. I was like 17 at Comic-Con, and he was sitting down with his pages, and I was talking to him and looking at these pages, and they were priced like $200-$300, maybe one's like $400, maybe $500. And he's like, man, I just hope I could sell 1 or 2 pages today. That would be great. And I'm like, yeah. And this is from pages from Wake the Devil, so Hellboy just came out. I'm looking at, like, for me, like, I'm like 17 years old. I ain't got no money. Like, I brought $500. That was like mowing lawns and doing whatever. Like, there's no way. Like, I'm going to be able to afford this. But then flash forward like 10 years later, those same pages like 10,000, 15, 20,000. It's like, man.
That's just awesome. I've got another question from Geek Driven. When you're creating a variant cover, what are you thinking when you're planning out the layout?
I think for me, especially if I'm doing it for a retailer, is I respect how much money, and there's always a level of risk that retailers are putting out when they're putting out a cover. So my main thing is to come up with something that is unique, that gets people excited, and that sells. That's my main motivation for them. Is like, I need to do art that is going to sell for them, that's going to feel high end, that they feel like they're getting a great product they can make money on. Because if I give them a good cover and they can't make money off of it, that's not on me, buddy. That's on you. You didn't promote it right. You didn't make the right deals. So I think for me, like, I'm always looking at, like, from when I'm doing covers for people, I don't look at it like I'm an employee or anything. Like, we're partners on this. So I want to make sure, like, hey, when we're having, if they're allowed to have a discussion about what goes under the cover, they're like, hey, I'd like to do a homage. I'm like, if it's a facsimile, cool, let's do that. If it's not, like, hey, look, I don't do that, but this is what I can do. Like, I want to do something like this. Because, like, the idea when you're putting work out there, you want to do covers that feel new. You want to look at, like the Boba Fett thing. I look through it. There's like a million of Boba Fett, like, doing this or doing that or flying. I'm like, okay, well, maybe, kind of side profile where you just kind of head turned a little bit, standing in this field, like you just iced all these guys, something like that. There wasn't a lot of covers out there, not in my mind, that I found in a Google search that was like that. So I was like, okay, cool. So I should do something like that, because that is something that when people see it, like, oh, I've never seen that take on Boba Fett before. Like, that way the idea is if you have all these like 10 different covers to pick from, but mine's the one that they haven't seen, and but all the other covers are like, oh, I already have a cover like kind of like that already. They're going to pick my cover, hopefully, with that retailer, so the retailer makes their sales. So that's kind of my thinking about it, because it's like there's always a certain level of risk, and I don't want someone to lose money on something they do with me, because I think every retailer cover I've done has been, in my mind, pretty good. And if you can't make money off of it, then it's like, hey, you just didn't promote it.
Well, we've had, well, I say we, I mean, I've had a couple of your books. I've had the Batman 108.
Yes.
Erratic was one of the ones we did.
Mhm.
Trying to think what the other ones we did, but pretty much all of them have sold out apart from the Batman 108. But that's because I've kept a few back for doing his mystery part of the mystery boxes.
Yeah, that's great.
But yeah, I think your work is amazing, and it has really sold for us.
Oh.
I didn't realize that me and you have got a mutual friend, John, in the guys who did Jupiter Jet from the Mike.
Jason, yeah, those guys.
Yeah. I met Jason at New York Comic Con. He's absolute hero, mate.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and like you'll never meet somebody more passionate about comics than Jason.
Absolutely.
And his wife Ash too. Like they're all about geekdom. Like they have their own podcast. You guys go on their podcast. You guys go on yours.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah, definitely.
Geek history lesson. It's amazing. It's so good. It's a really good podcast.
Yeah, they're really good. They're good folks, and they do a lot of charity stuff too for like the military. Jason is a former vet. He did 2 tours of Afghanistan. I think two.
Gosh.
But like I've got a lot of love and admiration for people who serve in the military, because I'm a military brat as well. So. It's like I know the commitment it takes, so it's like it's kind of good to always give back. So.
Oh, that's wicked. Yeah. So I've got a couple of questions before you have to speak, John. Well, we've got one from Triple J.
No, we got 20 minutes. Let's do it.
Okay, cool.
20 minutes. Let's go. Quick, come on, get in.
Has a retailer or publisher ever asked you to draw or change something in your work that you have refused to do, just wondered how much control you have over your final work?
Well, sometimes there's changes that make sense, because sometimes we'll do something and it'll go through the chain, and sometimes right now there's a big push to tone down violence in comics and blood, especially on the bigger tier characters like Batman. So if I'm doing something where, like say I'm doing Punchline and she has a lot of blades, like, okay, well maybe we need to tone that down to like maybe 1 blade, or something like that. There's blood on the cover, maybe tone that down. So I think there's things that make sense. Sure. I don't think I've ever refused. I think the only time I refuse to do something is when I get a request in and they're telling me exactly what to draw. And it's kind of like, well, why do you even need me? Like, if you want it like that, why don't you just hire someone to draw? Like, you can just draw it yourself like that. You don't need me. Because, that's the only time usually in the front end is that people are asking me to do something and they're being very like specific about what they want. I think for an artist to be that specific on something like, hey, it has to be done this way, verbatim, you're kind of like, it kind of puts the FU in fun, because you can't really do it. They're like, well, where's the, like, where can I impart my thing that I get excited about on this? Because I'm really just doing what you want. And it's like, well, I'm busy working on my creator own book. I do these covers for extra money and for fun. So like, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it because I can add something of value to that or to that book, instead of just, I think that's the time when I'm always kind of like, Triple G, I don't, you always feel like, when you're doing coverage, you want to have some sort of dialogue or rapport, like, hey, look, like, if you're approaching an artist to do this, like, you're doing it because you're like, hey, you've done these cool covers, so can you just do a cool cover for us? And if you know the guy is really committed to doing great work, you know that you're going to get something really great back in return, and that's the thing you always want to be aware of, because like if they just stick you with somebody like, hey, we want to give you, Jimmy Jojo Smith, you want to Google that guy's work and say, okay, cool, say, cool, Jimmy Jojo Smith, like, hey, publisher, when this guy's doing a cover, here's some samples of stuff that we liked, that these types of covers, so maybe something in that vein, because then you're defining that bullseye for the artist a little bit. It's like, cool, like, let me know what you're thinking, then let me kind of flex and do my thing, and hopefully I can come up with something cool and that you'll like.
I've never seen the work of Jimmy Jojo Smith.
I hear he's pretty amazing. He's a game changer. Like, he's
Google it, guys. Google Jimmy Jojo Smith and let us know what his work is like.
Right. Hopefully it's safe for work. So if you're at
Thanks
work.
thanks for the question, Triple G. Really trying to stir the shit there, weren't you?
Another one. Which cartoons did you watch when you were a younger John boy?
G.I. Joe, Transformers, Spider-Man.
He-Man?
I did watch He-Man. I watched Thundercats, Silverhawks, Tiger Sharks, Batman the Animated. Honestly, I've been in love with comics and all of its genres since I was 4 years old, since my first comic book. So, I like everything geek-wise. Like, I used to, in junior high, even high school, I would bring in cartoons for everyone to watch in class. So I was a huge nerd.
Yeah, right.
And people would make fun of me, but I was like, whatever, that's fine. But look at me now.
There you go. Right? You to all the haters back in the day.
Yeah.
I mentioned you the other day, John Boy, because I remember when you came on last time and you mentioned we were talking about swords. It was with you, wasn't it? Yeah. And I can't remember why I mentioned it. But anyway.
It was about this sword.
Oh, yes. That was the Thundercat. Like, I got that from watching Thundercats. Because I was oh. So,
Now, on the subject of swords, have you seen the new He-Man cartoon?
So, I'm going to preface this, and I think it's great that a He-Man cartoon exists. I think it's wonderful, and I've got friends who work on the show. I'm not a big Kevin Smith fan. I never have been. I don't really care much for Kevin Smith or anything he's involved in. I'll just leave it at that. Like, I don't.
Wow. Okay. Good. Swords.
Mic drop.
Thanks for asking, Ben.
I didn't even get to the question about the sword splitting in two. And he's already burnt that sword to a crisp.
No, so the sword splitting in two thing was never in the original canon, I don't think.
No.
But it was in the Mike Young one, where the two power swords became one. Where
there was a lot of shit that wasn't in the original canon in that cartoon. I think that's the problem, isn't it, for a lot of people?
Well, no, I think the problem is So I understand what they're trying to do. And they did it successfully already in She-Ra, where it was very much about female empowerment. And the show was so strong because of that. And I think you have a show where it has He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, but He-Man's only in the first 5 episodes, if that. And then it's all Teela and her crew, which I understand that serves a narrative, but you should just call it Masters of the Universe. Like, it's a bit of a bait and switch. And I think it's kind of like...
Yeah, I think if they called it Teela and the Masters of the Universe, we would have known what we were getting into.
No, I think the thing about it is like, you have to understand, if you have someone like Kevin on your show, that's kind of what you're going to get. That's Kevin. Like, it's that's his thing. And like, for me, I think that's great. Like, if that's what the producers want as well, then I think it's a success. I think the show is incredibly well done. I think the animation, character design, the writing's top notch. It's just, I think I'm not a Kevin Smith fan. Like, he's done a lot to, just like, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, well, we got Kevin Smith in the waiting room. We're going to bring him on now. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, bring him on. I'm like, I think what he does for comics, by and large, is great. And I think he's a great cheerleader. I just don't really care for his stories. I don't really care for the way he approaches stories. I don't, it's too much from an end of. I honestly, like, I want to keep it positive. I think it's great that the show exists, and I think they're getting a lot of positive feedback now on the direction of where the show should be going. And Kevin is very, very key to what fans want. So if they're saying they want this, then they're going to try to find a way to bring it back around for season 2. So I think they'll make some adjustments there. So I think that's a good thing. And leave it at that. I think.
Quick, someone ask another question. Quick.
Triple G's got another question. Do you do blank cover commissions? Sorry for hogging all the questions.
I do. So the plan is to open up some spots in September, because I'll be dialing back on a lot of my cover work. So, because Princess Dragon Killer will be moving full swing by then. So, and I still need to make money. So I'll be opening spots on my website, usually for like some commissions and some blank cover sketches. But I don't sell I don't sell original pages or covers anymore. Just because if you go to like Heritage or even like any of those auction sites, like I think the thing is, if I sell a piece of art for $700, and then like 5 years later, the guy turns around and sells it for $35,000, I think I'm gonna punch myself in the face. Because honestly, like, I think that's great for the collectors, but they don't give any cut back to the artists, which is kind of crappy. There should be laws in place to protect artists, because, like, you know, without us, you wouldn't have the work. It's just like, you know, it's not like we're not Oprah rich by any means. You know, we're always job to job to job. You know, as much as people think like, hey, I'm living high in the hog and I burn 20s with, you know, to light my cigars and everything's great. You know, it's you know, it's not like that.
Have your glass of rosé.
Right, and they'll pick you up like, oh, here's my dry bottle of water here.
I would definitely be on that commission list, John Boy. I would love to get you to do a cover for me.
Yeah, you know, I think I would be even more excited about doing a cover for you guys for an exclusive book for you guys, even if it's an indie book, like doing Vampirella or Red Sonja, something like that, starting out from there.
Wow.
And then building out your stuff. You guys could do that too. So
I want Red Sonja stood on the corpses of all of us. Like, we're all like under her foot, and she's just like on top of us. Like, yeah.
That's very specific, glorious. But actually that would actually be a fun cover to do, because then it kind of like, that's kind of different and kind of fun. Then like, yeah, I could do that. So.
That was just a small insight into Ben's mind.
I think that's, but you see, that gives me an idea of like, okay, something like that, we could do something like that and make it totally fun. Like, yeah, I could do that. That would be all right. So,
oh my god, amazing!
We could do it. We could do it. That would be fun.
Let's do it.
That would be incredible. That would be
and
amazing.
We're an hour and a half into this show, and I feel like we've peaked in terms of my happiness now. So that's it. I'm going to log off. Have a good night.
Aside from somebody like coming on here, like a car driving through your newly painted walls and wrecking your toys, there's nothing else. No more excitement to be had.
Our blue and purple walls that we've got in the background.
Our blue and purple walls. Geek driven. What current artists do you admire or enjoy their style of?
You know, honestly, I would have to say the guy that is. There's two guys I think who are really amazing. Kim Jacinto, who is a guy from the Philippines. Is it Jacinto or Jacinto? Really amazing artist. He started out kind of very Olivier Coipel-esque and has kind of evolved to a very kind of manga, James Herron inspired style. And another guy is Dan Mora, who I think is probably next to Stuart.
Oh, mate, yes.
Probably
insane.
Yeah, probably one of the best comic artists in the business, hands down. Like that guy next to Jorge Jimenez, him and Dan Mora and Stuart and Olivier Coipel are probably the top four guys who are basically influencing everybody in the industry right now, in terms of look and style. But I think everybody pretty much bit off of Olivier and Stuart and Monin as far as the cross hatching and the solid grounded storytelling and the use of heavy blacks and things like that. Like, they're just, both of those guys are like game changers. It's kind of weird because like fandom still holds on to like all the 90s guys, but there's a lot of modern guys who are just crushing it. And it's just like, hey, like these guys are pretty, like, you know.
Have you read any of the Better Ray Bill series, the new one? Warren Johnson, is it? Are you not a fan?
Daniel Warren, that guy, amazing.
Daniel Warren Johnson, that's one.
I'm not big on like making Sif like the vessel for every hero.
Yeah.
To wield a hammer. I don't like that. I think it kind of, for me, it cheapens the character a little bit, and I think Bill already had somebody he loved very much. He stayed on the ship with her. It's his ship, his people. So I don't know what happened to her. So I'm more in love with the Walt Simonson version of Beta Ray Bill, and not to any disrespect to the creators before who are doing stuff now. I know when you're working in comics, a lot of things get mandated to you, and you make the best you can with what you've been told to work around, and I totally get that. I just think characters in their core initial versions are probably what they need to be and need to kind of stay true to. Like, Venom being a hero doesn't exactly work. Venom being the person who's kind of an anti-hero, who's always going to be looked at as the outcast, is something that I think always works well, and that's the core of that character. So,
and you know what, that's one of the things I love about you, John Boy, because I asked that as a artist question, just because his work reminds me of some of your work, in terms of its kind of drama and kind of vibrancy. But you, as an artist, always talk about the story and talk about the characters and the love of the characters and how they should stay true to this element of the character and this element, and that is so refreshing, because I think potentially there are artists out there that are just getting their paycheck and drawing what needs to be drawn, and it's nice
hard
to know the passion that goes behind what you do.
It's really hard, because when you get faced with these choices, you're pretty much told to draw it a certain way. And the thing about that is, you have to pay the bills, and there's no harm in like, hey, look, like the work's out there, and it's like, hey, personally, that's not where I would want the character to have gone, but hey, it's not my character, and I got to pay the bills. This is why doing creator-owned is much more fulfilling, because you can do whatever you want. You don't have a corporation telling you no. If I want to make some chick with a giant sword cut off the head of a dragon and drink its blood and put that on the cover, I could totally do that.
Oh, mate,
oh, yeah.
I'd buy that cover.
Yeah, like, but for me, I really want to stay true to the original versions of the characters, because for me, comics are not about companies; they're about the creators, and the creators who created those characters, like Walt Simonson with Beta Ray Bill. The things he imparted, what he wanted Bill to be and to stay true to. Bill is the purest of all the Thors for that simple reason, because he's Beta Ray Bill. He's the most noble of all the Thors to ever wield a hammer. And I think when you do that and you kind of tarnish that stain, you're kind of like, man, look, like you're kind of. I understand you do things from a character's point of view and you have him come back in art, but you can still tell great stories from Beta Ray's point of view, because Beta Ray Bill, the whole Thor mythos, when you boil it down, is very Arthurian. Like Thor is Arthur, to a certain degree. Like, and Beta Ray Bill is kind of like your I think is it Percival or Gawain who are the most pure, right? But you kind of approach it from that point of view, then things kind of start to make sense. And where does Loki kind of end up? Well, Loki is kind of like the Lancelot character, where he betrays Arthur. He still loves his brother, but he occasionally betrays him because he's selfish, But you have to kind of boil these things down, and I think you always want to stay true to that version of that character, because that's the I think the Wolverine's a great example. The worst thing anybody ever did with Wolverine is tell his origin, and my buddy Paul Jenkins did a masterful job doing that. But I wish that never happened, as far as someone telling Wolverine's origin, because everything that we thought Logan was, what made Logan was that big mystery, that everything we thought that was about that character, right? Because it was going for so long, and it could be anything. But now that you're saying, well, he grew up in the 1800s and he was kind of a punk kid, and his name was James Howlett, and he was kind of a whiny little kid, and you're just kind of like, dude, you just kind of like, it's kind of like the Star Wars prequels, where everybody in their mind, it went on for so long, had their own ideas of what it should be, and when it finally came out saying this is it, and everyone was like, that's cool. Not what I would have done. It's like not what I wanted it to be. Like it could have been, it would have been better if you just did moments in Logan's life where World War II Logan teams up with Captain America, World War I Logan, Logan riding with Teddy Roosevelt. He was a Rough Rider. Or he rode with Pancho Villa, or he did these things. Like you're filling in where Logan fits within these narratives, where he's an integral part of history. He did all these historical things that we never know he was a part of, and he plays into this bigger thing. He's this bigger character, That is better for mystery than saying he was this kid and he was this and he was that, and here's his whole story, and you're just like, you just ruined Wolverine. And Wolverine's never been the same since. When you're
it's something I feel the similar kind of emotions with the whole Joker thing. Like I love not knowing how what came before the Joker. I love knowing obviously that Batman was involved in that transformation.
Right.
But I kind of don't. I like the idea that there's 3 different versions, in Killing Joke, and we don't quite know, and stuff like that. And I love, like, in the Dark Knight films where he kind of tells different versions, and you really don't know which one it is. And don't get me wrong, that Joaquin Phoenix Joker film is a masterpiece.
Oh, it's a masterpiece.
Maybe one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. But I just love the kind of the mystery of certain characters. So I am with you all the way with that.
Yeah, I think we could tell. It's good to tell stories that are moments in time of these characters, because the idea is, like, Joker. It depends who's writing him, but Joker is supposed to be a tragic figure. He's misunderstood. He's doing these things for a certain reason. You got to understand, like, I think when certain writers write them, again, you're talking from a corporate point of view, they're being kind of told, like, we kind of want this. And you kind of have to make that. You're given lemons sometimes, like, let's make lemonade. Let's make that the best lemonade we can be. So, but I think it's better to show characters moments in time and give bits of their story, but not the whole story. Because when you do that, you're stripping away everything that people have projected onto those characters as far as what they think that character is. Yeah. It's always better to taste, like, little digestible bites. Like, yeah, this is one moment at a time. This is not this whole story. This is just this little nugget. And the thing about it, a character, like, I was kind of, it goes to my other point. I know we're getting close to time. So my wife's like,
I want my ribs.
Get in the kitchen, John boy. You're cooking.
Where's my fish tacos?
Yeah, you better cooking all those fish tacos. The thing about it is, like, I wasn't quite warm to the idea of multiple Spider-Man. I think for Spidey it works because it's a multiverse thing. It kind of fits into that. I think multiple Wolverine thing really bugs me because, like, Laura Kinney, X-23, is such an interesting character, and I would try to do something where she's more independent out of the Wolverine shadow. She didn't have to be like, her dad's not dead. She doesn't have to take the mantle, right? It's kind of like she could be, and even like Honey Badger is more of her own character than X-23.
And they've, like, put her in his costume, literally. Like, it's like she didn't need to wear his costume. Like,
yeah. Like, I think the Marvel stories are fine, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is, I think from Wolverine, the point where Wolverine, we told his whole origin story, from then it's been kind of downhill for that character, in my mind. And it's just like, it would be nice to have those characters and those IPs just as elevated as the Avengers stuff, and I know things go in cycles and that's the nature of things, but it would be really nice to kind of get back to who core Logan is, instead of just like, he's a killing machine and he can't be stopped. And it's like, okay, we get that, but, like, it'd be really nice to just do a storyline for, like, maybe half a year where it's just Logan in the past.
That would be cool.
Yeah, you want to get back to basic mystery Logan. Like, hey, wait a minute, it's not this is older than the 1800s. Like, how is this possible? Like, no, I don't know. Maybe James Howlett isn't Wolverine. Maybe that's just another implant. I would do that and make his whole life right. And he's like, what? It's just another kind of like screwing with his mind again. I would do that instead and just bring him back to that more. He's a man of mystery. But I'm not too excited about the direction of the X-Men right now. Either like Planet X-Men and Krakatoa and all this stuff is you're kind of setting these characters to be too omnipotent, and it's kind of like
less is more, and the 100%. X-Men 100%. There is a lot going on.
Yeah, a lot going on. But that's Hickman. He's very, like, everything branches out. There's an interconnectivity to it, and I get that. I just not. Again,
John Boy, we need to get you back on the show and involved in our weekly reviews, because I definitely
it's called the Old Man Rant, and we come in.
I love it. You'll have some interesting insights.
That's what we need. Every couple of months, we get John Boy on.
Yeah,
go for it.
But I don't want to be negative. Like, I think everything that creators are doing, I think they're doing because they're doing the best work they possibly can do with what they're given, and I totally, like them. Like, I'm not saying, like, what Ben Percy's doing right now, Wolverine, I think is really great. I would like to see Logan go back to more of his core roots, personally, for me as a fan. But I think that's the thing about comics is like, they're going one direction, and if they always feel like they want to zig back into course correcting, we can always do that. It's like, hey, we could just like, okay, hey, this never happened. Okay, I don't know what happened there. What happened to all the minions? I don't know. They're dead again. I don't know. Someone killed Scarlet Witch again. I don't know.
Spider-Man one more day all over again.
No,
Never
thank you.
happened. It
No
never
way.
happened.
We couldn't keep going.
Well, if someone gets hold of an Infinity Stone, they can actually reset everything. And they can have this mystery throughout the whole book. Who reset the Marvel Universe?
Yeah, that would be sick.
That would be sick.
And the answer, John Boy Mayers.
Right at the end of the
With
book,
his
John
pen.
Black.
With
No,
his
they'll
pen,
probably, make
just
it,
like that.
they'll probably make it the Scarlet Witch, and they'll blame her for everything again.
Yeah.
She always
She's
gets
such a great
blamed.
character. They shouldn't be using her like that, like a cosmic, no. She always gets picked on. It's not
She's like a
fair.
cosmic nuke, isn't she? She's just like, let's just wipe the slate clean and say it's all her fault.
Right, kind of. Like, I think the better idea is more of like somebody who came in, somebody innocuous came in and reset all reality, and he's the only one who knows.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Like a rogue watcher.
I'm a big fan of Toad, and I think it's about time that he got the storyline he deserves. So I'm going to pitch that Toad is the one that changes all of time.
He wants it way back where they're in the Brotherhood again, and everyone's like, "Oh, I can hit on the Scarlet Witch." Pietro's like, "Get away from my sister. She's mine."
We're on to something special. We're on to something special.
100%.
100% there. That sounds like it. It really does.
Yeah. It is time for me to go in the kitchen and put
John,
my hand to work.
before you go, we just want to say it's always a pleasure. You're now the 5th member of the Killer Comics crew.
I'm the 5th Beatle. I love that.
You're the 5th Beatle. You are. You
Yeah.
are. And it's thanks for jumping on. Like it's always great having you on. So thanks for taking the time to
My
do
pleasure. Thanks for having me on, guys. I'm getting some packages in. When I get some more books in, I will reach out and send you guys out another package. I'll include some Boba Fett prints in there for you guys. There'll be mini prints, but they'll be cool prints. Maybe some extras to go away for fans on the show.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Thanks, John Boy. You're an absolute star.
Honestly, there is.
Legend.
Thanks, John Boy. It's been an amazing show. We won't hold your wife back from the John
Taco
Boy
time. It's taco
time.
Taco.
Taco Saturday. Yeah.
You are an absolute legend. You're one of the nicest guys I think we've had the privilege of having on the show. The nicest
Hey, you
guys
guys have Babs Taro. Was
spoken
Babs on
to.
the show? Was Babs on the show? Or
No, we haven't.
We featured her.
Yeah, so what we're doing,
Never on.
we're coming up to Thought Bubble, and this is going to be the first time all of us meet because obviously we
Great.
started this through lockdown. So leading up to Thought Bubble, we're doing the road to Thought Bubble, and what we're going to do, we're going to do a create a spotlight that we feature about every single artist and writer and stuff that's going to be there, so we can give like the audience, if they haven't heard about Thought Bubble, they can kind of see who's going to be there, what they can look forward to.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to
Babs,
kind of
Babs
feedback.
is amazing.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
Super nice too. Like she's always every time I stop by her desk or walk by, huge lines. Super nice. Yeah.
And you know, when you do if you do ever come over to the UK, we will take you out. We'll give you a Killer Comic Show welcome, and we'll treat you to a few beers.
Okay, so I don't really get like smashed at all, but I would do that in the UK. I would totally do that.
Yes,
That's cool.
John Boy.
Yeah.
That's
John Boy,
all right.
this is the first drink I've had since Christmas. Tonight is dangerous.
It is dangerous tonight. All right.
It is fine.
I like where you guys' heads are at. Just don't hurt anybody.
No, we won't. We won't.
Bananas
Ourselves.
is safety.
Well, I'm worried about your wife hurting you if you don't get them tacos on, mate.
Oh no! I just get Fryer going and get things moving. It's no problem. So,
But John, it's a
Thank you
pleasure,
so
mate.
much.
Thank you so much for coming on,
Appreciate
dude.
it.
And
Thank
we
you,
will
thanks for having me, guys.
speak
Great
soon.
questions, everybody. Definitely great questions. And we'll chat soon. Talk to you guys
Yes,
later.
definitely. See you later,
Cheers,
John.
John.
See you
Take
later.
care.
John Boy.
Bye-bye. Wow. This is how we
Awesome.
roll on the show. Incredible. Absolutely amazing.
First exclusive for the
We interrupt this broadcast.
Go.
We just interrupt this broadcast to bring on. But we was going to do the rest of the October previews, and that surprise visit by the one and only John Boy Mass kind of threw us a bit. So
Should we
I
come
think,
back to that?
yeah, let's come back to that. But before we do that, we're going to go into a new section. We're going to go into the other section. But I've just got a special message from someone. Well, let's find out who.
I am Jason Douglas, the creator and writer of Parallel from SourcePoint Press, and this is the Killer Comic Show After Dark.
So cool.
Jason.
There it is.
Embarrassing.
Right, but I'm bringing Jason. I'm bringing you on, but I've also got a very close friend of the Killer Comic Show. This guy knows so much about Funko Pops, and it kind of leads perfectly into our next segment. So I'm going to be bringing in Mr. Darren the Poptonist.
Hey!
There we are.
This party is cooking on gas now.
He
Look
is
at this.
cooking on
Good
gas.
evening.
Jason,
Evening,
meet
Jason.
Darren, meet Jason.
Good evening.
This is.
Howdy.
It's been great. Sorry about that. Like John Boy, you know, he just comes on. He's the fifth member of the Killer Comic Show. So
nodding along, agreeing, laughing. It was delightful.
this is just it's awesome when he just pops on, and he now kind of wants. I think he's just signed up for every 2 months now, hasn't he? I think we need to.
That's what I heard.
And yeah, and that was
We've
it.
got a Red Sonja variant coming now as well. So
Yes, which is also great. But I think now we've got everyone on. Jason, we're going to talk more in depth about what you've been up to and stuff like that. But we've got another segment coming in, and it just leads lovely into. He's been sitting backstage waiting for that, and Ben put that all together. And that was just awesome. This is the Killer Comic Show After Dark. We are doing Toy Talk featuring the man, the king of the coffee club at 10:30 every other Saturday now. Darren, is it every other Saturday now?
Every other Saturday at the minute. Yep.
And this we're going to talk toys. Now, toys are a massive part of a collector's life, whether it's comics, your time with the comics. I know Darren's a Funko Pop collector, and due to this show, due to us misfits promoting the hell out of comics, he now jumps into comics. He's now jumped into comics and stuff. So it goes hand in hand. So Darren, let's just jump straight into it, mate. We've got FunCon.
Now, this is the iteration of San Diego Comic-Con. Now, obviously, this year with COVID, it isn't happening in the same format, but Funko have taken it on board by themselves, and they're doing something over at their Hollywood store. So, as you can see, a whole load of exclusive releases that are coming out here in the UK across a lot of retailers, a load of US retailers on board with this as well. But this is the slate for the UK, I believe. Is that right, Charlie?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so Funko Europe will be the main hub for all this. They've got a lottery, lottery-based system. Lots of collectors will be involved in this. These go on sale on Wednesday. There's about 15 or 20 of those at the bottom of that list there that will be made available. So there's a whole host of stuff. There's limited edition pieces that are coming out in the US, but they're not finding their way over here, unfortunately. So if you are going to get those, you're going to have to get them through secondary retail. So there's a 10-inch Galactus. There's Russo Brothers 2-pack, obviously the directors of Infinity War and Endgame and Civil War. And there's also a Stargirl DC Pop, which is a limited edition piece. Again, another one that's going to be US only. But one's on there. I mean, there's one really nice one that stands out for me. You know, there's not a lot of UK-centric releases that are made. Most of the stuff released by Funko tends to be sort of very American in terms of sort of its sort of foundation. But there's a Danger Mouse Pop that's coming out, and that's I think one of the first times, bar maybe Wallace and Gromit, that a sort of British property has been taken on board. So that'll be quite a unique one for UK-based collectors, I would imagine. And then we've got a new Wesley Snipes version of Blade. We've got a different iteration of Falcon in a different type of suit, and obviously that's pretty big at the moment. Obviously with Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and Black Noir from the Boys. That was always rumored from about 6 months ago as a con exclusive, and now it's definitely the case. So there's loads to choose from.
I like the detachable kid. That's the one that catches my eye right there. TDK from Suicide Squad.
Right, yeah. I'm not that familiar. I must admit, I'm not that familiar with that character, so I'm going to go see the film at the earliest chance. But so at the minute, there's been a lot of talk as to whether it's a great lineup of pops this time around, but I think with COVID and I think supply has been a major issue. One big standout is, I don't know if it's actually on that list actually. There's actually the first ever released diecast made pop. So it'll be diecast metal Captain America pop. So they are going down a slightly different route with this one. Yeah. It's going to be a diecast. So the one thing you'll find with pops, so Marvel based properties and Disney based properties have all got bobbleheads. So as you can see,
always annoyed me.
So licensing wise, they're bobbleheads. Now the diecast one, obviously because it's not a vinyl figure, isn't a bobblehead. So that's the first time they've done that. whereas all the other properties are just typical vinyl figures. So,
And
very
will it
light
be
there.
same size?
Yeah, same size. It's coming in a plastic embossed sort of protective box as well. So it's a very different it's $50 in the States, but the problem with the UK market is you're probably going to be looking at about £70 or £80 for that one. So we'll have to wait and see what the price is going to be like on that.
Jason, are you?
It's the same Christian.
Hey,
Same
we
Christian.
are on the same wavelength,
Can you
my
guys
friend.
just coordinate it and do it like every other word so it's really adorable?
Okay.
That's a worrying sign that we are one, doing this far too much, and two, we're too close. Charlie, go on, you go. You got a better accent than me.
Do you collect any Funko Pops or toy collectibles?
A little bit. Like my kid, I was buying a lot of Funko for my kids through my kids. Like my son's got a mini version of that beautiful wall in his room. You got to tell me more about the Wallace and Gromit Pops, please, because those would be what I would personally.
That's very
We talked about this the last time I was on, and like the whole Angliophile thing is almost like a nasty word probably to your ears when a Yank says it. But like I've been on board with Nick Park's work since the beginning, like Grand Day Out and Creature Comforts coming out at that same time, and whatever,
so good,
or whatever. I was like,
Nick Park was an
oh my
hero.
god, yes.
So we have
Please,
Gromit,
That's amazing.
Look at that.
Shaun the Sheep, which I don't know if you'll be familiar with that particular character, but
of
another
course,
of the
Shaun the Sheep premiering a close shave and then getting his own show later on.
Absolutely.
Shaun the Sheep is a
And then,
cultural. He is a cultural icon.
So there's a whole host of sort of UK-based properties, mainly in the sort of comedy sitcom space, where a lot of UK collectors always shout about. You know, there's a lot of The Office Pops at the moment.
Yeah.
The US version of The Office now. There's never been a UK version of The Office,
Which there should be because
Which
it's
there
a
absolutely should be.
superior show. Which is
in my opinion, I agree.
Yeah.
Imagine a David Brent pop. Oh my god, take my money.
Oh wow,
That would be awesome. That would
and
be
the
awesome.
arms just move like that.
Guys, I got to see David Brent and Foregone Conclusion. They played like an actual gig, and he was like fully in character the whole time as a pilot, basically, for the film that they did with him. And it was the most incredible, weird experience. Just amazing.
That's amazing.
My hero.
My across the pond American version of that is I saw Jack Black and Tenacious D live.
Oh,
on
yes.
stage, which was pretty cool. But I think I would trade that to be able to see Ricky live. So
I'd like to see Ricky live. Ricky Gervais is incredible. He's such a great artist.
He actually did a show in Leicester.
He's just so cool.
Yeah, we saw.
But I mean, with so I'm a Funko Pop collector, but I've kind of stopped. Like I've cleared my Funko Pop collection. They're in boxes and they're up. But I've now started to jump back onto soda pops because some of the soda pops that are coming out are so intricate, and some of the art, like that Hero Academia one you got that you showed the coffee club today. I mean, look at that. That is just the artwork on it is incredible.
Now, with this particular character, the one thing I would say with this one in particular, All Might from My Hero, is
I love My Hero.
The proportions are spot on. You know, in terms of the character build, the proportions are fantastic. But what they're doing with these is they're doing what they typically do, and unfortunately, is they've released so many in such a short space of time. I mean, I don't know if Only Pops and Soda's still in the chat. Liam, I mean, Liam is one of probably the top soda collectors in the country, if I'm honest. You know, he's absolutely a rabid fanatic to these things. I mean, and they've just also released these Blacklight Alice in Wonderland ones. And Blacklight is something they're going down massive with at the moment. Hugely popular. I'll try and find where my hook is. Not only have they done it with the sodas, but they've also done it with the pops as well. So there might be a bit of glare. So they've done it with pops and they've done it with the sodas and the Blacklight. These are carrying some serious value now. Some of these.
You know what though, Darren? Where does it end with the Blacklight thing? Like, do you know what I came across in previews? And I will come back to it later because it's one of my picks. But they're doing even a Blacklight poster now. But like for me, like before these Blacklight pops, the only people who would have that light in their bedroom are drug dealers. I don't get it.
Yeah, I've got one. But I'm not a drug dealer, might I add on. Not at the moment. No. If times are hard, who knows?
Disclaimer.
So that's one of the. I mean, that's the most recent Blacklight sort of Marvel release.
To be fair, that one, in terms of like effect and stuff, I kind of get that one. Like,
yeah, they will do what they always do, sadly, and they will bleed it dry. They've done it with chrome, they've done it with flocked, they've done it with glow in the dark. It does seem a trend, but they're also going down the NFT route now as well, which I'm not going to speak about because that's something that I'm sort of vehemently against, if I'm honest. But they find an opportunity to sort of maximize revenue, and they are a business and a trading company at the end of the day, and that's what they're going to do. And us idiots, people like me and thousands of others, fall for it basically.
No, I mean, as we're touching on like the black lights and stuff, I've got like the Alice in Wonderland stuff up and everything. And these for me, I want to get the sodas because they look awesome. I'm not interested in the pops no more. I've kind of gone on from collecting vast amounts of pops. I've now gone into the sodas because even just in the cans, they look more presentable for me and they look awesome in a can. And then when you've got the soda pop outside of it, I think they look better than a pop.
I think it's the shiny new thing. I think ultimately that's what it is. It's the new thing. There's a chance of a chase in each set. So 1 in every 6 is a variant. Now, some of the values, I mean, there's production runs of 20,000, there's production runs of 2,000. Now, if you're getting a 1 in 6 chase on a production run of 2,000, you're probably only 200, 300 of them in the world. Now, that's carrying some serious secondary value as well. So, it's a paradise for flippers, for people who are going to resell. I think it's the shiny new thing. I think that's what it boils down to. It's not a major line for me, but I know with the likes of Liam and 1 or 2 others, it's definitely something that people are getting right behind at the moment.
And Ben, while you're talking, you talked about the posters. They've obviously got 4 posters here. They did one.
All right.
I think, Darren, they did one for the Carnage, didn't they?
Yeah, my little boy's got the Rocket and Groot Blacklight poster, and they are really cool posters. I have to say, they're good for what they are. And there's a Venom one, and there's a Rocket and Groot. But again, they never really find their way over here. You have to sort of get them through people who have imported them in, typically.
Do you know what them posters remind me of? When I was a kid, you used to get them posters you could colour in, and they was a bit raised up. There was a bit that felt, and you could colour in, and they just remind me of that.
Yeah, they're exactly like that.
Yeah, they're exactly like that. Yeah.
I think Alice in Wonderland perfectly kind of suits that. Like,
It does. It really does.
Black light, to be fair.
We've got the. So there's. I mean, like I say, I've got the set of 4 pops, and they're really good. I mean, they work perfectly.
Have you got the Mad Hatter?
I have. Yes. I don't know where he is though. Yes, he's up there, but he's not. I can't reach him.
It's my boy.
Watching Darren pull a pop off a shelf is like shopping in Smith's. I'll take that one.
That's got to be if he just pulled one and they just all fell on him and he died right now on the stream.
I would cry.
Well, no, you'd be dead. So.
But so we've covered the FunCon. We didn't cover. Actually, you did mention it. You did mention it was the Russo brothers. This is a double pack. Yeah, I think it's going to fly.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I'm not sure. I think it's about a 2,000 or 3,000 unit release. This one. So far, all of the directors that have sort of reinvigorated the MCU, their pops, James Gunn, Taika Waititi, their particular pops have been massive. I mean, James Gunn's pop's worth about $300 at the minute over in the US. So that's the kind of value that some of these are carrying. And I have a sneaky suspicion this one will be exactly the same, especially if they stay on for the Secret Wars down the line as well.
2,000 pieces.
You don't look at that. You wouldn't look at that without knowing and go, "Yep, that's the Russo brothers."
No, you wouldn't. No, you absolutely wouldn't.
No.
Jason, when are we getting a parallel pop vinyl, a duo set with the dual personalities? That's what.
God, that's brilliant! I haven't gotten the call yet. I'll let you know when I do.
Okay, yeah, let us know. I'm sure that they're probably trying to get through to you now.
I want to know when they're going to do the pop vinyls of us lot, the Killer Comics crew.
Well, actually, over in Hollywood, you can actually pop yourself now, and they are introducing that online sometime next year, I believe. So you can actually build theoretically your own pops.
I have made a pop vinyl of myself, a custom job. I don't have it. It's in the bedroom where my wife is currently asleep, and I'm not going to take that risk. But I'll have to. I'll have to send
Looking like that, no.
it. Can you imagine waking up just to that?
Look,
Well, do you know what? We've heard of stranger things. Like tonight, we've had John Boy Mayers on, who said he's going to do us our Killer Guy comic show. So we've already got that. So I think maybe Funko could be next. I don't know who's watching.
Oh mate, we're on it. We'll sort it out.
If Brian Moriarty's watching, mate, we're your
let's
guys.
do it.
So obviously this is the Anthony and Joe Russo 2,000 pieces. If you are lucky to have got a place in the Funcon summer raffle, as I want to call it. I know Darren was very lucky. I know a few people in the chat managed to get on it. I didn't, unsuccessfully. But to be fair, looking at what we've got available, I'm just going to go to Smith's and get what I want anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't. Sadly, I don't think the key pieces aren't going to be made available in the European lottery.
No.
I think a lot of these are going to be US based ones, or like you say, going to Smiths and places like that.
Yeah.
So how's it work with the lottery? Does that, if you win or get through the lottery, you then have the opportunity to buy? You're not forced to buy.
No, you've got an opportunity to buy a selection. Now in the US, you have the selection to buy from pretty much everything that's going to be released. Europe is a far leaner amount. We've probably got 15 to 20 pops, whereas in the US you've got a choice of about 50.
Right.
So it is a different animal completely.
Is that because is it the same as like the New York Comic Con lucky dip, where like you get given, you say I would quite like this one or this one, and then they'll say, yeah, you can now buy that if you want to buy it, but you only can buy it if you get your name pulled out. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the same, exactly the same as that. Yeah, whereas obviously they haven't got the booth now, have they? They haven't got the con booth to go to. So yeah, it's an online equivalent of that basically.
That's cool.
But at least they're doing something, rather than it not having any kind of event thing at all.
No, definitely. I mean, because that's the only thing. I mean, is it? Are you certified to get in if you're a massive pop collector, or is it just literally random?
I think with the con stuff, I don't have a great deal of experience with the cons. I've got to be honest. But in terms of the Europe thing, it's just a lottery. I mean, your name gets pulled out of the hat. And you have a slot to buy from throughout the day, and then in theory, the stock's spread out across all of the slots.
Yeah, because I'm kind of like, I entered it, didn't get in, and I was like, all right, whatever. And then when I see the release of what pops are coming out, I really wasn't disheartened, because I was like, well, I'm just going to go to, I'll go to Smith's, or I'll go to one of the other selections that was on there. I think it was, Smith's, Forbidden Planet, the Disney Store, and Tesco. So it's kind of like, if there's any on there that you want to get, you don't specifically have to be.
No. And that's why the European lottery is a little underwhelming compared to the US one.
Yeah, because the US one was absolutely massive. There's loads going on there. So we've got the Anthony and Russo. We've touched on the Alice in Wonderland Black Light version. This is
You're right,
obviously...
Charlie. We're 2 hours in. Are you struggling? You okay?
No, I'm fine. I'm just trying to read the chat.
Trying to get your tongue
read
around
the
that
message,
one.
and then this one. So it is the Suicide Squad. These are the pops that came out. Darren, what do you think of these? Any good?
That King Shark, mate.
Yeah, the King Shark one's the standout for me. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, there's an exclusive Bloodsport Unmasked or Lufa, if you want to refer to it as that. But yeah, King Shark's the one that stands out for me. I mean, there's 1,000,001 Harley Quinn pops already available from various iterations already. Ratcatcher, having seen that in store, is a really decent pop, decent looking, and the Polka Dot Man. It's quite a nice mold, but King Shark is going to be the lead one there without any question, I don't think.
Strange thing, right? But I think like pops have kind of got a bit of fatigue to people that don't collect them, and you kind of get bored of seeing those big black eyes and stuff.
Yeah.
So I quite like seeing pops when you don't see the eyes, and then what that does is it means that you're effectively getting a nice vinyl figure that could be anything, sort of thing. So for that reason, if that all makes sense, I love that Ratcatcher 2 one, and I'll come back to it in my spoiler-free review later. But she was a highlight of the film. So that was a.
I mean, design-wise, it's definitely one of the strongest, I think.
Very cool. Very cool.
I'm Harley Quinn all that. I'm going to get the 3 Harley Quinn ones.
Of course you are.
Of course I am, and I'll get.
Of course you are, Tyro.
I'll get the King Shark as well. So that's Suicide Squad, and we're looking forward to Ben's spoiler-free review of that later. What's up, mate? Here we go. We touched on this, the James Gunn one. This came out. Was this 2017? Wasn't it?
It's something along those lines. Yeah, 16, 17. I mean, it's a good while ago now, so that will be largely why it's got a bit of value to it
again, isn't it?
But it's going to
now.
It's going to.
His hair's the wrong color now. He's got like white grey hair now, hasn't he, old Mr. Gunn?
Yeah, I mean that's going for crazy money, and it's only going to go higher.
Yeah, I mean it's a great looking pop though, isn't it? That wouldn't be a bobblehead, would it? That would probably just be a standard.
Probably just most likely be just a vinyl figure. Yeah.
But that is a great pop though. Right, that is nice. What have we got next? Oh, the What If range. There we go.
Yeah,
brand new range. Really nice
And I know-
range of pops, to be honest. There's a lot of variety, a lot of variations. I think because of the nature of the program as well, you're going to get massive variants to some characters that have already got maybe 10, 15 pops in existence. If you look at the Doctor Strange one, for example, we've got that variant because of the character type.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've got the Hydra Stomper, and that for a 6-inch figure is one of the better ones in my opinion. Really good detail, really good design. Not quite metallic, but it's got a good finish on it. And then there's the Captain Carter, of which there's 2 designs. And again, I think that'll be really popular over here in particular, which is again another nice little mold of a character that's not been presented before in pop form.
Yeah. No, that looks good. See, I'm not into getting these pops. Like a couple of months ago, I'd have been like, oh my god, I've got to get the Agent Carter, I've got to get the Doctor Strange and the Thor and stuff. I just don't know. I think me and Darren have spoke about how like it's just getting tedious now. All these pops that are coming out and they're flooding the market because there's pops for everything now. I've kind of like stepped back and I want to just be specific. I want to get the pops that will complete my collections. Jason, do you think? I mean, obviously you said like your little boy might collect pops and stuff like that. Has he got a specific thing that he gets involved in, or is it just as and when?
Yeah, it's very much the whatever strikes his fancy, right? Like the ones that that stand out to him. And I'm kind of the same way because I think we talked about this last time I was on. Like I've got way too much OCD completist in me that if I went, like it would be, I don't think any of my kids would go to college because I would need to have them all. So I just pick and choose every once in a while and find the things. Now, like I could see myself doing, going all in and trying to, do the Wallace and Gromit or the British Officer. Somebody in the chat earlier, you guys didn't highlight it, but was like, is there a Faulty Towers set of pops? And I would be all over that. I figure if there isn't Python, they're not going to do Faulty Towers. But,
Black Adder would be sick as well.
Oh, no, there is actually, you can actually get Monty Python ones. I think they've got.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's some really old ones from probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. I think it's the Life of Brian or something like that. There's definitely some Monty Python ones out there though, but they're super hard to get hold of from what I can gather.
Yeah, I would imagine so. But yeah, I dip and just dip in and grab 1 or 2 here and there because knowing who I am up here, knowing that if I go full on, it will just consume me. And because like you guys were talking about, because of the nature of the business, it's going to be saturation. They're going to milk. I mean, what I'm saying, they're just going to milk it and then find the next thing. And if you're chasing that, I don't know how that's financially feasible for a lot of us.
I don't think it is. I think there's a lot of FOMO that gets traded on. I mean, and I say this I always say to people, I would never recommend anyone collect the way that I do because it's frankly it's irresponsible and it's not very sensible. But it's addictive and it's there's a lot worse things you can be addicted to.
Oh, for sure,
clearly. But at the same time, believe it or not, I try to be a bit more selective now. Maybe 18 months ago, I was a little bit more gung ho in just hoovering up pretty much anything that was released. But now I am trying to be a bit more sensible.
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
Absolutely not. Most definitely not.
But it's like anything collecting. Like as Jason was saying, the completest in all of us, like we all read comics, and if you want to read comics, you get the issues that you want, 1, 2, 3, and then if you like the variants and stuff like that. But there's always going to be something that you can't get a hold of, and you're always going to be trying with it. I feel like this is more so with pops because with the Blacklight pops, there was a massive hurrah around the Marvel Blacklights, so you get all the Marvel, and then by the time you get that, DC bring out their ones. By the time you've managed to get all of them, Alice in Wonderland bring out their ones. You're never gonna, you're fighting a race that you can't win.
Completely,
and that's where they kind of get you.
And that's the model essentially. That's the business model, isn't it? I mean, without that, and the licenses, some of the licenses they may have for years, but others they may have for 6 months, and that's where you find a spate of 40, 50, 60 releases in a very short period of time, which which can be quite hard work. I mean, the office in particular. I mean, I don't think they've only been releasing those pops for about 18 months, but the line's probably about 100 pops deep now already.
Yeah, and that's the
All
thing.
the pops.
There's just so many of them, like so many of them, and you just think, right, where there's got to be a stopping point. I need to switch off at some point. I need to stop and think, right, I'm not going to buy anymore. That's it. That's kind of what I'm done. And I think for me as a collector, that's kind of happened now. Until something gets back on and piques my interest, like the soda pops are doing at the moment. I'm not going to be heavily involved in pops because there's some decent ones coming out. I just can't see.
Oh, the
where it's
molds.
gonna stop.
The molds now. I mean, the molds and the design that's put into them now is fantastic. I mean, there's no question that the actual. I mean, you said earlier about the black eyes and it just being very very stock posed kind of figurines. Now there's dynamic poses. There's a lot. There is actually a lot more to them. You know, despite the fact that they sometimes milk certain licenses for all they can. The actual designs. I mean, the most recent Winter Soldier. I mean, that one in particular. I mean, this is such a step up from the original Winter Soldier that they produced. This is from a line called Year of the Shield. I mean, you look at the weathering on the shield for argument's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, just a really nice figure. I mean, yes, the bobblehead can be a bit of a nuisance, but that design wouldn't have been possible probably 18 months, 2 years ago.
Was that the Amazon exclusive?
Yes, it was. Yeah. So
You see, and then so that is the what if frame. But this again is going to go through the roof when the TV series starts.
Yeah, it will, 100%. I mean, as Lewis said in chat, they've also released a Hydra Stomper with Captain Carter riding it as she is in the actual show. So there'll be variants of all of these pops ad nauseum for the next few months now, I would imagine.
Now, Jason, just on a side note, stepping away from the pops and stuff, we're talking about variants and everything. For Parallel, and it ties in quite because it's Parallel, we're talking about it. There was only one cover done for that, wasn't there? And then you kind of done the variants. You did
the one cover, and then the variant kind of like caught me off guard because those were not. I mean, that was not like part of my plan. That was like shops doing exclusives and whatever. I've got the one that I wasn't able to show you guys last time because I finally got over to that shop and I've got a few of them. I had never touched one of these. This is the.
There we go. Look at that. Oh my
God. That's cool.
Like the broken glass and
so perfect.
Right.
That is lovely.
Alternating shards showing the two different parallel versions. And I just sold, there's only a handful of those left. I just sold 5 of them at my first event a couple of weeks ago. I was at the Detroit Festival of Books, and on the side of the other side of the table for the first time, guys, it was pretty amazing. And I put my theory to the test that if in my day job I can convince 14-year-olds that now they're not completely boring, I could sell some comics, and I think I did, and it was pretty cool.
Because I know you were really excited for that event, weren't you? Because you've been chomping at the bit to get out there and meet people.
I mean, it would have been like we talked about last time about the blood, sweat, and tears and the time that goes into making a comic and put it in the world, especially an indie book. And then that last piece of the puzzle, the last piece of that dream coming true was like the signings and the cons and stuff. And that just literally got put on hold for an entire calendar year. So that's just kicking into gear, and I'm starting to do those. So that was really exciting. Yeah.
Awesome. What's the next one?
So I'm at the thing called Astronomicon in later this month, which is going to be a test of my endurance. Because the first thing that I did was a one-dayer, and my back hurt at the end because I'm an old man. And the next one is like a 3-day con, and like I got to the end of that one, I was like, oh no, that was one day, and I'm exhausted. It felt like the first day of school to me. Like, how am I going to do a 3? I'm going to do it.
You'll be shattered.
Ann Arbor, Michigan, and it's very interesting because it's kind of a horror convention. It's kind of there's like insane clown posse dudes are going to be there, and as long as I survive that one and they don't smell me out as the imposter that I am, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do Motor City and Baltimore and stuff like that and be okay.
You'll be great. You'll be great, I'm sure.
No, but I mean, Parallel was incredible. Like I've read it again since we had we spoke and stuff, and it's.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna stop because I wanted to bring this up, and I almost interjected when we were still talking pops because the collectors in us, I think companies whether we're talking Big Two with comics since the beginning, or Pops putting something. I mean, that's the way capitalism works, right? Like it's to make money, and artists that are involved with it do what they can, but it's about putting out more and selling more and increasing their margins. And they run a fine line with collectors, because if you've got the collector gene, if you've got the completest bug, like, we are more likely to get overwhelmed and quit completely than we are to back off and be reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Like pull lists increase; they don't whittle down unless books get canceled, right? And like that's that kind of thing. Like I've done that with a bunch of things. As much as that OCD collector thing going, where I would rather quit whatever it is I'm collecting and just walk away from it cold turkey than back off and back away from that high that you get on having it all.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
100%.
Brings me to kind of what you were saying, because like I know we talked about this at length last time I was on, but like one of the things in comics that I've always appreciated almost above anything else is like rereadability, like that bang for your buck. That not just the bang for your buck, but like the idea that that next month is not the end all be all. That like revisiting the thing that you loved, that finite story, whether it's 75 issue run or like a one shot like my book, and that value and that that worth that you get when you just want to go back and revisit that, and you're not just looking to disposable media it because the next is coming in a few days.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. I agree with that entirely.
Because that's like me at the moment. I'm kind of like, well, I've stopped collecting the pops. I still haven't, because I've gone on to collecting sodas now.
Right.
So I'm kind of like, right, okay, when I'm done with that, what else am I going to collect? Like, comics is always for me.
With Funko Pops, though, it's very much like a gateway, I think. I think a pop for a sort of a $10 or a £10, unit piece, it's kind of like a gateway, because, I mean, I've sort of gone on to collect other bits and bobs like fig pins. And I know we might touch upon this later, but so like pins, for example, I mean, this is an XL Mandalorian. So things like that. I've also got Abominable Toys Chomps, which are another vinyl figure. But again, it's really obscure, but that's a little bit more expensive than a Funko Pop, for example. And yes, the production, there's not dozens and dozens and dozens of these available, but the production ones are far lower, so they are very much more limited.
How much are they, Darren?
These started at around $30 when they first came out, but they've kind of crept up to $45, $50 a piece now. But these are production runs.
Speak in dollars to me. I can't work.
I buy them all in the US, so it's always very difficult.
Talk quid.
You're looking at about
quid.
About 35 quid.
Okay.
About 35 quid. So
now
these are production runs between 200 and 500. So at the minute these are pretty much unknown in the UK. But in the US, they're starting to go down a route where they're talking about licensed products. So you may see somewhere down the line, you might see a licensed version of one of these. I know that one of the main artists, Benjamin Sue, who's one of the leads at Pixar, and he's done some cover art as well here and there. He's actually done some sketching of a Spider-Man version of this and things like that. So who knows? In the future, you might see sort of licensed versions of
what
this.
if we get a Chomp Pixar movie? If he's there.
Well, who knows? I mean, who knows? He's one of the lead guys there. So, I mean, it definitely work. I mean, it's you can see. I mean, that clearly suit a cartoon, no doubt about it.
Or you can just see him like walking in the background of like Monsters Inc., couldn't you? Like just coming out of a door, like
100%,
in the background, cameo.
So
cool, very cool.
That's cosplay for Thought Bubble, Ben. Yeah, that's an idea. That look.
But Darren, what would you say is your first and foremost? Obviously, you collect the chomps, the fig pins, the comics, and the pops. Now, is it always going to be pops? Is that where?
Do you know what? In terms of, I look around my room. I mean, I don't have any real order to my room, as you can see. I mean, they are mixed. I don't do the whole putting them in number order and things like that. The big key thing with Funko Pops for me is the nostalgia in most cases, because I've always been a Marvel fan from a child. So I look around and I'll see Transformers, WWF wrestlers. It's just the nostalgia kick. Now, but I would say the ones that I actually enjoy the most, and the sort of actually are these ones at the moment, because the demand on getting these isn't anywhere near as high. But because they're small production runs, the high of actually being able to grab one is the endorphin rush is still there, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, I'm probably enjoying these the most. These will get bigger, I hope, for the company's sake, and then let's see where it goes from there. But yeah, I mean, Pops are clearly the core collectible that I have at the minute.
Serious question as well, Darren. What's your credit card limit?
We don't talk about that. That's a sore point.
This is what we call dark money, Ben. Dark money.
Dark money.
Dark money. Very, very dark money. Yeah, exceptionally dark.
PayPal's not real money.
No,
Jason, you've got an extensive collection behind you. I think we touched on this last time, but have you added any more to that collection of comics and books behind you?
Oh yeah, there is. Yes.
Was it dark money? Was it dark money?
It's you know, it is. It's not. I'm fairly responsible. I might do a second job tutoring on the side just to feed the comic habit, gentlemen.
That's very responsible.
Yeah. Oh, very responsible. I'm helping.
You're lying.
children.
It's your kids' pocket money.
I'm helping children feeding a terrible addiction. It's great. Everybody wins.
Yay.
Here we go. So here's what I've been trying to do. You know, I've got my like little reasonable runs I'm trying to put together, and I've got my way ridiculous. I can't even believe I'm admitting it out loud that I'm trying to complete it runs. I'm trying to do an X-Men 1 through Age of Apocalypse, which, you know,
very nice.
The 200s and stuff is doable, and then, you know, there's some stuff that's never going to happen, but it's on my list anyway. And then I'm doing like these little ones. I'm one issue away from doing a Marvel Fanfare run, one issue away from the early to mid 80s run of first volume of The Thing, a Dazzler run. I mean, dollar bin kind of things. But the one that I just decided fairly recently to try to tackle that fluctuates wildly from dollar bin finds to this is absolutely BS garbage that you're going to pay this much for these books is I'm trying to put together a run of the Marvel 25th anniversary border covers. So you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like the
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I had in my personal collection 2 forever because X-Men and because Barry Windsor Smith, right? So I had 2, and then I started putting it together, and like most of them are dollar finds, maybe a couple bucks.
Yeah, they're not expensive books, those. It always surprises me.
There's a few that are just ridiculous. So like there is no reason the Heathcliff one should be like $70, but it is, you know.
Why did they even do that? I didn't even know they had a Heathcliff one.
Muppet Baby, all these Star Comic ones are ridiculous price. And then right before I decided to put this run together, this one happens with the whole John Walker thing, which this was a dollar book forever, and then suddenly it's not. And I got a good deal on that. But I've been working on that, and I'm like 6 short or something like that, but some of them are the harder ones to find. But I'm working on that right now. Oh, I got to show you guys this. I got something for you. Here's the treat. So this happened today. So look, my plan was to come on here and bore the crap out of everybody by literally going through all the covers, and then people would fall asleep and stuff.
Yeah, we ain't got that long, Jason. We ain't got that long.
The sun is still kind of up here. It's late where you are, and then that's probably the way we'd end the show. Is like there's a bunch of people on the screen sleeping, and I'm going, and look at this one. So I decided against that because this happened today. So this has been in my possession for a while, but it has come back from the store where it was kind of sitting in storage, and I am now going to try to sell this on my own. There are only 2 of these in the entire world, okay? And the one that I'm about to show you is the CGC has only got 2 in their database, and this is the highest graded one. So at first, it's going to look like something like, oh, yeah, I see this everywhere. So it's Secret Defenders #1, which is a quarter bin book, right? It's a 50-cent book. But this, gentlemen, not only is it the highest graded one because it's 9.8, this happens to be a printing error where this very much red foil cover that was mass-produced in the early mid-90s, all that red foil, for the most part, is missing, and it's a black cover. There's only 2 of these in the world.
Wow.
I got one of them. Got it for 10 cents. Okay. out of a bin at a sale, and the store slabbed it for me, and now we're going to try to sell this off. So come over and check that out, and DM me on Instagram if you're interested in that.
Is that Dark Hawk in the team?
Yeah.
Spider-Woman, Dark...
Like the concept of the book was
Kitty Pryde as well.
The most popular Marvel characters in the early 90s. So like Doctor Strange puts together the team, and while Wolverine, because he's ubiquitous at the time, is standard, in most of the books, it's just cycling people in and out. And this is just Spider-Woman, Nomad, Darkhawk, and Wolvie. So yeah, I don't know if it's really picking up on the screen, but like there's a lot more black than there is the red foil because it was a character. And there's only 2 of them in the entire universe, and I'm going to get rid of this one. Speaking of not a lot out there, revealed right here for the first time on your guys' show. Are you ready?
Exclusive.
Remember when I think last time on the show we talked about that giveaway with the one-off cover, the hand-painted one, right? So I thought I was done with the parallel giveaways, but this was gifted to me for a giveaway, so we're going to have one more end of August. So come over and follow me on Instagram. J. Douglas writes. A slab copy of the original cover, 9.8. I'm going to be giving this away probably.
Lovely.
So that's happening. So come on over and follow, and more information about that's coming soon.
That's great.
Okay.
Look at that. Awesome. Awesome stuff.
Very cool.
Big reveals tonight, late night. In the UK,
literally, full of exclusives.
Exclusive. Somebody put up a graphic. Let's go.
Dan, you'll give Charlie a hemorrhage if he has to put together another graphic or an overlay.
Oh, God, no.
I'm sorry. I've done your sleepiness. It's very rude of me. I apologize.
I've done 75 of them, and I haven't come up as I thought they would. But we'll work on that for the next one. When we go next month.
For you making me do that dumb intro that is just humiliating. I look like such a fool.
I liked it. I loved it. The thing is, because you're American, everything seems more legit and authentic and like exciting to us Brits. Like when it's just like an American saying anything, you could have said, "You're watching the Killer Comics Show. It's all right," but in your accent and with your energy, that would sell.
You know that is it should be the opposite. You know that.
Well, I know the reality is that we're better.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'm just what our viewers think. Are we still on toys, Charlie? What's the situation here?
Andy, what's
He's lost
happening?
Control.
But you're asking me? I was
just gonna switch over to you. I thought, do you know what we can do? I mean, we've got a couple more slides because I know Darren.
Let's finish off this toy section.
Let's finish off with the pop. So obviously we got the what if, and then we did touch on. Now this one, I was interested in this, Darren, because I kind of want to know more about it. If I'm honest.
Ooh. It's a con release, and to be honest, I mean, it's a very different looking Taika Waititi from what we're used to now. He looks a considerably different person to then. But again, this isn't quite as James Gunn level, but you're looking at about $150, $160. So what, in the ballpark around £110, £120 for this one. Very different, very eccentric looking pop, but I think it probably suits the man perfectly, to be honest.
I mean, it does look like a good pop, though. But I mean, is it just another? I mean, is there part of a director series?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there's a number of directors. I mean, you can get like J.J. Abrams and one or two others, but the main ones really are the MCU guys. They seem to be the most valuable.
Is there a Steven Spielberg one that came out with the Jaws series, or no?
I'm not familiar with a Spielberg one.
If not, then why? Sure. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
There's not a George Lucas either. So I mean, there's a lot of the sort of iconic directors and people in movies that you'd think.
What about have they got an Alfred Hitchcock
one? If the George Lucas one comes, I hope it's the extra neck George Lucas and not when the beard actually cut off here. When the beard cuts off here and there's like that sack, like the underside of the old cat.
There is an Alfred Hitchcock. You can get a Hitchcock one.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I think Geek Driven's just said it's licensing and rights, presumably with people's likenesses. I would imagine trademarking and things like that.
Well, that's lucky because they don't look like him.
But I mean, this one again, I don't really think I'm loving pops at the moment, but I don't think this is the best one. But so what have we covered? We have covered. Oh, here, one more. This was at the Funko Fair 2021. So obviously this was in the summer of earlier this year. Infinity Warps.
I mean, these aren't character lines that I'm familiar with personally. I mean, I'm not that familiar with them, but having picked a couple up, they're actually really decent. I mean, they photograph really well as well. For edits and things like that. The one thing that I'm an inbox collector typically, but I've started to take them out of the box and starting to enjoy them as molds and as actual figures a little bit more. And yeah, this is a good spread of pops. I mean, again, I'm not hugely familiar with the characters that are involved in them, to be honest. I think that's any problem. I
mean, because I know, like, especially the Iron Hammer one. It is the Iron Hammer, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was going for EMP for £43 today, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that 10-inch one, that's £47. So it's the equivalent of around $65 in the States. Now, in the US, that's a $30 pop, but it's $65, equivalent to $65 over here.
That's a joke, isn't it? Really.
So the pricing crossover doesn't translate at all.
But see, I picked up a few of them, and then before you know it, they bring out another line, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to start collecting it again.
Yeah,
but that is what they do. That's where the money is, isn't it? Really, that is where the money is, and that's Funkos. We've covered Funkos. Darren, thanks for coming on, mate. That was awesome.
No,
Jason,
thanks for. Now.
You can go to bed now, Darren. Yeah, I know you can go to bed. John Boy just absolutely smashed it. Came on, stayed for an hour and a half, and now gone on to make fish tacos. Jason comes on and tries to bore us with all his X-Men comics, but decided not to do that. But no, honestly, it's wicked. Like, thanks for coming on, guys. Jason, I know you've got to shoot. I know, Darren, you've got to get some sleep in because you've been up since the crack of dawn. It's been awesome. We're going to be going on for another couple of hours. We'll cover off.
Before you go, guys, where can we find you?
Yeah, go for it,
Jason.
Darren. Jason,
coming over and follow me on Instagram, @JDouglasWrites. Give me a talking to there, and I will talk back at you. And definitely look out for the giveaway. And you can order you can order Parallel through your LCS at FEB 201983 or hit up sourcepointpress.com and spend your dollars on indie comics and put actually food on tables and clothes on the backs of indie creators. It's a worthy cause, plus keeps that industry that we love so much cooking.
Amazing. And Darren, I'm going to give you the big screen as well.
Cheers, mate. You'll find me on Instagram predominantly, putting the collecting world to rights. Funkos, Abominable Toys, Fig Bins, you name it. Every other week do a live stream, Poptimus Coffee Club. Occasionally, very rarely, you'll find me on YouTube, but that's few and far between at the moment. But generally speaking, you'll find me talking Funko and with a nice little community vibe going on over on Instagram.
Mr. Positivity, that is what we're about on the show. That's what we're about. With the rest of it, honestly, it's been great. It's been fantastic having you guys on. We're going to continue because that's what we do here. But there does seem to. That's it. I mean, I think there does seem to be something wrong with the system because we've lost Tom.
Oh no, I'm here.
He's here. He's here.
Oh, good. That ruined the thing Charlie was trying to do.
Yeah, but yeah, Tom's.
He's trying to do a thing.
There we go. Tom's definitely gone now. Definitely gone.
Yeah, he's definitely gone.
He's definitely gone. Oh, and Darren's gone.
All right, see you, boys.
See you later, Jason. Hold on.
Cheers, Jason.
Who's doing this? Well, okay. Well, I really don't know what's going on here. Like Ben. Right. Okay. Hold on. Let me look into this.
Charlie, I know that you're controlling things, but I know this is the way you wanted the show to be, just me and you. Oh, I see what's happening here. So, guys, so it's 1:40 a.m. in the morning. You'll see that I'm donning the panels and pints. Let's talk comics, I guess. I no idea where everybody else has gone. So, what is happening here? I'll tell you what. Do you know what we can do?
72 scientists were tasked with creating the most entertaining comic book community content for YouTube. They failed. Instead, we got...
It's just scary how much it affects my comics, so... Yeah. I like the cover though, the cover's nice. Wolverine.
That's Adam Hubert. Is that his name? Is that butchered his name and he's butchered this cover?
You know what this is?
My acting skills are terrible. Sean, James, welcome.
We all choking again. This is the latest Panels and Pints that we've ever done.
Is this the last Panels and Pints?
Show.
Is this actually the last Panels and Pints?
Oh, who knows? Who knows? Definitely the latest. Funko Pops, guys.
So, are you collecting Funko Pops, Sean? I know you're going to be collecting some Funko Pops.
I don't know. Is this a Funko Pop?
Movie memorabilia ones, yes, but it's pretty much all of them.
Yeah, pretty much, absolutely. I tell you, do you know what?
I think it's Funko.
What would be better than having so we've had the Killer Comic Show, we've got the Panels and Pints guys. I guess we could bring the two worlds together. To become one. I'm
gonna make love to you.
What happened? Where's Ben gone? What happened?
Ben has went for a massive Bulbasaur.
Yeah,
it's just kind of.
No, I'm here.
Ben went for a cheeky Squirtle, did you?
No, but one is coming because what are we? 2 hours, 40 minutes, and I have not rested my butt cheeks on.
I thought I'd seen the last one already.
My
What are you
throne.
doing, fellas? Look at this. Look. This is how are you two? How are you two?
This is an invasion of
I think we
our
need to
channel.
do this, don't we? We need
What
to.
I
a
feel
lovely
violated.
punch
There we
going on
go.
here.
Look at that. Look. This is it.
We
Look,
just need
this
like a
Charlie,
versus symbol in the middle.
We're slightly outnumbered, pal.
I think we are, aren't we? I think we really are.
It is our time.
Look at that. Look at it. They've even got the
The
t-shirts and
ball will
stuff.
We're
rise.
coordinated.
Guys, I thought you were all starting to get a little bit low energy, so I thought, who better to bring in is me and Sean.
Oh, fuck. I'm done. I'm
Just
done.
raise the levels up here a wee bit.
I give it till 3.
How have you guys been? You all right? Good.
A
A lot of people thought they'd seen the last Panels and Pints, and then you kind of just mugged me off and show up on the show. Love it. Great stuff.
The internet was in mourning, guys.
What else? What else would we be doing?
Sleeping.
I was. I was up until about half an
Spending
hour
time
ago.
with your family.
James, where's the Tash gone?
What Tash?
Okay.
It never happened, Charlie.
It never happened. It never did.
That was
all
about
in
that.
our head.
I love the fact that James and Sean may or may not have been sitting backstage for the last hour.
A long time.
And then in that 60 minutes, they've managed to come on and bring the energy.
Yeah.
We
Full of it.
told them we were going to get them on at 1 o'clock, was it? Half 1? Was that the
Half
original
12.
plan?
Half 12 then. Half
I
12.
was inspired.
It's not a quarter to 2.
I was inspired by tacos.
Oh, God.
Well, do you know
no,
what?
that is.
We've got to be honest. Like when John Boy came on, he said to me, he said, "Oh look, I've got 15, 20 minutes to half hour, stay on." And then he loved it so much, he just stayed, and he was like, "Yeah, I've got another half hour." That's what happens.
Yeah.
It was
There
great.
you go.
Which is weird because he says he doesn't drink much. So how do you explain that?
I know.
Could have been a different story if we put this feature at the beginning of the show. Just saying.
Just saying.
So, Charlie, I know there's a few people that have been asking for the link to the show and stuff like that. So I'm going to send that link out to a few
Yeah,
people.
go for it. Go for it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sweet.
go for it.
You want
I
to
know
send it to copy 801 because I think.
Yeah, he was at, he was coming back from Terracon, and then he asked for
Although
it.
he
And
did
then
tell
he
me
was
that he's driving, which I don't feel like we should maybe endorse that kind of activity.
I think he's got Shadow Rabbit with him as well. So
Oh, sweet, cool.
So what's the plan here, guys? What's the plan here? It's Panels and Pints, the takeover. Does that mean that we get to play some iconic games?
Like what? What were
Like-
you thinking?
Like Monopoly?
Knows this knows who knows this knows who knows this knows who knows this knows. Does nobody knows whose nose this is? Does nobody knows whose nose this is? Whose nose this knows who knows this knows? Does nobody knows whose nose this is? Who knows? The quiz not to be sniffed at.
I've missed that so much. I've missed that so much.
Do you know what I've realised we haven't done as well, guys? We haven't shown off what we are drinking this evening. Should we do a roll call?
It's like a bars and pints type thing. Yes, I'm drinking a Brewdog Pale Ale. Let me put that there. There we go. Sean, what were you?
On Miller just or some Miller Coors.
Coors.
I'm Miller.
James.
I'm drinking water out of a protein shaker.
Oh,
what?
Wow.
Oh, you've got Football American tomorrow, haven't you?
I have a match that I need to travel to at 8 o'clock in the morning. So.
Whoops.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
James has just unfriended me on Instagram and unsubscribed on YouTube.
we'll make that work.
That's the thing with James. You don't know if he's upset at you or not.
No.
I'm fuming.
Guys, I've got a Brothers marshmallow cider,
What?
which I am going to complement with an actual marshmallow. Now, the question is, guys, do I swig and then bite, or do I bite and wash down?
You bite and then wash down.
Okay.
The whole thing.
Yeah, go on. In
One
what?
go.
The whole marshmallow. Yeah.
Oh, see, this is just like panels and pints. The
This
memories.
is pure content.
The memories.
And then that looks, while Ben's trying to breathe, I'm drinking pink gin, Hayman's pink gin, and then I'm also drinking this Seville orange and Persian lime gin.
Did you nick them from the missus, Charlie? Did you?
No, she gave them to me. She sent me a nice message saying a year ago this is where it all started, and then you're at the first After Dark show. All enjoy it, and then she gave me these. So yeah. Tom, what are you drinking? You're not, are you? Because you're on call.
No, I'm on the H2O because I'm on call now.
It's the athletes. It's the athletes on the water.
Well, you know, someone else that's on call is Mr. Copy 801.
There he is. There he is.
Oi, oi, oi.
How
Don't
you
waste
doing?
the tree in that car.
Oh, we're driving back from Terrificon. I got Lewis here too.
Hey, Lewis. That is Batman.
Oh, there he is.
Batman.
Is that cosplay or just a helmet?
How was it? How was Terracon?
We've been up since 4 a.m.
Oh, good God! Well, we're going in that direction.
What's up, guys?
It's all good. How was Terracon?
Terrificon, Charlie, not Terracon.
Terrificon.
Let's go with Terracon. I'm a
That was
cosplayer.
terrible.
Terracon sounds good though, right? If you're doing like a horror Halloween convention, Terracon.
They do have horror themed ones around here. Yeah, they got New Jersey Horror Fest on. Yeah. No, it's good, man. Ran into tons of people from the community, and it was a party.
Awesome. What sort of what were the Team Nerd Herd boys there? Am I right in saying that?
Oh no, they were on the West Coast. This is like an East Coast thing.
Oh,
So-
I thought you were all just one small island.
I mean,
Hosts.
kind of.
Hosts.
My part is we're just a small country, and we all like each other on every part of it.
Oh dear, that's
We're
about
doing
as
the
true as
comic
our
community,
country.
though.
Nice.
Ben-
Any
Ben-
names? Any names?
Ben was never great at geography, were you,
Give them
Ben?
a roll call, baby. I'm driving. All right, so roll call of who was there. We had. Who would you guys know? Damn. Shit,
I wouldn't
it's a
know
lot of-
anyone, Copy, because I don't watch anyone else's bloody channel.
We had Moonlit Comics was there.
Oh yeah.
Justin No Good Comics was there. We had Erod 212. We had the New York Warriors. There was Nigel Desired Comics was there. We had Shinmo. Yeah, and obviously Smith is here. Chinmo. I just like saying the cat's name. You're scaring me. We got my boy Raphael in the back here, Bitten Apple TV. What are you talking about? It's Ralph.
I didn't even notice that there was someone in the back of that car hostage. There he is.
There's nobody back here. Don't worry about it. You guys didn't realize
do you want us to call for help? Shall we call for help?
We called the UK for help.
You won't get none in.
We'll send our coppers over now. Our coppers, the old Bill.
The old Bill, mate. We'll send the coppers.
Yeah, the worst part is I didn't know he was in there until we were like 15 minutes into the drive and just just drive.
Oh my god!
Don't make this weird. Don't make it weird.
Hey, it got weird a long time ago. Don't worry.
But I am cool with guys who leave my house at like 4 in the morning to go pick up all these guys. So.
What a hero! What a hero!
Did you bring your cat? Copy. Everyone wants to know. Did you bring your cat?
What was that?
Did you bring your cat? Where's the pussy?
I didn't bring my cat with me to Connecticut.
You could have put it in a little cat cosplay, like you could have dressed it up as Buffest from Watchmen or something.
I mean
that would be pretty cool.
Or sticking a bikini, the Catwoman.
Oh god.
Right. Obviously, we don't want the driver to be distracted, but are you guys up for playing some Who Knows This Knows, the world-famous internet game?
Wait a second. Hold on. This game?
Who knows this knows? Who knows this knows? Who knows this knows? Who knows this knows? Does nobody knows whose nose this is? Does nobody knows whose nose this is? Whose nose this knows? Who knows this knows? Does nobody knows whose nose this is? Who knows? The quiz not to be sniffed at.
Freaking shred.
Scary. Man, I'll be honest. I don't know how to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
behind the scenes.
I'm already dangerously sleep deprived. That was pretty awesome. But in a semi-surrealistic way that I'm not capable of comprehending properly.
Who needs drugs, eh?
Charlie or Ben, are you going to control the noses?
It will be Charlie because I don't know how to do that. But I can't play. I am exempt because I am the mastermind behind today's. So what's fun is that
Charlie, preeminent nose expert in all of the UK, I believe.
Sean and James are usually the people that control this game, and today you will be playing. How are you feeling? Nervous as you look, or
Copy 801 will be our champion from the United States.
All right,
he will be representing us with pride. Damn it! Do not put that pressure. You've got this.
You got this, Coffee. You are representing
this
the
is
whole
our miracle
country
team right here. I'm going to try not to get us. I'm going to try to not get us killed because we're cooking it back home.
We're cooking it,
but
no, we are not.
It's Ireland versus Scotland versus England.
So if we are ready.
Versus Long Island.
Right, if we're ready, should we do it?
Northern Ireland.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Yeah, tomato, James. Get over it.
Pink shark.
This is an easy one.
King shark.
Okay, James was very quick off the bat there. There you go. I've done it too bloody easy, haven't I? It's King Shark. Show the picture, Charlie.
Is that King Shark?
Drum roll.
There we go.
Yeah, Charlie's trying to build suspense, but it's
I'm just the way that they've been sent doesn't show who they are.
The way that they've been sent, I labelled them clearly.
Yes, but I'm clicking and it's not going to
domestic.
Right,
good.
There we go. Right,
this is great.
The first one is King Shark, and it wouldn't show the image.
I wonder who the second one is.
Now, who's the second one?
That's Amanda Waller.
Correct.
Amanda
20
Waller,
points to
final
Gryffindor.
Oh, spoiler alert. These are all going to be suicide related, aren't they?
These are all Suicide Squad related. Yes, Tom, because my review is coming up, and if people are still watching, which
that
they're
hasn't
not,
come out here.
Boring.
It hasn't jumped
Jesus.
upon. The animated one.
That's a nice nose, though. That is a nice nose.
PC day today.
Clean, smooth.
Yeah. This
Oh my god, that is a small
Just like you,
nose.
James.
Harley.
It's a sexy. That is a sexy
it
nose.
is Harley Quinn. Correct copy. You are smashing it. I love a little uptoned nose like that.
There we go.
You know,
There
like
it is,
someone
King
who
Shark.
looks like they've
King Shark.
always. There's King Shark. There you go.
King Shark.
Worth it.
Who's this one?
Whose
How
nose is
big is
nose,
that
guys?
nose?
I can't see it.
Smaller
Got it.
than King Shark's.
Who is
Wow,
it?
that's a great hint, man.
Come on, Sean. Who is
I
it?
can't
Was it Tash?
I don't.
Did anyone
Oh,
guess
okay.
it, Charlie, or did you just show the picture?
I just showed
I
it.
can't even see the
Who's this?
nose.
James, and they said that doing this was easy.
I haven't a clue. Haven't a
My,
clue.
my scoring is now
Amateur
gone to shit.
Are we keeping score? Has anyone said anything
I
yet?
thought that place was called Butt. It's called.
Copy has 35 points. Andy has 12. Sean has 2. James has 3. And Charlie is losing.
What about
Okay.
me?
Killer Croc.
Oh, are you playing?
Or
Oh, cheers. Oh, see, I might as well go.
what's that guy? What's that guy?
Can they
Right,
still
who's
hear
this
us?
one?
Who's that? Who's
Go on,
that?
Tom. See if you can get this one then.
Oh, I don't want to play anymore.
No, see if you can get off the mark and get some points. What's this one?
Right, Killer Croc.
I'm going to
Correct.
say Killer Croc.
Correct,
Yeah,
yeah.
Killer
Tom,
Croc.
you,
I'm-
don't say
say-
like you were the first person who said it, Copy.
Right.
Right. Tom, you've
What?
got 14 points. Whose nose is this, guys? Come on.
Bloodshot. Is it Bloodshot?
Well, if you got the name
Peacemaker?
right,
No, can't be.
I'd let you. You've got
Bloodsport.
half that name right. Bloodsport, correct? Yeah. Bloodshot is the new vaccine coming out next month.
Right.
Okay, Bloodsport. Yeah.
Should we guess the next one?
You'll
Is
just
it
have to
Captain
take
Boomerang?
Tom has come out of nowhere from having no points to now being the leader with 79.
Because you annoyed me by saying I wasn't playing.
There you go, Captain Boomerang. Have we got any pictures of that, Charlie? There
There
you
we
go,
go.
Boomerang. There you go. Smash it.
There we
Look
go.
at that.
This
Oh,
one.
this last one is it's a doozy.
Rat catcher?
Copperhead?
Copperhead, correct copy, mate. Mr. DC himself.
Yeah.
That's impressive. To be fair, that was the one that I didn't think anyone would get. So, I mean, I know Sean wouldn't get any of them, but this one.
Just happened to be a DC based nose game.
There he is.
Got this guy who was there harassing.
And there we go. That was the
Connors.
Yeah.
and
That
that
was
was the
special.
that was very special. Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
I don't know what,
Copy
I don't
and
know what
Tom,
people
you-
think that's hard to do. That was fun.
You are joint winners on that round with 82.5 points each. So, congratulations. Sean, you lose. Now, of course, Panels and Pints is not a Panels and Pints without. Do we have an intro for this, or is it more just? Shall I just describe what's going on?
What is it?
John?
Yeah.
Yeah, what
It's
are you talking about?
Here,
It's
man.
It's that thing that you do on your channel, Panels and Pints, where we have a drawing challenge where we have 3 minutes. It's in no relation to another YouTube channel's drawing competition.
No,
no relation
all.
Yeah, I like
whatsoever.
No.
Oh yeah.
This is a drawing challenge. So what we need now is we need the 11 people. Oh my God, there's 11 people still watching. 11 people in the chat to now mobilize, and we want to draw an amalgamation of 2 characters. So please put your suggestions in the chat now. We need 2 characters that we can join forces. And I tell you what, because Copy's Mr. DC and because I'm Mr. Marvel, make 1 character a DC character and 1 character a Marvel character. So please put your suggestions in the chat now, and we'll see what comes up, and then probably come up with a better idea ourselves and do that. Frog, nice, good suggestion. So who's Frog going to go with then? We need a DC character to go with Thorog.
Okay.
Crypto.
How about Doomsday?
Doomsday, yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, these are monstrosities. Doomsday
Jesus
and
Christ,
Frog.
Throg and Jesus Christ. Sounds good to me.
Is Jesus Christ DC or Marvel, though? That's the question. Or is he an indie?
No, he'd be corporate, so he was. Yeah.
Owlman. Nice.
Owlman, okay.
Any other
Joker
suggestions?
and Kang.
Joker and Kang's cool.
It's a good
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Joker and Kang. So I appreciate that. Copy, you and your friends there maybe don't have a pen and paper to hand. You might have other things to hand, but I don't want to know. So
it's a long drive, gentlemen. It's a long drive.
You got to do what you got to do to get through. He's been up since 4 a.m. as well. Like, get that man a hand job.
That's a lot of Viagra. It's 4 a.m.
That insomnia pays off in spades at times.
Okay, so we're doing Joker and Kang. Charlie, Tom, you got your notepads? Yeah. Sean, James, you good? Ready to go? I'm just going to get my notepad out here. Oh, what's that little notepad there with my branding? Yeah, good. My wife got me that for my birthday.
What are we doing? 3 minutes or 3, 2,
more
or 5?
successful than I am. Does anyone care? 4 and a half?
4 minutes. There's a 4 minutes.
Yeah. Andy, you got your pen and paper. We're doing Joker and Kang.
Yes.
Joker and Kang. Okay, cool.
Right.
I need to get some reference points up in here.
Joker
Okay,
and
go.
Kang.
4 minutes now.
While you're driving, Bobby will serenade us with a rendition of Bismarck Keys. Got what I
Yeah, copy. Copy.
You got what I need. Say she's just a friend.
Say it.
Say she's just a friend. Oh, baby, please.
You got what I need.
Classic. Classic.
Come on. I thought we had something there. It's all right.
Copy. You know I've invited you to come on my show on Monday.
What?
You know you're invited, obviously, to come on my show on Monday.
Absolutely.
My brand new feature.
At the moment, I mean.
Yeah, I've withdrawn that invitation. That invitation no longer stands. I'm joking.
Probationary period on this.
I'm joking. Everyone, please tune into my channel on Monday at 8 p.m. BST, where Copy will be defending Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, buddy.
My
Great
brand
movie.
new series. So I'm very excited for that.
Yeah,
I know a lot of the internet is. It's going down. It's going down.
Yep. It's a good movie, and I'm going to tell you why.
Good movie, and you can't tell me why.
Who's taking him on? I hate to do this, but one of you UK guys got to take him down, because that movie was not. No, it was good. It was seriously good. It was watchable, or it was good? No, it was good.
Hey, save the conversation for Monday, all right? I need the bloody content, all right? Let's.
This is a little.
Otherwise, it'll just be me and Copy sat there in silence for an hour.
Just a wet their taste buds. Oh man,
they're already wet. Don't worry.
They're already wet. I don't know what that means, but you guys best tune in. I don't know what time that is in this side of the pond. But, no, it's like they're 5 hours ahead, so it's like 3 p.m.
Guys, can I just say the color scheme for Joker and Kang is exactly the same as well. You know, they both have a penchant for purple and green.
There you go. It's a power color. It's a power color.
Okay, how long we got, guys?
A minute. We got a minute.
Are you actually timing for real?
Yeah.
Are you actually timing? Oh man, Firehawk's like, is it a movie? Is your brain on drugs? Oh my God. Oh, Liz. Are you John Wayne? What?
So, guys, what's your next convention? Obviously, you've been to Terrificon, or Terracon, as we call it over here. What's next on the list in New York?
We got a couple cons coming up in New York. I don't know which one we're going to. We're supposed to work Awesome Con down in DC, so long as we don't all get sick for this event. Lewis, we'll be fine.
You'll be
fine. Yeah, there's a bunch of events coming up, man. Everyone's trying to. All the conventions are trying to now grab up a weekend to make up for the last year that they weren't able to do stuff. So let's see what happens.
Our first one for me, my first one is October, which actually, jokes aside, is actually a horror convention.
Nice.
And then we've got our Thought Bubble that we're talking about weekly here on the Killer Comics Show. That's in November. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
That's going to be awesome, man. You guys should go live when you have Thought Bubble.
Oh, don't you worry.
I'm not sure that's advisable.
We don't care whether it's going to be a hotel room, a toilet,
general debauchery, and
Harrogate brothel. We'll be streaming.
Right, so we are up out of time now. That's it. Right.
Guys, do you get Countdown in America, or has that reference gone completely over your heads? Good, over the heads. Right. Okay. We're finished now. We're finished when we say I'm finished. We're finished. Right. So, starting from top then with the panels and pints, guys. Let's see what you got. Copy. You can judge this. Okay. Just a neutral party. You and your friend, and your hostage. Andy, you're better than that. Andy, you're better than that.
Andy wins. It's a stick figure. I don't know. There might be other impressive stick figures.
That's a shame. That's a real shame.
Sean?
I think I sucked the life out of us.
Very minimalistic work there. Okay.
Can you hold it closer, Sean? Because there
we go.
Hold it closer.
What's the hand doing there?
Okay.
A little mischievous hand.
I think I saw that on.
And then we've got James winning. There we go.
James, show us your Kang. Let me see that Kang.
Look at
Baby, that Kang.
I like the way your Kang goes.
Yes.
I like the way your Kang goes.
Thomas? Jeez.
Okay, here's the artist. For fuck's sake, I forgot he was on.
And then we have Ben.
Sinister.
Nice.
Everyone's gone for the kind of same thing.
Time!
Yes, Charlie, everyone has gone for the same thing. They've mixed Kang with Joker.
No joke.
Oh,
Like
nice.
it.
He's done 70s smoking Joker.
Yes, I have. So,
Don't smoke, kids.
Copy, if you're still there before we let you go, who won?
I hope he hasn't crashed.
The TVA have got to either the TVA have got to him or he's crashed. I really hope it's the first.
Copy, are you there? Right, there we go. He's gone.
Okay.
I guess it's going to be Copy 2 on your show.
So who won? Who won? He's coming back in, but we're getting back in, and then we can let him drive home. Let's get him back in. Copy.
Hello.
Yeah, looks like he's back.
Copy. This is the last chance again, dude. And Copy.
He's screaming in pain.
He sounds very Kang-like with his robotic.
I think he's
punk voice.
I think he's dying. Please send help.
Just a paramedic comes on the stream. Hi guys. Do you know his name?
Tom won. By the way, I'm a paramedic. I know art.
Right.
Tom wins.
Right.
So Tom, you actually won.
Copy, are you there?
I never win anything.
Right, you're fired, Copy. This doesn't bode well for
Copy.
our show Monday. Just saying.
As long as he's not driving, you'll be all right.
Anyway, we're getting back on schedule now. Copy, we was hoping for you. We was waiting for you to judge us. So I guess that didn't happen. So anyone in the chat, if we all hold up our pictures now, we'll be able to tell you who won. So in the chat, let's all hold it up. If someone in the chat could let us know who they think the winner is, and the winner will win absolutely nothing.
Just one person in the chat say a name. Okay, Wakey Box, fantastic. I win.
Ben wins.
Voting is closed. Okay, Francis voted for me as well. Brilliant. This is going well. What a great night. They're all just doing that because it's my birthday.
Yesterday.
Was it your birthday?
Yeah, it's not your birthday anymore.
Is it your birthday?
Well, to be fair, yeah, it's not.
Come on. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. Oh, look, guess who showed up? Copy.
Stop it, Charlie. Stop it. It's not working.
Stop giving him the opportunity to crash.
Stop beating it.
Right, Copy. Just before we let you go, so you can get back to driving.
What? We're back?
No, there's no. There's. Oh my God! Right.
Copy. You got what I need.
Copy.
Right. So anyway, the winner
what's
was
next, Charles.
The winner
Charles,
was
what's
Ben.
next?
We're going to get back on schedule. Let's get back on schedule. We're going to go back to toys.
Toys.
We're going to go back to toys now. I don't know who.
Wait, hold on. Is James staying because he has to be up at 8?
No, James can duck out. He can stay if he wants.
You want me to go, Ben? Is that you suggesting that I go?
No, I just don't want to be held accountable for the way you feel at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be the face that you see.
Listen, Ben, the worst thing can happen is I crash my car in the way and I die, and that's it. No big deal.
So basically, you do a copy.
Yeah.
Charlie, toys.
But yes, toys.
Let's bring up
Marvel
the mood.
Legends. We did we have done the Funko Pops, which we covered there. We are now on to Marvel Legends, the Marvel Legends series. Who was covering this? Ben, Andy, Tom?
I can talk about it. I mean, the picture you see there in the top left is, of course, this brand new Galactus figure, which is part of the HasLab project. So the way the HasLab thing works is rather than buying the figure, you're supporting the idea. You're making a down payment, and if they get so many down payments, then they will make the product. If they don't hit that target that they've set, then they won't make that product. But this, I don't know where it's at already, but I think after like 2 days, it was already halfway to its target. So I'm very, very sure that this will be made, and it just looks incredible. The scale and everything like that. It's got LED lights inside of it. You can swap out the head. You get like a zombie version of Galactus, who of course features heavily in the Marvel Zombies series, which is really cool. And then next to him and below him, you've got. Now I was annoyed about this, the Spider-Man Far From Home. Far From Home? Yeah, I get my homes mixed up on the titles, but the new suits that we're going to see. And I just feel like they've...
No Way Home?
No Way Home, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just feel like they just need to at least give us a trailer. At least give us a trailer or some official shots before you're showing us this stuff in toys. And I think we might be coming back to it, but there's another thing that does that as well, and I just find it a bit frustrating because it doesn't give a proper impression of kind of the impact of the suit and how it's going to look on screen and stuff like that. But what appears to be with the black suit is if you go really closely into that, and we will hit on the Hot Toys later, which has some images, but there's like little numbers on the suit, on parts of the suit and stuff, so it looks like it's even more like integrated within the kind of Stark technology and all of that world. And then what we're going to see as well is like a Doctor Strange kind of powered up version of the spider suit, so he's going to be wearing like Doctor Strange gauntlets and things like that. And I don't know how you guys feel about it. How do you feel about toys revealing stuff before trailers and stuff like that?
I don't think it's going to happen in the movie. It just seems too out there for what's happened so far in the Spider-Man movies to have a Doctor Strange embedded suit. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. So I think it's just done for toys, but I don't think it's going to be in the movie.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Too far-fetched for the movie, in my opinion.
Too far-fetched for the series that has a talking raccoon and tree.
Yeah, but that, that's fine if it's in Guardians of the Galaxy, but it's not. It's in Spider-Man.
Yeah. Well, that's always been my issue. Is I think I've always enjoyed, even in the comics, like Spider-Man stories that are rooted on reality. He's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and I think when he starts protecting the world and not the neighborhood, I don't know. But for those fans of the old school Spider-Man, then they have another edition of the Legends range and the classic. I think it's called the Retro Legends range for the Spider-Man sort of series inspired stuff. Anyway, and they're doing Venom, and it looks really cool. You kind of can't see the details here, but if you do look closely, it's even got kind of pinstripes of the red and the blue, like light reflection and stuff off the suit.
It is really cool. To be fair, this one is
that
really
box art as well. That sleeve for the box art.
It's
very
proper
nice,
80s, isn't it? Like, I love it.
Yeah. I've got the Sandman on order because they've released that. Although interestingly enough, Sandman never appeared in that 90s Fox Kids show. Yeah.
Next one, Ben.
Sorry, bro.
Do you prefer like black Phantom or like the tinted blue Phantom?
I'm a bigger fan of the older Venom anyway, just in general with stories and everything. So I'd say blue, and I like him to be big. I like him bulky. I don't like him too kind of sleek and stuff like that. So I referred to it just then about things being given away in toys. So we got the Ghostbusters trailer, and it was stunning. It moved me. As a big fan, I genuinely it had a profound effect on me, and I was emotional after watching it. And one of the great things about that trailer is it didn't really give too much away. We got a shot of Muncher, which is going to kind of be the new Slimer, and a few other ghosts and ghouls, and obviously we've met the mini puffs already. But one thing it didn't show us is that the original gang are going to be suiting up again, and we're going to get the old boys in their flight suits. And I feel like for me that would have been such an impactful moment to experience that in the film for the first time ever and not know it was going to come. So for them to kind of release the images of Bill and co in their suits, amazing. Like I'm really excited about that prospect, but it just kind of ruined it. I think. But I've already got these mini puffs on order. You get 3 in a pack, so I think I ordered 2, so I'm going to have 6 of the little fuckers, and I'm very excited.
What did you say the new ghost was called?
Muncher is he's.
And is that is Slimer going to be in it? Do you know?
I think that was my nickname at uni, Muncher.
You've got to have Slimer in it, surely. I mean, even if Slimer.
I was going to say usually I have to Muncher to make her Slimer.
Yes, mate.
Why did I let you talk?
James, you can stay.
Charlie, please go to the next slide before he says something else.
Dropping the truth bomb.
Right, so this is really cool. This is the Dave Filoni Star Wars Black Series figure. Andy, Star Wars knowledge. Do you remember the character's name in Mandalorian? Dave Filoni's character? I can't remember. But anyway, he's obviously one of the Rebellion, fighter pilots here. So it's just a really cool thing for fans to have. Like Dave Filoni is now, he's kind of the new father of Star Wars. He is Lucas's protege, and I think he'll be kind of icon status, if not already, very soon. So it's cool to have a little figure of him.
At least if they're just taking the mold from another Star Wars Black Series figure and just Stuck
Change the
Dave
head.
Filoni's head on it, basically.
100% new head. And to be fair, Dave Filoni's not slim. Like, I'm not being horrible, like, as a chunky man myself, but like, it would have been nice to see him a little bit bulkier, because he is, you know.
Wakey box.
Did Wakey? Okay,
No.
I was starting to like that guy.
Yeah, me too.
No, you won't.
Sad. That's a sad
There we
state
go.
of affairs.
So I quite like this figure. I think it's quite cool. This one, now we're talking.
This is cool, man. Yeah, now we're talking.
Tom, what are you saying?
I quite like this. To be fair, I absolutely love the helmet stuff. I love helmets,
Especially pink ones.
especially bright pink helmets. Really get me going, mate.
Yeah,
Charlie?
I love it. I love it too.
I like this. I think this is better than the one that Hydra made. Anyway,
Is Luke still in with us?
Not anymore.
they're not anymore. But I like this. I think this is great because we've there he
Terrifying.
is. Look at him. Look at that. Happy
Oh, my
birthday,
pink
sir.
helmets.
Now
Get
we're
on
really
the
talking about
marshmallow.
pink helmets.
Another one.
Go on.
Two.
Can you put 2 marshmallows in?
Two.
2.
There you go. There you go.
Just what
That's
you
what we-
tune in for, folks.
Yep, that's what we're here for.
Happy birthday to me.
No, mate, that was yesterday. Come on, get over it.
Chubby bunny.
You've
Unbelievable.
got to take it with the marshmallow in your mouth.
No, come on, guys. Let's talk toys. Seriously. So this is Hasbro's new Power Rangers life-size helmet. Now, I am chomping at the bit for a Black Ranger helmet, who is my favourite Power Ranger.
You're waiting for a black helmet.
Yeah.
He's chomping at the bit, not even waiting. He's chomping at the bits for one of these black ones.
Jumping at the bit for a black helmet.
Go on, Charlie. What's next?
What have we got next? We have got. There we go.
There I am. They finally made a figure of me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it coming in a lunchbox?
Mhm.
That's wicked.
Yeah. Very, very cool. What's the character called again? Do you remember?
No, I don't. I do remember him, but I don't remember his name.
Crampton.
Pig
Comes with
character.
marshmallows.
Power Rangers.
Jumping at the bit for his black helmet.
Let me just see. So he's called Pudgy Pig.
Pudgy Pig.
So it's the Pudgy Pig figure as part of the, I think they call it the Legacy range for Hasbro's Power
This
Rangers
image here
stuff.
looks like Ben shoving in a marshmallow.
It actually comes with...
He's having a wee party in his house on the left side, and there's nobody there. Poor bastard. He's like, look at him. He's got the streamers up. He's got a little sign. He's like, hey guys, you know who's coming to my party? It's my birthday.
He's in Roman cosplay as well. Very good. Next, Charlie.
Next. There we go. Look, now we're talking.
Yeah.
So talking about hot toys then, I did mention it earlier with the Spider-Man suit, and this obviously gives you a lot better opportunity to kind of see those details and see that kind of Doctor Strange power-up action going on with the suit there. Now, for me, I'm really excited about this Red Guardian Hot Toys and King Shark Hot Toys, but it is worth saying that these were just preview kind of, what do you call them? You know, like tests, like pilot figures. So they haven't, these aren't on pre-order or anything yet. They were just kind of shown to show you what is coming. But I'm really hoping they're fast-tracked because I think popularity-wise they've gone down really well, especially King Shark. And
King Shark is definitely what
I already know, even if I have to drop 300, 400 quid for that King Shark, I'm getting that from King Shark. I don't care. It's beautiful. The paintwork on the skin and stuff like that is unbelievable. So yeah, do look that up if you haven't had an opportunity to look at those photos up close.
They are great. They are great figures. Like that King Shark looks awesome.
Yeah, it does look awesome.
And if you're interested in your 1/6 scale figures, check out a channel called Justin's Collection or something. He does really kind of good, clear, concise reviews of 1/6 scale figures. Very good.
No, definitely. I'm kind of moving away like towards Hot Toys and stuff like that, like the realistic toy figures and stuff, because Funko Pops, as I said in the previous thing, they're kind of just flooding the market now, and these are kind of, they might be sought after, they might be expensive, but you kind of get your money's worth.
Yeah, they hold their value as well, which is
100%.
Yeah, they're big boy toys, aren't they?
Yeah,
the thing is with Hot Toys is you can take them out of the box and they don't lose their value at the moment.
Yeah,
you can take them out, display them, and then put them back in their box, and they still haven't lost the value of what you spent on them. If not, they go up.
Well, I had a Shitaru figure that I.
Was that before you came on? Was that before you came on, Ben?
A few more after their marshmallows, man.
3 hours, 24 minutes, and I still haven't had a Shitaru. I bought mine for about 90 quid, and I literally sold it for 90 quid. And it's an old figure. It's now been bought and sold and taken out of the packaging twice, and so they do hold their value, and people are still out there buying them for, that kind of money. So yeah, Hot Toys are the way.
Wicked. And we have some more Hot Toys as well. Again, Star Wars.
Yes. I want this so bad. I love this.
Yeah. This was your pick, Tom, wasn't it?
It is my pick, yeah. So I just really like the repaint of Boba Fett's outfit in the black and the slightly darker green. And I think this really is a cool set to be able to get the throne as well. There's a picture with him, and I can't remember the name of the other bounty hunter, where she's kind of sat with him. It looks insane. I don't know if I sent that picture.
Fennec Shand.
It looks great. What a cool setup to have in your house. I mean, I actually am tempted to get this myself. I am really on the fence about it, which I haven't got anywhere to put it. I don't have any space.
No, it's not going to be out till like 2023. This though, like the pre-orders like forever. But if you don't want to wait that long, there is going to be a Boba Fett 2-set series, which is pretty much the same outfit, but it's not the repaint on the armor. So it's him looking a bit more rough and ready. And yeah, I don't know why they're doing it as a duo, to be honest. I think one's just with the helmet and one's without. But why not just give the extra head? I never got why they did that.
Sorry, what?
Just give some extra head.
Always have that trouble. Always. And on that note,
usually once is enough for me.
What we got next? This was Andy's pick.
Yeah, this is one of my picks. This is the Godzilla vs. Kong movie, Kong, by Tamashii Nations. I think this is fantastic. I don't have a King Kong in my action figure collection because most of them are really cheap looking. This is probably going to set you back about maybe 60, 70 quid for this one. But apparently the designer actually took loads of photos of real monkeys and shaped the muscles and stuff like that and formed the muscles on it, and then digitally went in and painted the fur as well before it was printed. So I just think it's really cool the way that this was pulled together. I've got a couple of Tamashii Nations figures, and they're worth every penny. The display boxes are fantastic, but you probably have to pre-order this one, so I don't think many shops will be.
In general, what size would that actually be?
This one, I think they're normally about, is it 12 inches? Yeah, about 12 inches.
1/10 scale, aren't they? 1/12 or 1/10, yeah.
These ones, I don't know what these ones are. It didn't say what these ones were, but normally I'd say that one's probably about 12 inches, maybe 13. It's about that size.
Yeah, it does look wicked. Though,
that was 6 inches.
You were going to say that.
That is a great figure, though. That is an awesome figure.
Very nice.
What we got next? There we go. Mezco Toys. This is awesome.
Yeah, I this was another one of my picks. I just thought this looked absolutely fantastic. I think the sculpt looks great. It's normally when you get a Wonder Woman figure, the face can be a little bit off, to say the least. And I think they've pretty much nailed this one because they've not just replicated it from the movie. They've given that proper Amazonian look. Again, this one will probably set you back 70, 80 quids, but you see the amount of accessories that you get with it, and it's normally a good display model.
That's well worth the money. Like 100%. Look how many. Like that is. I thought you was going to say over that.
It is well sculpted. You can see how.
I was going to say it's the level of detail on that.
Yeah.
And it's the base that comes with it as well. I've got one of the Black Panther ones of these at the 1/12 scale. And the bases are fantastic, really solid, heavy bases. So whenever you are going to display it, there's absolutely no fear of it falling over and breaking. But I think the cape that comes with this one is like a proper material cape as well. So it's not that cheap plastic that you would normally get. So definitely want to look out for.
That looks awesome. I'd like. This is what I kind of want to get into now. So thanks for this, Andy. Nice one, mate.
Yeah,
I've got you in a rabbit hole.
There we go.
Exactly.
Cheers, Andy.
I can actually prove that I've got this one. So this was one that I picked up. I thought this was fantastic. So this is obviously McFarlane Toys doing his thing, and I think Todd McFarlane's actually going to be setting up his own shop on his website. There we go. On the 4th of August, and I believe he's going to be dropping some exclusives on that. So definitely check that out. But yeah, this is obviously Batman Beyond. These McFarlane figures have been absolutely fantastic. The sculpt on it is great. Comes with fantastic bases as well. And if you're actually looking to buy these separately, these can normally set you back about 8 or 9 quid alone. So the fact that it comes with this is superb. And it came with, I think, two other sets of hands and some other fine bits at the bottom.
I've got a few of these. I got the Wonder Woman in a gold suit flying. And
I've got that. Yeah,
they're awesome. They're awesome figures. So NECA, really cool. This is kind of like the intimate level to get into like the hot toys and everything like that.
This isn't going to cost you a huge amount. I mean, it's going to be like 20 quid or something like that to get into these, but they display absolutely brilliantly. So definitely one for if you don't want to drop loads of money on a hot toy.
We've got quite a few McFarlane toys lined up. So we've got that one. We've obviously got this one, Lobo.
Yeah, awesome. This is awesome, mate.
I have this in pre-order with not quite. Man.
This is awesome. This looks wicked. Like the detailing on this is incredible.
The jacket, I mean, look how realistic that leather jacket looks, and you just know it's not leather, but it looks leather. I love that.
Have you went into toys then, Tom?
Yeah. So if you anything in previews, I can get, mate. So I can get toys and anything you want. I just don't put them on the website because it takes me nearly a week just to put the comics up. But if you see something you like, you can just definitely email me and I'll look it out for you.
But I think Luke has touched on the head. The toy market is truly special right now. We are spoilt for choice, both new and nostalgia-wise. I think he's right, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think McFarlane Toys, though, like they're incredible. You look at the Spawn figures, incredible, and yet those Suicide Squad figures, the head sculpts on some of them are just horrendous. Like Harley Quinn looked like she was hit by a bus, really bad. But this is stunning.
This is a really good one.
What's that next? Wow, this one.
Oh yes, please.
Spawn. John Boy may have a build over this. This is great.
Yeah, I've also got these on pre-order as well. They'll go as part of my Spawn collection. Everybody knows that I'm a huge Spawn fan. I think the sculpts of these are fantastic. The prices as well aren't too bad. Like for the Violator, you're probably talking about 40 quid for that, but you can imagine that it's going to be a sturdy figure. It's not going to be a cheap figure. So really looking forward. The Gunslinger looks absolutely brilliant.
The Gunslinger looks insane.
Yeah. That'll look really well displayed with maybe the Gunslinger comic that's coming out soon as well. So I'll definitely be picking these up. Any of you guys into the Spawn wing?
Not really.
No, I used to.
Nice, Charlie.
I collected quite like the first wave of Spawn figures that came out quite a few years back. So I've got quite a lot of those up in the loft. Like I really want to get my display cabinet sorted so I can get them all out. Because I've got like the Redeemer Spawn, the one with it's about 12 inches big and it's got the big wings. It's absolutely massive. I love it. It's one of my favorites from issue 77 of Spawn, the cover issue.
Yeah. This one.
Oh, mate, classic.
This is awesome.
Joker with the sash.
Is that one of yours, Ben?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, McFarlane Toys, they're doing a range for the Batman 60s series. This is actually part of like a Batcave set. So you buy the Batcave, and then I think the car's separate, and then you can obviously get the individual figures and stuff. But, you know, it doesn't set you back much each piece. I mean, you could probably get the whole set for 150 to 200 quid sort of thing, which, you know, for what it is, I think is really good. Obviously this show has a massive cult following, and I think these are going to go down really well. So
the fact that it comes with a diorama and stuff like that as well, so it's like it's just ready to display, take out the box or whatever and just stick it on the shelf and it'd look great.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
It does look good.
I know these are cool.
These are fun.
I'm not too sure about these, to be honest. I don't like.
I don't get
My
it.
little crowd would love those.
I don't really
I
get
just
it.
thought it was really random. Like, I didn't know, one, that McFarlane Toys had any rights to use Disney in any way. I think it's going to coincide with a game, a mobile phone game that's coming out.
Oh, right, okay.
So again, it's like they've shown us everything, and yet we don't really know what it's from. So you kind of can't enjoy it or get behind it. The only one I quite like the kind of Belle, you know, the action hero version of Belle, but I mean, this has all been done before. Final Fantasy games. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And those figures are decent as well. I think it's who makes those figures? It's Diamond Select, I think, make those figures, and they're really good. So yeah, I'm probably with you, Andy. I think I hate that Sully, and he's not even the size he should be. Sully should be bigger than that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Well, that was the thing. It's like, you know, some of them are quite small there, so you'd imagine they're either going to come as a set, because you can't imagine having to buy all of those, and they look like kind of a way at scale. Some of them as well.
Yeah, I mean the Buzz looks awesome, but the rest of them are very small.
But Buzz Lightyear is bigger than bloody Sully. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think they've got that wrong now. We got with that. Mattel.
So Mattel are releasing their very own Bad Robot. Obviously, this is J.J. Abrams' production company, and it's I think it's going to be like that sort of big. It actually looks really nice. I think it's going to be quite kind of premium format, nice sturdy kind of metallic looking figure. So just a cool thing for movie buffs. And the Bad Robot actually makes a cameo in Star Wars, so even Star Wars fans, it's quite a cool thing to have now, because he is a canon droid technically.
That does look good though. It does look really good.
What size is that going to be? What sort of scale is it? Do you know?
Sort of like that, I think.
That's it. Right, cool.
Is it going to come in a stand, Ben? Does it come on a stand or?
No, it comes in a nice display box and stuff. But I think it's quite easy to stand up because it's going to be quite sturdy and stuff. So. But the box art looks nice and stuff if you have an opportunity to look at that.
No, I like that. I think that's great. I do think that's good. This is what I'm talking about. This is old school, in your house.
Oh, mate, Doink the Clown, man.
So this is another one that is in the same vein as the Galactus, where you have to kind of crowdfund it first sort of thing. So, you know, they have to get to so many people wanting to see it and committing money. I think wrestling fans are crying out for this. I think it's going to come with various different attachments to the side of the ring and things as well, so you can kind of customize that. But this is such a key era for wrestling.
I love this. This is amazing. I mean, that retro blue stairs are incredible.
Yeah, you got Doink the Clown there as well, which I think is an exclusive if you do commit, you know, to buying it, and it will come with the Big Diesel, Kevin Nash, there as well, which I thought was a bit of a strange choice, to be honest. Like,
we'll see. What Wakey Box has put here is are they allowed to brand it with WWF? They're not. This is an old school logo I used. As you'll see on the wrestling ring, it is just WWE. It's just going to be rebranded in your house and stuff. But if there isn't many people wanting it, we will never. This won't see the light of day. But hey ho, it's not a Killer Comics ring as we've seen the Killer Comics wrestling ring. It's not that. So, but yeah, it's a good toy. I'm looking forward to that if it does ever come out. I mean, I've still got some of these wrestling figures in the loft. Do you know what I mean? They're just wicked, and I definitely think that's going to be great. So yeah, hopefully that pans out. Now this one, is this Andy or is this Ben?
I mean, I threw a lot of them in there. This is announced.
I threw a lot of stuff in there.
This is announced at the San Diego Comic-Con panel with Mondo. They've got a number of 1/6 scale figures coming out, which we'll probably touch upon in the next couple of slides. But this is a nice little throwback. They're doing various versions of Godzilla, but this one was just a highlight for me for anyone that remembers the animated series that they did. It's a really cool kind of, this hits you right in the nostalgia member berries. Very cool.
What size is this going to be, Ben? Do we know?
1/10 scale. I think I'm not sure. It'll be
is.
about 12. It'll be about 12 inches tall.
It's Raptor from Rugrats. There we go.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Similar, very similar. Well, that's what Raptor was based on anyway, I think, was Godzilla.
Of course. Now this one.
Nice, Godzilla.
Now
So this is the thing that's really broke the internet. Announced just before actually the actual Comic-Con thing, but this is a 1/6 scale, so this is the same scale as Hot Toys and stuff, but it's obviously done in the animated series style.
I love the cell shading, man, when they do this kind of toy with the cell shading style.
Very cool, very cool. And if you were lucky enough to get the San Diego Comic-Con pre-order, then you get the packaging is basically Wolverine lying in a bed looking at the photo of Jean and Scott, like the internet meme there with the sad face. So that's really fun, but they are going to release it on general release, where it will just kind of come as it is. But one of the really cool accessories there, which we've pictured, is the Morph headpiece. And then I think there's a Magneto figure coming out, and that will also come with a Morph headpiece. So I'm all for Morph. More Morph. Doesn't get enough love, that kid.
It does look like I follow a guy called Asian Funk, and he said he went to the Comic-Con and stuff like that, and people were going mad for this, like mad. Like,
yeah,
it's great. It's a great figure. It is awesome, and I'd love to get hold of that.
Hard pass for me. I'm not feeling
Really?
the lads. Nah, I don't like it. Meh.
On that note, we'll go next. There we go.
Do you like this one though? Because this is very similar in style. It's 1/6 scale. It's animated style. Or are you just not feeling that scale for that style?
I like the cell shading.
For the Wolverine? No, I just don't like it. I don't know if it's maybe because I'm not a huge Wolverine fan or just the sculpt itself, but I can't imagine me going out my way to go find it, pick it up and display it.
I just hope as well with the scaling that, like, if you stood that Wolverine up to next to Joker, I hope he's smaller, because like in the cartoon they got it right. Like he was, smaller than the other guys in the cartoon and stuff, and I just hope they kind of get that right. But yeah, this is awesome. I mean, if Mark Hamill fans and stuff will be all over this, I'm sure.
I'd definitely pick this up. I'd pick this one up because I have the animated series Mondo Batman just up there somewhere, awesome. And it's a fantastic, and the packaging for it is super.
That whole range is amazing. They've done an incredible Dr. Freeze.
Dr. Freeze
in that
is
range.
amazing.
Yeah. And I mean, they market for about £200 new, I think. But it's always worth looking on eBay. I think I saw Mr. Freeze for 150 quid on eBay the other day. So they are out there, and they're not like Hot Toys. I know Luke Hydra Collectibles earlier was saying, they get sun-kissed and things like that, because it's not fabric clothes. These do age like a normal figure, which is if you keep them out of sunlight and stuff very well. So
yeah. I know this look good. Again, it's value for money with like all the adaptations you can do in it and change it out and stuff. So
it's pretty cool that you get the fish. That's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The laughing fish
and the little dynamite there as well. That's great. What we've got next? This one, Nico.
Yeah, so this was another San Diego Comic-Con exclusive that they announced. NECA had an amazing little kind of panel live video, which was very, very cool. So they have, over the last week, dropped kind of official photos, and this is the Channel 6 news team set, and it's awesome, I think, for the accessories alone. Like if you've been collecting all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated stuff, like even just to get those cameras and things like that, I think it's worth it for that alone. The one thing I did think, I don't know, the April O'Neil, she doesn't come with like any alternative, so it's Cat April O'Neil, and that's it, sort of thing. I know that there is the normal one out there, but it might have been nice to maybe make that changeable. But very cool. Obviously, tons of references to different episodes of the series. Yeah, I think this is a awesome little set. Have you guys got any of the animated stuff?
No,
not me, mate.
No. But again, Tom, they've got
animated.
that finish, that cartoon-like finish to them.
Yeah, I think it's
Very
really
cool.
nice. I like the way they do it. There's a couple of Dragon Ball Z statues that I've got that have got that kind of cell shading, and I just it just resonates because I like anime and I like animation. It was what I did my degree in, so I kind of like this kind of stuff. Really perks up my ears.
It just wasn't done until, like, as far as I remember, like those types of figures weren't a thing 10 years ago. So visually it looks really cool, I think.
No, they do look good. I've got the, as you can see behind you, Ben, you've got the big scale turtles there. I've got the smaller ones, but I'm definitely want to get the bigger ones as well.
Can't
But
win them all.
It is
You're saying that yours are
interesting.
smaller than Ben's, mate? You trying to say
My turtles are significantly smaller than Ben's? Yes, they are.
Now the internet knows.
And I'm not ashamed to admit it.
There
There we go. Talking turtles.
So we're finally getting a Casey Jones unmasked version, which I know fans have been desperate for a long, long time. I'm actually desperate for a 1/4 scale Casey Jones to go with my boys. Keeping you up, Tom.
Sorry, mate. Sorry,
Mate,
that's completely overtook me.
I'm fucking flagging as well. Don't worry. And yeah, it's just a really cool thing. This character is absolutely cherished by fans, so very cool to finally get that version. And I think before he only came as part of a duo pack, so it'd be nice to get him as a figure alone. Have we lost Charlie?
Oh, have we lost Charlie?
Might have lost Charlie. Have you got? Oh no, he's back. He's back. Go on, Charlie. Next slide, please.
Sorry,
Sound
my
like Chris Whitty.
My iPad died. Gone.
Oh, my iPad died.
So just going back to the 1/6 scale figures now, if you do look at Hot Toys figures and you put off because of the price tag, you think I'm never going to be able to afford that, there are tons of KO or knockoff companies out there that do unlicensed figures. So they are very much the character you are looking for, but they just won't explicitly call it the character. So I think the Green Goblin is out there as the Fiend, and like Doc Ock is like Octopus Doctor or something like ridiculous. They find ways around it. Speedster, I think, is Quicksilver and stuff like that.
So Robin the Accuser, they're called the Galax Warlord.
The Galax Warlord,
yeah.
I think it's Galaxy Warlord. I think he's covering the Y.
Yeah, he is.
I think I need to check that.
Galax. Galax sounds much better.
This is so cool, though.
I don't see none of that Y.
Ronan the Accuser is such an underappreciated villain in the Marvel Cinematic Universe mythos. So doesn't come with many accessories. You're literally just kind of getting his hammer and hands there. But this will probably only come in at a price tag of 150 to 200 quid. So it's like £100 cheaper than like the cheapest Hot Toys. So I am actually really tempted to get this. So it kind of goes with my Guardians of the Galaxy shelf there. So I may well pick this up. Very, very cool.
Does look like a great.
It did look good, to be fair. I had thought it was, when you first showed the slide, I thought it was a Hot Toy, to be fair.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Luke. Next.
This is the last one.
Yeah, another one to please Tom and Charlie, Power Ranger fans. This is a 3-0, again, 1/6 scale. 3-0 are actually doing the whole team. And again, these are a lot more affordable, but I would say get them now, get them market price, because I was trying to acquire a 3-0 Bebop and Rocksteady. and they have now shot up in price. FreeZero, I think once they produce something, they don't necessarily revisit it. So get it now, and it's licensed, you know. So it's they're nice. They're nice. And they all come with their weapons and things like that. All the team come with their weapons.
I could be tempted to get one of these if I had the space, for sure.
I guess they'll come with it. I guess they'll come with a stand and
all
stuff.
of them. I wouldn't be able to pick because the green's my favourite because he's called Tommy. But like,
Nice.
I'd have to get them all.
That's your name.
It is.
Yeah, I see the connection.
And no, it does look great. I'd like to see what the stands they come on though. Like, are they going to be like plastic or are they going to be like proper, nice, decent stands?
I'll tell you what, Charlie, we should get them, and then I'll design some stands and get them made at work.
Go for it. Definitely. We've covered a hell of a load of toys. James, is there any on there that you kind of that pique your interest?
Nope.
Good job.
I think Sean kind of ducked out early, didn't he?
Sean ducked out.
And he's still on a pee break. But while we are here, the next section is what Ben is actually here for. It's been enjoyable. Ben put this together a couple of months ago, so I think it's only fair that we kind of Now we are getting into the wee hours of the morning now, and Ben went to see this film on Friday, and he is going to give us a spoiler-free, spoiler-free, first thing for everything on the Killer Comic Show, spoiler-free review. Ben, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Well, I've got to say, I haven't made any notes, so I am riffing here, and we're 3 hours, 50 minutes into the stream. It's the early hours of the morning here in the UK, so you have been warned. I absolutely go make a coffee, man, while I'm talking about this.
The dog's been put to bed, and I can't go in there because I'll disturb him.
Bloody hell. Right, anyway, Suicide Squad is incredible. This film, everything that first film got wrong.
I'm going
away. He's got away.
He's going for a wee.
He's going for a wee. He's got
worth interrupting me while I was mid-flow to announce that.
Go for a wee.
Go for a wee. I'm going to go for a wee as well.
James is not coming back. Anyone else? Just put me big screen, and when you all piss off,
for a wee.
literally. Andy, don't leave me. Okay, good stuff, guys. Suicide Squad is as I said, it gets everything. Oh, stop interrupting me. Right. Everything that first film.
Who wears the pants on this show?
Okay, guys, you take it from here. I'll see you next time.
James, what have you done? James, what have you done?
Oh, I think it was a bit of a joint effort there, to be fair.
Just talked about pants. I'm sorry.
Tom, is that 7% code still working?
Yes, mate. Yeah, the 7% code is still working over on Not Quite Mint. So if you want anything, could be exclusives, could be monthly previews, all the pre-orders from October, September, August. They're all there. They're all 7% off today if you use After Dark, all capitals, no spaces.
After Dark, and that's up to
no one cares. Right, Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
I made that intro. I've dressed up as fucking El Diablo. I spent 2 hours temporary tattoos on my face. Right.
You didn't even know you were going to be reviewing the movie, so it's so weird.
To be fair, I thought I was going to be reviewing it a lot earlier in the night. Look, this film is phenomenal. To be honest, I don't have huge amounts to kind of say on it in a spoiler-free way because it is going to be quite hard to do that. The one thing I would say is this film did an incredible job of making you fall in love with characters you have no right to fall in love with. James Gunn has reinvented characters. He has brought new characters to the plate, like Ratcatcher 2, because she is a new character. You know, we all knew Ratcatcher from the comics, but this is a brand new kind of version, and he's ultimately kind of makes you fall in love with them. He does unfortunately kill a lot of people that you fall in love with, but it's done in such a kind of tongue-in-cheek way. This, for me, films now are really starting to feel like you get the experience that you get when you read a comic. It's fun, it's ridiculous, you know, it's heartfelt at times, it's dramatic at other times, and you come away with a smile on your face. Into the Spider-Verse did that perfectly. It felt like reading a comic book, and this was another film that felt like reading a comic book. It was ultra violent, completely ridiculous, like it had no right to, you know, if you went into the boardroom and pitched Starro the Conqueror 10 years ago, they would have laughed you out of that boardroom. But James Gunn manages to kind of intertwine this amazing story. The story actually is not that complex for this. You could kind of go from A to B very, very quickly, but it just does it in a perfect way. I think James Gunn plucked from the old film well. I think, you know, having Amanda Waller back, having Margot Robbie's Harley, Captain Boomerang, you know, he plucked those characters very well from there. And what's amazing about this is it's not a sequel, it's not a prequel, it's not like a reboot. It kind of is its own thing. There's a moment of kind of acknowledgement between Harley and Boomerang, but that's kind of it. The character designs are fantastic. The effects feel, you know, rooted in reality, even if it is a big Sylvester Stallone voiced shark. I just loved this film. Like, I honestly did not stop smiling from start to finish. So I need to rewatch it a couple of times before I go and make bold statements. But this really could be up there for me as one of my favorite comic book films.
Cool.
To date. Like, I was so excited for Suicide Squad, that first one, before it came out. And I loved the casting, I loved the character design, everything. And then the film was a piece of shit. And I was really gutted because it just completely dropped the ball. And this kind of felt like what I'd always wanted. Honestly, it's a lot harder to come up with things to say for something you love than for something you didn't. And this film was really incredible. So maybe what we can do, guys, is if we give it a week and give you guys the opportunity. Actually, no, let's give it a couple of weeks, because I think America don't have it till the 11th of August, is it?
The 6th. They don't have it until the 6th.
So let's give the Americans time to watch it and give them a week to watch it on HBO Max or whatever, and then we'll revisit it on the Killer Comic Show, do a spoiler review, and get really into the nitty and gritty of it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
When you say like a week for the Americans to watch it, do you mean more a week for Charlie to illegally download it?
Yeah. That went down really well with John Boy Myers, by the way, didn't it?
That really upset John Boy, so we can't talk about it anymore.
You didn't, did you? You didn't? Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Not the comic creator, that is the worst.
Yeah.
But Ben, can I ask a question about Suicide Squad then? Do you think the new cast were well cast and that it was acted well? Do you in your opinion?
Yeah. I think some actors really didn't have much to do, and their version of said comic book character was a completely exploded version, like a brand new version, really. But I think the ones that stay, the casting of Ratcatcher too, because I believe she was just a model and she just read for the role. She hadn't really appeared in a proper film, kind of, so to speak, and she was absolutely unbelievable. She was so good. She was mesmerizing, I would say. And that character, dare I say, her and King Shark were my favorite characters.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. I actually really am looking forward to seeing it. I can't wait.
Yeah, and I think you kind of overlook what Margot does as well, because she is Harley now, and it's kind of just like, oh, she's Harley, but she is still Harley Quinn. Like, no one else for me could play Harley Quinn on screen now. Brilliant.
Ooh. Well, that was
awesome, Ben. Thanks, Teddy.
That was actually that was wicked, Ben.
See, that's what, if you just shut up and listen at the beginning, you would have known that.
It does, yeah. And then Ben, we are on to we're on
the twist.
We're in the final
It's
stretch
all that
now.
marshmallow beer.
We're in the final stretch now. We're going into the last segment of
I've
the
also
night.
got a toffee one.
And again,
Have you got
it's
toffee,
another
Steve?
segment from great work there by Ben. Awesome work there, Ben, man. That was wicked. Love that.
you.
And this is
So
obviously
much.
the Killer Comic Show After Dark. Let's talk wrestling. Now, I had to do a special little slide because obviously the news before we came out was this. What the hell? Seriously, what is going on with WWE at the moment?
Yeah, right.
He's been there 12 years. 12 years. He took like what 6 months off because of
Where do I start?
his friend dying and stuff, and then Vince McMahon's on one again.
Well, the problem is, right, we never necessarily know what's going on behind the scenes, and I think sometimes releases can be done where it's a kind of mutual agreement that said party is going to take some time off. They are going to use it as a work, which in the wrestling business means that it was kind of all planned and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, Bray could come back in a year's time, 2 years' time, and it would be one of the biggest returns ever. You know, potentially that could be the conversation that's happened behind the scenes. Because ultimately they can't pay Bray for not working. And he hasn't worked for 3 months. You know, he hasn't appeared on TV for 3 months. The other rumor is that, you know, they have really, really fallen out. And Bray has been going through some really bad mental health struggles recently with the passing of what you would know in WWE as Luke Harper. And I think if that is the case, it's really sad. I hope for the sake of him and his family that he kind of gets the help that he needs and takes this time to recoup. And I hope people kind of give him that space to do that. That's hard for me to say because for me, Bray Wyatt is my favorite current wrestler. Bray Wyatt has captured my imagination more in the work that he's done in the last 2 years than anyone has since I started watching wrestling. Like, I honestly think the idea of this kind of maniacal, kids TV presenter by day and, monster by night that he keeps at bay it was just absolutely incredible. It's perfectly executed, and it made me feel like a little boy again watching those segments. Seeing the Fiend come out and the entrance music and him holding his, the lantern made of his old head. It's all ridiculous, stuff. And for me, wrestling is comic books in the ring. It's bad guys and good guys. And I think WWE, in recent eras, it's been about sports entertainment, and kind of creating that illusion. I don't want sports entertainment. I want ridiculous characters. I want Doink the bloody clown. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted, beside myself about this, because it's just something I was really passionate about. I was lucky enough to meet Bray about a year and a half ago at a WWE event held by Monopoly Events here in the UK, meet and greet and photo and all of that. And he was charming. He was so engaging and lovely. He was bang up for the idea of me holding up his arm dressed as a referee. If you want to see that picture, go to my Instagram. And it was a real moment for me. So that was awesome. Yeah, get well soon, Bray, if it is the case that things are having to be worked on. On the flip side, if he is just a free agent looking for work now, hey, if Luke Harper, I always call stars by their old WWE names. I find it really hard to change. But if he would have wanted anyone to take over the Dark Order in WWE, it would have been Bray Wyatt. Now, I think Bray Wyatt comes into the Dark Order. You could really, I think him as a creative person as well, he could really have fun with taking each individual character of the Dark Order, twisting them a little bit, you know, making them a little bit more intimidating, making them a little bit weirder. And, you know, we could see a new monster. Tom Savini designs the mask, the guy who does Jason Voorhees and things like that. So I know that he would have a field day redesigning like a new. Obviously, it wouldn't be called the Fiend now, you know. So I, for one, would love that, or even like a faction with like Darby Allin, Sting, the Fiend, all the creepy guys. That'd be awesome. So yeah, very, very sad news, but hopefully fans will just give Bray the space that he needs to do what he needs to do.
Ben, do you think Alexa Bliss is still going to run with the whole? I think she's kind of gone on her own, hasn't she?
She will. You know, at the end of the day, that's her job. And, you know, when we're all at work, we do what our bosses tell us to do. I think Bray's given his blessing for the whole Lily thing. Yeah. Not James, apparently. But she actually tweeted how shocked she was and things like that. So, and a lot of like the guys who work on Bray's suit design and stuff have all made posts. So that makes me think maybe it's not a work, maybe it is real, because a lot of people are making statements about it, you know, whereas if it was a work, it would only be WWE making the statements, you know.
Just be quiet, keep quiet.
But yeah, it's shocking stuff. Breaking news as well tonight.
It was. And then next up we had, this was a couple of weeks ago now, but it's still news.
Yeah, so as you know, you take away with one hand, you give with another. That, like, John Cena came back over a week or so ago now, and I think, to be honest, I think Vince he probably wouldn't admit it, but I think he is having to bring back the big cards. You know, for John Cena, this is promotion as well. This is all promotion for Suicide Squad and stuff like that.
That's all he did. Like, to be fair, when he first came in, when he came back, that's all he was talking about. How many Peacemaker outfits he's nicked and what he's doing and stuff.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's a no-brainer for him to kind of use that platform to do that. John Cena is one of whether some wrestling fans won't want to admit it, but he's one of the greatest of all time. He really is. And James doesn't agree. Feel free to fucking throw your hat in rather than just shaking your head down there.
I don't want to interrupt you again, but you didn't take it well last time, so I don't want to upset you.
To be fair, when I've had a Butler Rose, you're a brave man. I think.
No, I'm not really a big fan of John Cena.
No. Why?
Like, I honestly like him as an actor, but as a wrestler, I always thought I didn't like the gimmick. I just thought it was very sort of plain and ordinary and boring.
He is the personification of the PG era, though, isn't he? He's the personification.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, and that's ultimately not what we kind of got into wrestling for and stuff. But he is the Superman to kids, you know, or not even kids who are now like 16, 18. Like he was their Superman. So I think him coming back is a big draw. It's now been announced that it's going to be him versus Roman Reigns at SummerSlam, which again is a big draw. I don't know, the Bray thing. I can't stop thinking about Bray. I'm just like, John Cena versus Reigns. Yeah, cool story. I want Bray versus anyone.
That's the problem, though, with WWE. They're not doing anything new. How many times has John Cena returned? Why is that? That shouldn't even be newsworthy.
Yeah.
And then wrestling Roman Reigns, who again is probably another boring wrestler. It's just there's nothing there. There's no excitement, and I'm pretty sure they've wrestled, you know, the headline big cards before. There's nothing new there.
No,
it gets up from me.
I do agree. What would you think of like The Rock coming back and fighting Reigns as a family thing? No.
Again, it's not new. You know, there's nothing new there. You know, The Rock's returned plenty of times, and I love The Rock, always have and always will, but it's just not wrestling Roman Reigns. I just don't like Roman Reigns either. He's just he's just no charisma.
Yeah, I mean, some would argue that it's like the two faces of the PG era, basically, like fighting each other. So, yeah, I'm not overly, you know, infused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's still news though. It's still like I got hyped when he came
Yes.
back, and I messaged Ben straight away. I was like, "Cena's back. I'm all in again," which is annoying because he does cut some good promos. But yeah, like James, as you said, like jumping on with Roman Reigns and stuff, like the head of the table, like that's it. It's done. Get over it. Next up, Nikki ASH wins Money in the Bank.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely hate this whole thing. Nikki, almost a superhero, is the whole thing behind it. She, look, let's be honest. Molly Holly was doing it and did it better, and Hurricane Helms gave that gimmick to Molly Holly. So. It's kind of not really going anywhere. They're pitting her against Charlotte. It all feels very forced. It doesn't feel like a natural storyline that has kind of bled into each other. I'm over it. Next slide.
Sweet.
Piss off, Nikki.
On that as well, I think they were sort of stuck with what to do with Nikki because I think she's been floating around for a while. It was hard to find something for her to do. I don't know where they came up with that gimmick, but it's got over.
Well, with
and
Nikki,
it's working.
when she was Nikki Cross, she didn't really. There was nothing really of her, really.
I think when she was in NXT with Sanity and the whole Sanity thing, and I'm a big fan of Big Damo or Killian Dane, who's married to Nikki, because he's from Belfast. I've seen him wrestle here, and he's just fantastic. And they've released him as well, so that's a very disappointing curve of events. But I think I loved that whole Sanity gimmick in NXT, and that
was brilliant. It never worked. That they stopped that.
Yeah, it just didn't seem to get across when they brought it over to SmackDown.
But this gimmick just really doesn't work. Like apparently she'd wanted to do it for a while and then approached and then did it, and it just doesn't work. This whole dancing around in the ring like I'm a butterfly, it doesn't work.
Guys, hold the fort. You carry on with the wrestling news. You're gonna have to carry on. BRB.
Okay, right, there we go. Right, so
has he gone for his barber sword now?
Jimmy Uso is returning, or he has returned already for being arrested on DUI charges again. He first got arrested in 2018 or 2013 again. Got charged, got dropped, got drunk, did it again, and then he came back as part of the head of the table setup and wins the tag team titles for the 5th time with his brother Jay. I mean, all it seems now is that WWE are putting their money behind Roman Reigns, the Usos, Paul Heyman. There's nothing new at all.
Yeah, usually they would have a no sort of tolerance policy to, that sort of substance abuse, whether it be drugs or alcohol. How many sort of wrestlers have been let go because of it, and they're obviously giving Jimmy Uso quite a few chances. Quite a mugshot as well. It's a mugshot of a man who knows he's been scooped again.
Yeah. But I mean, it's the same thing. Like Roman Reigns, I think 2 years ago, was banned for a couple of months, and then obviously he's been suffering with cancer and came back, and he's on that now, and now he's the champion. But yeah, this is just pretty fucking DUI charges, drunk and back in, and it's just one more for someone else, one more for another. So yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't, does it?
But I think that whole who knows.
This one, on other news note, again, they're just clutching at straws here. Bobby Lashley, obviously, 2 weeks ago, issued an open challenge to anyone on Raw, and then Big Kevin came back. He defeated him. Big Keith Lee, that was it, come back, and then Goldberg returns to screams of I'm next. I mean, is this even a match that WWE fans want to see?
No, they're just bringing Goldberg back every year. It's literally every year, stick him in a big match.
Do you think he's going to become the new Undertaker, though? Where it just keeps coming back.
Yeah, but Undertaker's matches just became poorer and poorer. And it wasn't Undertaker and Goldberg had that match that was just awful. I don't know why they're doing it. Goldberg doesn't look in the best of shape. His arms are so thin. When I watch that segment, his arms are so small. Yeah. But I don't know. Hey, you know what? Goldberg, he'll bring in the pay-per-view buys, but I don't like. This is where WWE are going wrong. There's nothing new happening. There's nothing exciting happening. I like Bobby Lashley. I think that they need to do something better with Bobby Lashley. But again, this is not new, and it's pushing me away. Well, I barely watch it as it is, but
Andy, Tom, thoughts?
Yeah, thoughts.
Oh, mate, I love Goldberg. He's my favourite. Always has been. I loved him back in the 90s, mate. I don't really watch it now, so I don't really know how good he is anymore. But he wasn't very good back then. I just liked that he was always undefeated for a bit.
Yeah, he basically did 2 moves in one, and that was him.
Yeah.
So.
That was it.
I watched his career when he was part of the Raiders. I mean, I quite liked him when he played American football, to be fair.
I don't know who either of these people are. I'm sorry.
I love that. It's brilliant.
I have no idea.
Bobby Lashley has legit fought MMA for Bellator as well. So.
Has he actually?
Yeah.
Bobby Lashley, yeah. I think he's had 2 or 3 pro fights.
Yeah, he's hench. He's hench. Like he'll tear you
That's
up.
all Roy. It's got to be Roy's.
Yeah. I want to hear Andy's thoughts on all wrestling. Haha. There we go. Look, we're coming to the last segments now. We're just going to, until Ben's finished with his Bulbasaur, we'll crack on, because obviously now big news is CM Punk and Daniel Bryan have potentially signed for AEW.
AEW, wow.
Wrestling.
Yeah, woohoo! Do you even know AEW are? No, you don't.
I do. Didn't Chris Jericho have something to do with AEW with the champagne and shit?
Yeah, a little bit of bubbly.
So there you go. We're doing a little bit.
Here we go. But obviously, Kenny Omega, who is like one of the chief executives, has spoke out and said it'd be absolutely amazing for the brand if CM Punk and Daniel Bryan, or Bryan Danielson, as he still calls him, were to sign for AEW, because they would bring so much of what they created at WWE, and it would be great for them to come over. I think there are pros and cons of them joining. Obviously, CM Punk is outspoken, loves a mic. Daniel Bryan never really made it as the champion that he wanted to be, and then when he did, he lost it, and then he went into that like partnership with Kane and stuff. But I think this would be great. Like, AEW are killing it at the moment. I think they're going to end up getting Braun Strowman. If they did get Bray Wyatt, if they got these two, I think they would surpass WWE.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what they're going to do with them. Because they're scooping up a lot of these sort of talent that have been released. So it just depends what they're going to do with them. It's hard because at the minute AEW it's very chock-a-block with matches and wrestlers, and it's good. I love it. I think all the matches they put on are stunning matches. So it's hard to see where they're going to fit these guys in. But they've made a success of a lot of people so far. So I don't doubt they will do a good job of it.
I think it'd be interesting to see, because obviously they're great wrestlers, but would it work in AEW? Like, I'm loving AEW at the moment better than WWE, and they're all dropping out now because no one likes wrestling. It's just me and you, James. Yeah, we've got the last one here. I was hoping Ben would be back for this, because this again is an ex-WWE wrestler. This is obviously Zack Ryder, aka Matt Cardona. He wins the GCW title, and he beat the infamous Nick Cage, who is renowned for like winning stupid matches, violent matches. Yeah?
The actor Nick Cage?
No, not Nicolas Cage. This is Nick Cage.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, Andy.
But this story's been written about because obviously Zack Ryder, Matt Cardona, is married to Chelsea Green, who the fans actually have put a petition to kill her. Like, there's fans wanting out there want to kill her, and it's ridiculous.
Standard, isn't it? Just put a petition out to kill somebody. That's what normal people do.
It's just stupid. They're trying to start a GoFundMe page to kill his girlfriend, Chelsea Green. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't sort of watched the GCW stuff. I'm not too familiar with it. I know Nick Cage had a great match with Jericho on AEW.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't realise Nick Cage was a wrestler.
There we go. Look, we've just heard that one, mate.
Oh, sorry.
I've had enough. I've had enough.
Sorry.
I'm done.
But this is what they're talking about. I've seen the photos after this, and it was horrific. It was pointless. It was a nothing match. Obviously, he won the title, but the stuff that they went through was like bloody Terry Funk and Mankind old school days.
Yeah, but you know what though? They love it. That's why they do it. They love it. They love doing that.
Attracting the fans. Yeah. And the way that they're floating between GCW and AEW now, I think is definitely going to. I think it's going to kick WWE's ass, if I'm honest. To be fair, and that brings the Killer Comic Show After Dark to a close. I don't know where Ben is.
I'm getting all about what Ben.
I think he's gone on for a
Bulbasaur, mate.
I think he's gone on for a Bulbasaur. I don't know where
he's fallen asleep on his Captain America potty.
But we kind of
Shield fell off the wall.
can't finish the show without him, really.
No, we definitely can't.
We've just got to wait around. But it's been a long one, guys, isn't it? It has been a long one.
I've got my marker. I can draw stuff on my face and pretend to be Ben.
Yeah,
you can sign off.
If you do and you want to get on your train to your game tomorrow, go for it.
Train?
You must.
Haven't you got to get a car or a train or a plane or automobile?
I'm just going to get in my car and drive.
I'm just going to get in my
That's what
car and
roads are for.
drive. Isn't that what's his name? David Hasselhoff. Didn't he sing a song about getting in his car and driving?
He did.
He did.
He did indeed.
You're at 39 minutes to use After Dark on Not Quite Mint for everybody. So get orders in. Cha-ching.
But there was someone did put in the chat, did they miss the secret word for the giveaway? That was flashed up throughout the whole show for the whole 4 hours and 20 minutes. That was flashed up throughout the whole show. So if you do know what that was, you need to drop me, Tom.
Go on, sorry, mate. I was going to say, to give you a hint, it pops up in the corner above where Charlie is at the moment.
Yeah.
So it will come up in the top right-hand corner.
Just up there.
Every now and then throughout the whole show. So if you find it, email me or Charlie. We'll put your names into a hat and we'll draw the winner on Thursday show.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean,
You get this. A cheeky, not quite mint crate.
Look at that. Look.
Already pre-packaged, ready to go.
And who knows what it's going to be, eh? And look, even Hydra's like, right, and Wakey Box, finally, he got it. He's been asking since 11 o'clock this morning. I really hope Tom doesn't get called out for work now. He'll be shattered.
Don't worry, I'm going to have a shitload of coffee now.
Ben, we got through it, mate. We came to the end.
Well, you know what? I felt confident, like, with James being here. He knows his stuff. He knows his wrestling stuff. So I was happy to just go deal with some business.
But yeah, that's it. That's 4.5 hours nearly done. The first Killer Comic Show live. Thanks to...
There's only like 3 segments we haven't done.
Yeah.
We were supposed to do.
I think, like, being honest, I think like there's some few things we need to kind of iron out and like streamline it a bit. But hey ho, like, it's live. It's the first show. This is what happens. So
if you don't try, you'll never know.
Exactly. But yeah, do we do?
I can go now. I can go till 5, 6. Yes.
Well, you can go. You can go straight over to Spine 6 and you can crack on with that.
Shift.
You can do that. That'd be great. But thanks to everyone in the chat that's literally stayed from the start. Wakey Box, Hydra, Fuzzy, Fire, Triple G.
I wasn't even in the chat from the start.
It was great.
You guys are mental.
I know, mate, it's mental. It's been 4.5 hours. Thanks to the special guests that dropped by. We had Jason Douglas. We had the Poptimist giving us his knowledge on Funko Pops and toys, and we had the one and only, the 5th member of the Killer Comics crew going forward is John Boy Mayers. I actually think he's going to want to jump on every couple of months now, which is great, because why would we not say yes to that? So yeah, it's great. Wicked.
Yeah, and we've got an exclusive comic coming out.
And we have. Yeah, we have. That's going to
Guys, if you manage to get a comic with Red Sonja sitting on your faces, I am going to be so jealous.
We're getting drawn in as well, mate.
I don't know whether I explicitly said sitting on faces.
I know, but I
think I said standing on us. You know.
You were thinking it.
And guys, tune in Monday to Attention Seeking Geek, where I am back, and this time I'm going to be live and uncut from 8 p.m. BST, and this week I'll be joined by Copy 801 as we discuss Batman versus Superman as part of my new series, It's Not That Bad. Tune in, find out what it's all about Monday.
Ben, I'm very interested to see if you get that all that marker off your face by the time of your show.
That's another reason to tune in, folks.
That's a video in its own right. Hashtag content right there.
There you go.
But yeah, no, look here, Ben, really looking forward to Ben's show. So am I. Copy 801, he's probably still on where is he? He's on the road to Ben's house probably by this time.
On the road again.
On the road again. But yeah, it's going to be good. Ben, Copy 801, Monday. Going to be a good one. Guys, unless we've got anything else to say, it's 4.5 hours. I think it was a great show.
Thursday, 9 p.m.
Thursday, 9 p.m. And who do we have on? I think we've got Mr. Jeremy Holt, haven't we? And we will be discussing Made in Korea issue number 2, which was fantastic, seriously fantastic. So tune in for that. Business as usual resumes at 9 p.m. BST on Thursday over on the Geeky Guy Comics YouTube channel, and then we've got so much going on Instagram and YouTube with the Attention Seeking Geek. Perpetual Comics, not quite mean killing it with the shop. Make sure you get your 7% orders in, and then he's got another one on the exclusives. When's that starting, Tom?
Yeah, so I was just going to say before we finish, the buy one get one free on the exclusive starts tomorrow at 8:30, and I'm also dropping 2 brand new crates. And exclusively here, I'm telling you now, the one crate is Ultimate Fallout crate based, so you all get a Ultimate Fallout facsimile. You all get a Miles Morales Virgin cover, and you all get a Miles Morales trade cover within that crate. And then the other crate comes out in October, and it's called the Slaughter Crate. And anyone that buys one gets a House of Slaughter and a free comic book day, a House of Slaughter.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, you don't get CDs from the early 90s rock band Slaughter, no?
No. Well, actually, you know what? I might get some of those to do it. Oh yeah, and also in the Slaughter Crate, there is a 1 in 10 a 1 in 5 chance that you'll get a 1 in 10 in the box, and then 2 people will get a 1 in 25, and 1 person will get a sketch cover from Aquamints in there.
No, that was awesome. Sweet. Looking forward to that, and what an absolutely quality high note to end on. Guys, thank you for everyone in the chat. Thank you for making this possible. First Killer Comic Show after dark. We'll see you on Thursday. See you later, guys.